Welcome to the Blast Asia Rising Ulaanbaatar. We're going to be heading into a qualifier for the Blast Open 2025. Things are getting spicy over here, though, as we do have another LAN coming out for the Asian side of things. And this is one of the things that you have to give Blast a lot of credit for, partnering up with local operators to create a much better infrastructure for the Asian region. Right now, we're working with Esports Network, who've been doing a fantastic job out on the local side of things. This is going to be a tournament that ends up at the M Bank Arena in Mongolia. So we are going to have yet another arena event to try and qualify someone through. And if you guys don't know your history lessons, I'm here to give you that one. I'm T-Time. I'm going to be taking you through all of the qualifiers. Later on, you will be joined by Michael Yumi Cassidy, and from tomorrow onwards, it'll be both of us together, so you don't have to see my ugly mug all on its own. But before that, let's take a look at what Blast has sort of been doing for the Asian region, as we also head over to the Blast Hong Kong event that will be happening later on in the year. There was Blast Singapore Global Finals, but I think it's easier to go back 3 years ago to one of the first big events actually took place in Mongolia. That was the Nomadic Masters in 2022. Very similar to this one, a qualifier for the then Blast European Showdown. And as we head into a new modern age of VRS, it feels like these LAN tournaments are more important than ever. This tournament on its own, independent of the Blast Open appearance, is going to be a major swing factor to major appearances as well, considering that, of course, this time over we will have no MRQs, no RMRs, no minors, no qualifiers to this measure. It's all going to be purely invitation based, so regional LANs become increasingly important. You're going to see teams like FlyQuest participating in a regional LANs for one of the first times in a long time. This is not a team that ordinarily goes to qualifiers like this. They are normally invited, so it's going to be an interesting meeting of the minds between the best of the best and, you know, the upcomers, the late bloomers, the not bloomers, and never bloomers in a lot of ways as well. Starting off the day, it's going to be the Huns versus FengDa. If you guys aren't familiar with FengDa, I don't blame you too much. It's a Chinese team that has been on the up and up, much like most of Chinese Counter-Strike. And I can tell you this right now, you're going to see a lot more for this game from. If there's anything to be learned from earlier on in this year, be it from Extremes LAN or be it from the Asian Champions League that took place earlier on in this year, hell, even Fisher, which happened about a month ago, which Tyloo ends up being the champions of. Chinese Counter-Strike is on the rise, Mongolian Counter-Strike is already there, and we're hoping that maybe Oceania can have a bit of an appearance as well, with 3 teams being represented inside this tournament. We're going to be hopefully seeing them to be going forward into the semis and beyond. Now, this is where things do get interesting, though, because FengDa are going to be facing up versus the Huns. Who is the Huns? Well, unless you've been sleeping under a rock, you probably should know. They've been one of the contended teams coming out of Mongolia for being the second best team in Mongolia. Probably should be the second best team in Mongolia when you're looking at the names of the players that are present. But unfortunately, they've struck a rough patch. That rough patch looks like very few wins being found. And in the past few months, they've also not really played the most tournaments either. This is a team that is a bit lost in their identity and is critically wounded in a place where Chinese teams can take advantage of them. We saw that as recently as the ESL Pro League qualifiers coming out for the Asian region, where unsettled resentment ended up eliminating them before they even entered the double elimination portion. That was a single elim phase leading into a 16-team double elim bracket. The Huns were expected to breeze through it, but they end up losing out in a tight 2-1 series, which realistically should never have been tied in the first place. So, as we look out to see what the Huns will be doing, you also have to remember they have replaced a member. Yami, no longer on the team, has been replaced by Score, a legend of Mongolian Counter-Strike, legendary perhaps in some ways that he was a part of the first team to actually made that major core. But can they continue forward? Now, we are going to take a look at the teams as well as they are setting up around the venue and are getting into the thick of it. But Score, legendary player in the sense that he was one of the first players, really star player, to actually make it out of Mongolia into a major. So yeah, we're going to take a quick look towards the cameras and we're going to be back with the game in just a bit. And we're back. Of course, discussions will continue about what we've got going on. If you're just tuning in, this is the Blast Asia Rising, the Blast Rising Asia 2025 season number 2. We're going to be continuing things on about what has been going on with the Huns, though. In the meanwhile, this is a team with a lot of up-and-coming players as well. In particular, you look at two who will be headlining the roster in Zerold and Cobra Zera. Theoretically, you put them together with Score, and this is as good of a rifle core as any that you're going to be getting coming out of Asia. This, however, it has been a rifling core that has been underperforming. It's rare to see Cobra Zera and Zerold coming alive at the same time. Zerold has actually struggled a little bit as well on his individual form, especially when you're looking out towards some of these bigger performances where he has been needed. So at some point or the other, you do start to look out towards Score to try and fill up some of that fragging void, take the pressure off Zerold, and see if he can still pick things up from there. Now, in the IGL for the Huns, as well as the AWP player, has been under a bit of criticism about how this team has been going on. Obviously, another real veteran of the scene reunited between him, Bartek, and Score, three of the players who were part of the then IHC, now the Mongols core that was the first to take Mongolia out to the international stage. So we are interested to see how this one fares between the three of them and whether they can actually bring some of that lost synergy back together. I will be looking at tonight to see how much they can get done out of him. And as far as their coach is concerned, you've got Carnage coaching them up. Carnage, if you guys are not familiar, was initially coaching the Chinggis Warriors last year when they came through and had a fantastic performance at the Mathematic Masters in 2024, beating out the likes of OG and a couple of other international wins that they were able to get with the resurgence of Zilkenberg. So you will have to keep that in mind. But the man on your screen right now, or rather about 5 seconds ago, was Marek, who is coaching out the FengDa side. Marek's been a player who has been relevant in the Chinese scene for a very long time as an IGL who we look to and say, hey, this guy actually puts together some really well-structured, really well-managed teams, but has always struggled to actually keep up in the fragging department. He's been a real classic case of, hey, man, this guy is going to be a sick coach. That's what you're expecting to see coming out of here with FengDa. FengDa, I won't lie to you, I don't know all of the players on this team. I'm predominantly familiar with Byakhmut. Jenking is going to be coming forward and trying to display some of these skills that he has been building up. I've heard some murmurs around him, but largely this is going to be a proving ground for FengDa to come through and show what they're made of. If there's any team that you want to be facing out from the favorites early on, it probably is the Huns. Keep in mind, by the way, guys, that with the way the VRS system works, any win that you're able to get versus a major team such as the Huns coming out in the region is going to be massive. This is a fully LAN event. You have the chance to play up to 3 series in it, and there will be a lot of to and fro between all of this. Elsewhere, for the rest of the tournament, guys, just to remind you guys, we are going to be following up this match with SemperFi versus Eruption. Then we'll have FlyQuest versus AlterEgo, and Chinggis Warriors going up against Ground Zero. For me personally, I'm excited for FlyQuest versus AlterEgo. A, because, you know what, FlyQuest coming back to, in some ways, home soil, even if it's not quite their home, is going to be fun to watch. But also, in other ways, I do want to see exactly how the AlterEgo side will be faring. We've had some interesting pickups for them. Obviously, Bilal coming through, formerly of Yalla Esports, who did perform particularly well at the Extremes and 2025. Bintet going to be leading it. Anthony Lim, Impression returns. And Kaito, the Korean-Russian player who is coming through as the replacement for Zayn in a lot of ways, will continue to make sure that we have some sort of South Korean representation. I'm excited to see this one. On top of it all, we actually have Tomiko from Poland, funnily enough, who's here to wind out and finish up the lineup. It's going to be a tough time for them, though, versus FlyQuest. I wouldn't be expecting them to do all too much. It's going to be interesting, though, as we continue forward, right? We obviously have seen a lot of the Oceanic teams struggle internationally recently. You only have to go back and look at the Asian Champions League earlier on in this year, where sure, not all of the best Australian teams actually made it to the closed qualifier phase, because I do believe that it was some sort of conflict with the MRQs as well, so we didn't get to see SemperFi there and whatnot. So this is going to be a big chance for themselves to be able to find some sort of redemption. I am excited to see what it actually ends up looking like. Naturally, we are also going to be having a little bit of a delay, unfortunately. Just as a reminder, this is going to be a full-scale LAN event that is going to be scaling into an arena. So day one delays, completely expected, completely understandable. We're also going to be likely seeing a couple of wonky matches to come through because this is the stage of the tournament where people don't have footage on teams like FengDa and whatnot. So when you combine that with a coach like Marek, who has been infamously good at anti-stratting, who's been infamously good at being able to put together some fun set strats, that's where things can get particularly interesting as well. Of course, before we're able to get into the game, though, we are going to have to take a short break. We're going to be back very soon with the matchup. Stay tuned, don't go anywhere. And where the things, FengDa versus the Huns as we look to start. Alrighty then, 7-7 as we come back on live. The English stream is once again working out. 9 is also working things out on the CT side. The Huns caught on the back foot as FengDa were able to take over that first half. Zerolt was the only real person fracking up, but fortunately for the Huns, Score stepped up, Cobra Zera as well, and with Score continuing to perform, it feels like FengDa might have their dirty days of dogging it out on Dust 2. Looking to finish up. Now remember, FengDa has not been the one to pick this map, so their start to things might have been looking very good, but the question still comes in, can they continue onwards? Zerolt will end up falling. We do apologize for the kill feed names. We understand that they are quite different, but listen, that's just how it goes sometimes, and hopefully shouldn't end up being too much of an issue at all. Alright, so what do we have going on for you guys? It is, of course, match number 1 for the Last Rising Asia 2025 Season 2. We do apologize for the delays. We understand that, listen, at the end of the day, it's day number 1. It is a LAN event with a lot of logistics to try and figure out. So I hope you will be forgiving to Esports Network, who have been tasked with making sure this event runs smooth and true. 9, who's find that initial kill despite the lack of a tower smoke. This could be a flashbang pop through. They're hoping to find 9, and indeed they will. It is a quick little kill found from 13 Elite, rather the Elite X9. I won't lie to you guys, this does feel like the player names are purposely built to try and deceive me into misunderstanding them. It doesn't take a lot for me to do that though. I am tea time. I'm going to be taking you through a lot of the action today before I'm replaced by Michael Yumi Cassidy, and tomorrow we will be uniting our forces to see what we can get done. P5P has been delayed by the incendiary. We've got the CTs lining up and getting ready for a retake coming in through Cobra Zera predominantly. Score will be looking to try and deal with anyone out in short. Cobra now takes that first point of contact, but in doing so does leave up the site where Score will fall. Cobra makes his way back over to the bomb site. Incendiary is not going to catch out anyone. This 2v3 retake is one way. It does feel like the Huns might be best fated to abandon attempts, but with the smoke down for short and Cobra having a kit, they feel like they can still make this work. The problem is going to be, what exactly is P5B up to? P5B able to get the distraction, and it is Björkmid to finish things off. 2 kills found for him. 8-8 as FengDa strike back on their half-play. All starts off with this 9 isolation. You have to keep an eye out for him. He's been struggling a little bit individually as far as the form is concerned. The Huns have not been able to find many international wins at all. In fact, barely any regional play either. So, looking at towards these last few tournaments that they've appeared at, ever since the ESL Challenger League Season 49, it does feel like the Huns haven't really found much success at all, any chances to even get playtime in. So this long session of practice on practice, I'm hoping that it has helped them reset some of their mental. 9, however, is reset into a very good position, but the one he's not able to take advantage of. Molotov down, he keeps on being forced back. He's worried about the flashes, and rightfully so. This is a lot of area taken over from FengDa across the map, and as middle has been left completely empty by the Huns, you do see them being susceptible to a potential mid-to-B split. Now that mid-to-B split will never come true. It'll be a 2-on-5 to try and defend that A-bomb site. A hard defense at the best of times, but with 9 not having any utility and flashes likely to be sailing over, you wouldn't see him hard-pressed for any kills at all. That smoke being missed is a big one, though. It's not missed. They try to move down, and they're able to isolate him out. Jenkins comes through with that first kill. Bartek tries to spray back from long, but Jenkins doubled up, and he's quickly dealt with anything that the Huns had to present to them. Huns did come into this with a more difficult buy-in with the 5-7 position back on the B-bomb side. They were hoping that they would be able to just hold things on with the AWP. 9 unable to find a single kill in his 2 opportunities, so is going to be a crippling factor. Lead X9 hunting out about. It'll be Björkmid to find another one. Do I just stick the 9 for lead because there's also a 9 on the Huns? This is something I should have realistically thought about, but in my head it's like, yeah, this is lead. That's all I need. Still, the Huns right now need to be able to close things out on Dust 2, and the way things are looking, it has been a bit of a liability from 9 on the CT side so far with both of his AWP buys. You're going to see them have to take a knee over here and allow FengDa double digits for free. And not only is it going to be for free, it's also going to be followed up with a pretty poor buy in the next round. You're not going to have the AWP out for 9 unless he's able to find a couple of kills. So the hair score naded down to near oblivion, even takes a nade to his chest. So information's been granted over. It is 3GL to find 9 and shut him down as the push forward from the CTs is going to find nothing. The only one getting much done is in fact Gobrazera, who's going to make quick work of that one player. The Deagle will be hard-pressed to hunt for more. The bomb is spotted, but what good is that visibility as Zoralt will fall elsewhere. Gobrazera all alone gets himself another kill, and that's going to be valuable money to go to the rest of his team. That extra $100 could make a bit of a difference to the amount of incendiaries they can buy in particular, more than anything else. You're still going to be without the AWP, so don't forget that. FengDa have postured themselves incredibly well to be able to find that point in a position like this. 11-8 feels like it can only be prevented by the Huns having a big individual step-up moment. I'm looking out towards Score as he takes that first peek out into long. The incendiary forces back 3GL, but it trades elsewhere as Zoralt will be able to find a solid trade up against Jenkins. A smoke down will actually end up working out for them. P5P though, trying to blow it up. He'll hear that little tag in the corner, and with that, it is quickly dealt with on Zoralt. Brings things back to a 3 versus 4. Score still holding on to middle. That's where you might be expecting him to re-aggress. 3GL certainly is. reset from FengDa. They've been proven to be very disciplined. That's exactly what you'd expect to see from a Marek-led team. This has been a side that has been great at rejiggling that mid-round to reset and go collective eyes back into an execute later on. Huns have been struggling with this. The aggression attempts that they've made have largely been fruitless. They've not been able to make this work for themselves. And Cobra Zara being left alone on this B-bomb site seems to make me think that there might be more of the same to come true. But FengDa don't have flashes. Being primed, they want to go for a hard contact. Cobra has a chance of here to make something work, and it's going to be assisted by Score coming over. Cobra Zara still alive at the back of this bomb site. Score swinging out wide, but it's Cobra to get that follow-up kill. Score now left in this 2 versus 2 does have Bartek coming in from behind. Bartek, he won't be able to use up that smoke with it while the bomb's being planted. Bartek comes in from behind, gets himself the first, and now it's all down to the planter. Bjarkmeet has had a fantastic game so far, but then it all comes to a halt here. 19 kills for Bjark. He's not able to find the big 20, and Score with that assisted time being found by Cobra Zara is able to quickly dismantle FengDa, who are likely now regretting not going for the full execute in that 4 versus 3. I mean, that could have been diabolically bad if you've got Score smoked off in a position like it. Cobra Zara just gets fully isolated, especially when he doesn't pick up that first kill on the initial peak. But then, the fact that he stays alive for so long is really a boon to the side of the Huns, who've now been given another chance. That chance comes off the back of 9 having an AWP as well. Can he do anything with it? He will be a focal point for much of this game as both the IGL and the AWPer. He has some hard-to-fill shoes. And maybe he's picked up boots that might be a size too big. Still, grenade is good, and Chenking has been chunking down. Hey, terrible puns. Let's go. It's what I do, baby. But what does FengDa do? Now that they've been unable to find an early contact, which has been what they've been heavily reliant on. Early contact or not, though, you have to keep in mind that they have successfully funneled the Huns away from middle. Score is the only player nearby to be able to try and keep track and keep cover. Zrod with the MP9 out towards long doors will have the opportunity to push forward sooner rather than later. And with the short Molotov being used, you might see him take that risk. He's a bit of a passive player though, so maybe not when I think about it twice over. Cobra Zara is more likely to be the kind of player who actually goes out aggressively, but with 45 seconds left on the clock and the B-side rotate coming in from FengDa, they're trying to line things up, but Score is the one who's found the initial double. A push through the smoke comes out as well, as Bartek will be able to finish off another, and it leaves Lead alone. Lead's going to be getting the crossover, but while blind, Bartek collects on another head. The Huns will equalize in style. Exactly what you need coming out of here. Scores double kill, the perfect response, and it's surprising to see him being able to find that without any real ability to trade. That is fantastic stuff, and exactly what you need from a star player who you've brought in to replace a man like Yami. Yami, of course, one of the lost talents of Mongolia in a lot of ways, was touted as being another coming of Senzu. Honestly, was touted as being maybe even better than Senzu when we saw him initially making waves. Score, of course, the original star player, though, from Mongolia. The rifler who was unmatched. The man who, when removed from the IHC side, was initially thought, hey, this guy, he's just gonna break apart this winning team. We're never going to get that same formula. And bam! The Mongols is born. Blitz and Techno show that they can do it regardless. And Score has been on that redemption arc ever since. FengDa, though, want to cut that redemption arc short. It's an important head for them. But can they claim it? Another half-buy would be taking them a long way. But with 9 finding that first kill, Score still nearby, reveals his position with a smoke down. They try and go for the high white swing. Score will be able to get yet another frag. And now you're in a 5 versus 3. CTs have got utility for days. Score picks up another one through the middle doors. And that leaves things in a 5-1-2. 3GL and Bjarkmeet both will be having their journeys cut short as Cobra Zara's push forward will find him just the one. 3GL is able to fight back, but right now CT damage is going to be nearly non-existent. You can't really find much more in this position. 9 will finish him off. Good round for 9 to be able to collect on those 2 kills. I understand it's versus a half buy, but you have to keep in mind, this is a guy who needs to be able to go for these peaks again and again. 9 needs to warm up into this tournament as well. Often a slow starter to tournaments, and unfortunately for the Huns, they've recently lacked the firepower to allow him to be re-enabled later on into an event. A series or 2 in has been a luxury that's evaded them. Reminder, they lost at the ESL Pro League qualifiers to Unsettled Resentment in just that first match entirely. That's the last time we saw them play ever since the player break came through. Zeralt now, though, is about to be contended with by 3 players potentially, and flashes are his only real assistance. Those flashes don't land. It's on to 1, but in fact, the AWP puts away his gun and he runs away, so it's going to be 2 quick kills found. Zeralt able Bartek able to assist in that process as he comes through. But watch out for Cobra Zera, who's setting up for the flank to come in all the way from T-spawn. Leak 9 is not going to be expecting this at all. He's turned around, so you can see FengDa are completely caught off guard. Now, Bartek has to be careful. Rather, Cobra has to be careful in this position. Chinggis is still out and about looking for the duel, and he will bring it back to the 2v2. Over-aggression comes through from Cobra Zera, and now the Huns are going to be locked into position with there's a minute left on the clock, and the map is FengDa's oyster. Score is a big point of solace, though. He's a man who feels like he can do whatever he wants. 19 kills on him, has really recovered form since that first half, and as long as he's hidden away on this bomb site, the Huns feel like they've got the upper hand. Slow peaks for information, those scores getting antsy. That hidden away contingent is going to be gone soon. Fantastic flashbang to help him peek forward. There's no reason to go for more. And as the header is displayed, dodged out on the flash, but it'll still be 3JL to fall. Chinggis, despite his triple kill, will not be able to power forward FengDa to an 11-11 equalizer. The Huns find 12. FengDa find themselves without money. The chances will be put in the hands of Björkmeet. Very capable hands. 19 kills in them, or rather from Gresham coming through, and it'll be met immediately by Cobra Zera. Score always in the right place at the right time with an incendiary to help. Is going to be assisted from 9, and this should be the end of things. USP pulled out, but it's the AWP to get the kill. 13 for the Huns as they do struggle to get things started, but they still take it away on home soil. Fantastic performance coming out from Score, and honestly, if it wasn't for Zeralt in that first half, they would never have been in a position to contend. They end up down 5-7, but they're still able to get it away. It'll be Ancient coming up next from FengDa, their own map pick, where they were hoping to turn things into a 2-0 potentially had they stolen Dust 2 away, but without that being available to them, it'll have to be an attempt to take it to Mirage. For FengDa, all 3 of these maps are pugging heavy maps where they do have the individuals to shine. That is one big point to take away. Chinggis and Björkmeet have shown that they can frag with the best of them, and we even saw some good moments coming out from 3GL and company. Honestly, you can look out towards what a comeback it had to be coming through from FengDa. But hey, regardless, we're going to be off to a break right now. We're going to be back very soon with map number 2. That'll be Ancient in the books in just a bit.
зогсолтгүй завгүй амьдралын хэм маяг. Танд зориулан загварчлав. Бусдаас 3 дахин илүү даатгах хурдтай цоошин дараа төлбөрт баяраар их багтсан. Хэрэглээндээ тохиолж хүссэн багцаа өөрөө бүтээв.
Buff. More focus.
Buff. More power. Buff. More speed.
And we're back with map number 2 as we head into the Huns versus FengDa. On FengDa's map pick, it's going to be Ancient, and we look to start things off with an immediate kill that comes through. It's going to be Score and 9, finding a kill apiece. It's 5 versus 3 very early on for the Huns. Now, as the bomb makes its way back over towards the B-bomb site, there still are chances over here to get the bomb plant in. That's what FengDa are relying on. The problem is that the bomb is now exploring for more kills. 9 with a kit does not want to go forward. He's trying to let the rest of his teammates come through and collectivize with him. It will be Score to play first contact. Isn't able to take the head off, and as CZM does reply, it's actually PSP rather does reply, it is going to be between Zeralt and 9 as they go for a very late retake. Zeralt will be making his way over. Smoke now down on the bomb as they will look to try and maybe even stick it out. The tap now coming in. 9 is hoping to bait a couple of players forward at least into shooting at him, but unfortunately those shots fired will lead to the round being lost. Geralt no longer with the chance of a hair, was always going to be low. 4 HP was all he had. Well, first round goes the way of FengDa despite Huns starting off with a 5v3 advantage. Unfortunately, losing that one out is going to be critical. They do answer back with a force buy, some umps and MP9s, a bit of a mix of the old and the older as far as the metagame is concerned. Bartek, good for one, and you've got another one coming through. In fact, Zeralt, going by the name Near My Light on the kill feed, is the one to pick it up. We will, of course, have game sound very soon, guys. We do apologize in case you're not getting that right now. But 4 versus 3 for the Huns as they once again have found an advantage that's been extended. 4 on 2. FengDa find themselves completely split up between 3GL and Buckmeat. Buckmeat, of course, had a very good first game. It was one of the shining lights for FengDa that allowed them to make it as competitive as it was. He's hoping that he can maintain form. When it comes to this map pick, if we talk more about that, FengDa, of course, picking into Ancient. A lot of Asian teams have been making this high priority, but it has felt like the Huns have been one of the main ones, especially when you consider their players, Cobrazera and Zeralt, both of whom have always been fantastic on this map. Can very often take over completely. 3GL coming in from the side, shadow advantage, and Zeralt's been put down. Can be planted. This is going to be yet another advantage that the Huns end up giving up. 9 starting to push forward. Both these players are incredibly low on the P side. You're going to need to see some sharp headshots being hit. The first one is fantastic. 3GL able to find another one, but he loses his life for it, leaving Buckmeat alone. 1 versus 2. No kits ready. CTC to accelerate, and accelerate they do. You can hear them getting hyped up in the background. Feeling good. Now FengDa answer back with a force buy of their own. After they get into another bomb plant, they will have enough money to be able to justify it, but the Huns continue on upgrading. That's one of the advantages you do have about killing players now. The new CT side economy has been boisterous, in many ways rejuvenating. First kill is good, but what a response coming through in middle. They've lost them all, the Huns. 3 players immediately going down, and you can hear them in the background. It is chaos in Ulaanbaatar. Cobrazera picking up one will certainly spur them on to try and attempt a quick retake. It is a nade, an incendiary. The incendiary does spread much faster as well, but the nade's what does the real damage. All these players are low. Byakhmeet, should he go down as the healthiest of the bunch, he is actually trying to bait out 3GL in a position like this, but with the smoke down, 2 players have been spotted and isolated. That leaves 9 alone with no kit, no smoke, no util, no friends, no help, no chance of getting this round. I'm surprised even for is out as far back as the temple side is concerned, and Lead 9 will be the one to put him into the ground. FengDa might lose one. Their stumbling blocks are quickly forgotten with a fantastic set of kills right down in the middle. And the Huns, who have been going for the retakes consistently, not trying to save these M4s and whatnot, are still going to be in a position where their money is compromised. The question is, do they go for a full buy or not? FengDa are in position to really run away with this first half. The Huns, should they drop the ball over here, which is very likely with the way things are looking like with the buy, going to end up giving FengDa a chance to fight for 5. And my god, Zerald feels feisty. Good for that first one, but the flashbang would have certainly helped out a little bit more had it been thrown earlier. 9 unable to assist his teammate, and now with the USB can't avenge him either. Are there Molotovs or grenades available? Yes, they are, but they will not be deployed, and that gives Score a chance to trade out 9's life. Cobrazera making his way over with the UMP, and back in the 3-on-3. This is going to be a difficult swing for Byakhmeet to justify it. It's 2 quick kills for Score that are found. 3 in total in the round. It's only CZM, rather, PSP alive versus Bartek. And when I talked about the older metagame of the SMGs, Bartek is nicely up to date, not only on the metagame, but also on the location of PSP. He makes his way back over towards the A-bomb site. He's hoping to find this one as a free plant, but with the smoke down, going out for the plant, Bartek will be moving out of the smoke beforehand. Perfectly postured. It's going to be another save round, this time from the hands of Score and Bartek. Older brother of Mazinho right there in the 1 versus 1. That's one thing that Bartek has always been known for. I have been a critic at times, but this is a man who knows how to play the late rounds, the clutches, and my god, does he show it off over here. This was not a round that the Huns should have won when Zeralt was only good for the 1 kill, and the flashbang from 9 is not giving them the assistance they need. It's a great, fast rotation that only comes off the back of some great calls from 9, of course. And you're right back into fighting ways. The Huns, 2 for 2. FengDa will not let up from the gas. Repurchase will bring forward 2 AKs and 2 Khalils. They've got money for a real threatening buy. And that threat will be taking its way out towards the A-bomb site. Score. Teammate comes out. It's good damage as well, and it's going to be Score to finish off that kill. Critical, as you see. It's also aided up with Bartek making his way over. This A anchor is just doing it all. Bartek cannot be held down in the slightest. 4 players alive off the back of a double-double from Score and Bartek once again. What more can you really ask for? In a position like this, to have your veteran players stepping up, including one of them being your main star figure, to finally put down the FengDa economy, where I was talking about potentials of 5-1. The Huns are geared and ready for a very quick 4-round start on to Ancient. FengDa collectivize outside of B. As a reminder to anyone who wasn't tuned in for the first map, FengDa do have Marek as their coach, a player who has long been known as an IGL for up-and-coming Chinese teams, is now finally taking up the coach position that so many of us thought he would be incredibly well suited for. So as he looks to train up the next generation of Chinese Counter-Strike players, he's hoping that he can take down the previous generation of Mongolia's finalists who are looking for a second wind to their career. It won't come in this one though. This round should be a done deal. You also have to remember, this is a very tough format for underdogs. FengDa are coming into a single elimination bracket. There's no group stage to look out for. There's no double elimination to fall back on. It's now or never, and this round, of course, is going to be the one where they are simply torn apart. I'm surprised to see them get even one kill, if I'm being frank, but Chinggis taking one of his teammates does mitigate some of that rejuvenation. Smoke back out towards the mid side of things. Score has to be careful. He's gone right into an incendiary, but before he can even land, there's a shot to the head. Bartek, what a response! He's tearing them up right now, but that tear will end. Chinggis has to be careful. He's going to be contested by CobraZera out towards Cheetah, his typical stomping grounds, but it's 9 whose rotation is able to bring it back to a 2-on-2. CobraZera's death will be part of the reasons why it's a 2-on-2 and not the 3. The Huns will reset. Zerold pushes forward. Zerold, did he spot out Chinggis there? He must have. Surely. Maybe the timing just didn't work out for him. Chinggis is going all the way through to Cheetah and B house, with FengDa's rotation being right into 9. Is worried about both the red room and an A-side presence. He's expecting me to ramp. Zerold's position is good. Playing in from B ramp, as long as he doesn't expose himself, this should be a free kill to be found while the bomb is planted. It's unlikely that FengDa go back to check out ramp, and indeed they won't. Zerold has now spotted the players. He's called rotations back through. Great trigger discipline for 1. Can he make it 2? Doesn't need to. 3GL goes back for the bomb plant, and that's where 9 is ready and waiting. Another round that gets tetchy because of Score's early death in middle, but with Bartek's quick response, and more importantly, 9's fast rotation, Huns are able to bring it under control. Critical few rounds from 9, I have to say. The rotation calls and the rotation plays have been impeccable. The Huns feeling good about themselves as they hope to find their first series win in quite a few months. Bartek refaces back out into middle. Score providing serious assistance, and FengDa, whose mid attempts have largely been thwarted by this specific duo, will find no better luck this time. 9, shot missed, sure, whatever. He's got plenty more where that came from. Grenade to follow up as well. Score ends up being taken down. 2-on-4 now for FengDa, as they still might be able to get a chance to plant the bomb should they take down Bartek, but as Bartek will find a player turned around and another facing right to him, he is farming it up. Bartek up to 8 kills in as many rounds. Score with just the 1 more. FengDa's big stopping power in Björkmead just isn't providing them the entries that they are hoping for. It's been some good mid-round refrags, some fantastic half-by plays, but the Huns have continued to power on through. Good tag on delete 9. He has been forced back. Volley down. Zerold, smoke popped open in front of him. CZM will take him down. That is a big kill. With Zerold removed from the map and having full cheetah control, it feels like the Huns are going to be forced into this B-ramp progression that they're playing for. Flashbang avoided. CobraZera re-peeks into it, and with 2 players on the other side, he was always going to fall, but at least he gets 1 before he does. my goodness, that is troublesome score. Traded. FengDa, again, they've got the time to explore the A bomb site. That's what they've sent Elite 9 to do. And they'll start to re-navigate back. But the problem is, I don't see the bomb. It's now picked up. It was out on B ramp. Chunking will return. And although the Huns start to suspect this, their fast rotations are going to be met with an even faster play from Elite 9. 9 on the Huns side. He's going to be left to try and save this AWP, a kill that will certainly assist in that matter. He's actually picked up the AK. No chance that he's going for this one. Trying to save the AK over here is the only reasonable play that I can imagine coming out from 9. But even then, scores go $2,700. You're not quite in the green for the Huns as far as money is concerned. I'm surprised to see him not try and stick to the commitment off and up. Is 9 going to go for a ninja attempt? Both of these players on FengDa are very low. And to be frank, they do need the money. The Molotov down will certainly help, but 9's on 100 HP. He can go out for the bomb stick. This is exactly what he's trying for. The timing is off, though. If he'd waited another 2-3 seconds, maybe, just maybe, that could have worked for them. Of course, we've got the timer. He doesn't. Yeah. FengDa might have a route to success that is still open to them, but it's not an easy path to tread. They come off the back of a B-side execute that seems to be very expected, and 9 on that initial peak will be able to find an immediate kill. This grenade could be big, and indeed it is. Great damage being dealt. Cobra stays alive with quick smoke down for the face of B ramp, and with Zerot not far off, this is going to be a chokehold on the B bomb site that the Huns will be finding it very easy to maintain. 1 kill for 3GL is helpful, but Duckmeat, as low as he is almost taken down with a grenade. Not quite tracing him out, but Bartek has done one more than that. It is a 3 versus 1 with the only remaining player on the T side having 4 HP. FengDa's chances was slim to none. And now it's all about containment, not getting the lead. Can they get more than 3 rounds of a even the 4? They will be hard pressed to fight for. The question is, do you go for a force buy around the money that you have? You'll have a hero AK, you'll have the Galils and maybe a couple of Mac 10s or Tech 9s. Should you want to stay with those? It's a tough call to make, and that's exactly what they're going for. The full force buy is not going to be called in, though. It's a half buy with a hero AK to stem the bleeding. 3GL to be the one to wield it out, but the Huns are getting aggressive out in middle. It's going to be a fast ledge play with Score finding the first kill. The responses are quickly dealt with as well. 3 kills in middle, and that's exactly what the Huns was looking for. FengDa finding their map pick going atrociously wrong, as they will allow the Huns at 8th round only up to 3 themselves, despite having won that T-signed pistol, which is generally a surefire guarantee of at least 2 being found. Not in this round, not at all. They'll have the buy, don't get me wrong, they will. Ever since FengDa have been struggling with the middle takes, it does feel like the Huns have been able to really come back into their own, and credit out to 9 for keeping his troops corralled. This looks like a very good showing from them individually, and as Elite 9 will be pushing forward again. It's 3 players, but the flash is fantastic! He's all ready for 9, he's all ready for number 3. The trade is there, but 9 at the same time is going to be hard-pressed to ask for more. The HE pops open the smoke, but he won't have the timing. P5P has gone past. And as you see, Zeralt trying to do much of the same. Zeralt will end up falling. Cobra not ready for this Red Room presence. P5P good for another frag. Could make it 4 here and now, but 9 is still fighting. The 1 versus 4 starts off the best way it can with a quick kill before the bomb is planted, but now with smoke being popped, an AK duel that he's all ready for, it will be 3GL to shut him down. FengDa remain in fighting contention. There is a chance, but not a very good one. Second half begins as the Huns will look to close things down after that fantastic start, but can FengDa prevail in their own map pick? As they head over to the CT side, it'll be P5P with a flashbang, it's Lead X9 with a smoke, and that's pretty much all they have for this round outside of their bare bodies and wills to try and make something happen. The Huns on home soil have been gearing forward after a shaky start to Dust 2, second half onwards from map number 1. It's been all them all day. Lead X9 though with a flashbang avoided. He's got the duel. He's in the position he needs him to be. Fantastic start with a quick triple. Then P5P right behind him is going to have a clear shot to take down Cobra Zera. Bartek's bomb plant is going to be insufficient. He needs a whole lot more to back that up. 1 versus 2 now as he's able to back off. Another quick pot shot fired but not connecting. It is the Huns to take a knee as FengDa take the pistol round home. Excellent, excellent, excellent stuff from Elite 9 with those dual leads. That's exactly what they're primed and prepared for. But the fact that he dodges out the flashbang initially, that, my friends, is impressive. Bartek makes a nice little show of it, but unfortunately, it's not what they need. Now what they need is a force buy victory. Those extra kills from Bartek will be propelling him forward to buying into a Galil. It'll be a buy around the 2 Galils of the Huns. What can they do with them? FengDa respond with a lot of M4s of their own. Thank you very much, Valve, for enabling that via the recent CT economy update. The extra $250 is going a long way to affording just that extra bit of spice. Everyone knows it's not a good dish without the condiments, and those flashes, they look like they could be a little bit salty. Or whatever condiments are. I'll be very frank, I'm not a cook. Coriandery also didn't sound as nice. I don't know about spices, but I think there might be some bullets sprinkled out. It's a 1-for-1 so far. Cobra Zera's Galil had found one out towards the A side, so Bjarkmeet feels all that pressure on his shoulders. B-bomb side has been left completely empty though. If you can break onto it very fast as the Huns, maybe there's a chance to get a quick 3 versus 1. Or 2 versus 1. But as Elite 9 is starting to make his way over, provide the accompaniment that is required, the flashbang is not going to find the kill. Elite 9 stays alive despite his lower HP. Zeralt cannot isolate the duel using the Tech 9 P5P. Will take him down. So FengDa are gearing up for a very quick little victory in that second round as well. The Huns are now going to be caught in a difficult position. Do you keep on the reckless force buying because you did get another bomb run? You do have more loss bonus. Technically, if you believe in the last round, you should believe in the next one. This is still a position where FengDa kept 3 of their rifles alive and were able to pick up a Galil as well. So there isn't really any economic damage that you are feasibly going to be able to inflict onto the FengDa side just by buying again and again. You can already see the CT economy is, you know, it's in a good place. As long as you can save at least 2 weapons, you will have a buy in the next round for FengDa. So for the Huns to go for this consecutive buy is a risky proposition, but 4 Galils is just too juicy of a prospect for them to truly give up. The protocol is straightforward. It is to try and boost up, but the straightforwardness is not working. Score inside the smoke simply cannot find it. And as they are lost in the sauce, the question is, are they cooked in it as well? Nice first kill comes through. 9th able to collect on that, but it is an instant trade. The wallbang coming out from Elite 9 to take away his namesake's life. Bartek's making out some noise out towards aim in. The problem is the Huns don't actually have map control out towards middle, right? So if they want to reclaim that and try and go into an A split, you're going to have to use one of that last flashes that you have, rather the last flash that you have available. Bartek is the one who has to deploy it. Score already pinged up and dinged back. And with that refeed though, Bartek proves himself to be the better man. The mid-fight going his way, Score reinvigorated, goes forward, and now it's all left down to P5P, rather to lead X9, not P5P. Maybe I spoke too soon. I was predictive. My slips are oracles. It will be P5P who is brought out to contest, and with the smoke down, Elite 9 dead. They should have an idea for this last player's position, but they're not checking it. They're not checking it. He'll find 2 players who are caught off guard, but cannot punish either one of them. The Huns will walk away 1 round richer. This first kill from 9 is critical though. I have to say, I didn't think that Chongqing would be going down over there. It felt like he should have had that duel win any day of the week. If he was able to follow that up with aggression out from B ramp to trade his inevitable death, that could have gone much worse for the Huns. They will now call a timeout to figure out the CT economy situation, but does become a little bit trickier after the updates, and you can see FengDa feel like they are stronger than many would have really any right to be. With the 2 rounds that they've won, they've got an extra $500 from the 2 of them, and they've also saved quite a few players with Kevlar and rifles in the past, so you can see the impact of that coming through in the economy here and now, where you actually have a not awful buy. Not awful is also by definition not ideal. So they will be on the back foot as Huns look to break into double digits. FengDa will have to come through with a cute idea. Most of their ideas had been centered around faster plays in middle on the T side. I do wonder if they have variants coming out of a hay on the CT. Flash down into Cheetah from 9. Zerot will be able to clear it out, but with FengDa having this much control out towards mid, they start to feel a little bit more comfortable pushing forward into A main as well. Bartek will have to contend with Leet 9, and Leet 9 does have the advantage, but Bartek's just simply faster. Fades away, better angle found, but he can't get the round guarantee. 9 might have done just that though. With 2 players alive, FengDa have no choice but to save. I would be surprised to see them even think about this. In fact, the Huns are already considering the hunt, and Zerot will be able to take yet another rifle away. Fenking is not feeling too good about himself. His chances look like they are dwindling. 2 HP is all he has. A grenade, hell, even a strong gust of wind might be enough to take him down. Feels like his death is inevitable. Barely getting any damage out onto Zerot either. 10 rounds on the board for the Huns. The economy broken for FengDa, and their road in Ulaanbaatar might end here. Force buy, of course it is. FengDa don't want to be facing down match point, elimination point this early on, so they'll try and hope for a Hail Mary, but I don't know if she's out there and listening. Push through from Chinggis. First kill is good. This could be the chance that they were looking for, especially with the M4 being recovered. The 5-7 pushes forward, but Score and Bartek are quick to reclaim advantages. Molotov doesn't spread out towards Chinggis, so Bartek will be forced to try and use a flashbang. 9 comes through the smoke instead. And with that, you're back to a 2 versus 4. Cobrazera flanks out CZM. And Leet 9's life was forfeit already. He just didn't know it yet. 11-6. And the Huns know they are now 2 rounds away from the semifinals. Of course, for them to make an appearance in the Blast Open online portion would be a massive start to the calendar year for them. They've already missed out on 1 international qualification. This is a serious opportunity for another one. Their main rivals would be considered FlyQuest on the other side of the bracket. But as FengDa are caught in 2 minds, they will be coming through with a very awkward buy. Björkmid is forced to go back and buy up the MP9 late. He'll be losing out on spawn advantages. He's fortunate that the Huns aren't looking to exploit any of them on that basis. Night open for the peak. Score and Cobrazera are able to take over the B house. And now you're left in a 5 versus 4, 3 of whom are available here and ready on the B bomb site. Positions are correct, but they're being moved out of them repeatedly. FengDa are being picked apart 1 man at a time. And despite the rotation from Björkmid and the kill he's able to find with it, it's still 12 on the board now. Huns are on match point. Time at use from FengDa. You know, it's now or never. They're buying the previous round, still leaves him space for an opt-out on 3GL. He's a player who, honestly, on Dust 2 did look like he was having a pretty decent time, but right now their faces feel a little bit dull. I'm not quite sure if this is a team that is quite ready to take that next step. But the timeout will finish up. Flashes out into the open. Score blind, but he's got the cover of the smoke, so he's not too worried about it. And P5P continues forward, but this is a losing battle for Elite 9. Good for the 1 kill. Zerol still spamming back in through the smoke, and it's 9 to find it through the wall bang. It's where he died from earlier on. And he's happy to deliver a little bit more of that back out of FengDa, but still, they're still in it. 3GL with an important kill, and Elite 9 feels like he can play our B ramp because of it, and when he does do so, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a fast rotation to come back for re-aggression into middle. The smoke in red room will certainly make them think this is going to be an A-side finish, and that's exactly what the case is. 3GL rotates back over, takes up tempo. He has to be careful because CT rotations could still always be cut off by a late red room lurker. The Huns won't have one of those as they do enter into the bomb site. Flashbang is good. The bomb can be planted. 9 to put it down. And post-plant positions are looking really good here. 9's even closing the distance. Yakmate nearby. Force back. 9 continues to try and keep the pressure on before he moves back over to the site itself. Yakmate will be posturing aggressively with the farmer to lead the charge. He's been struggling in this map, and right now this is not the rifle to make up for those struggles. They're losing members, they're losing men, but most of all they've lost the series. FengDa are out of the Blast Asia Rising 2025 qualifier. The Huns will emerge victorious in the first series of the tournament, looking happy. They've been having some serious struggles in the international scene, in the regional scene. This is a team that has been expected time and time again to step up in the absence of the controversial ATOX, but unfortunately they've been unable to do so. It's not like we haven't seen a Mongolian team rise from domestic events to go out into the international space and seriously impress, so the Huns are hoping that this could be their opportunity. First team that they have spoiled the potential Cinderella story for is Marek's FengDa, who do feel distraught, and understandably so. Dust2 was a serious chance for them to be able to get out in the lead, but unfortunately they couldn't close that map win out despite a lot of force by victories, despite a lot of success that they were able to find as well on top of it all. FengDa will find themselves eliminated, and it's really off the back of some fantastic stuff coming up between Score and Bartek. You saw how important they were in that game, and how they were able to really keep control over middle even when it was being lost out more often than not in the initial phase. It's a lot of force spies back and forth, but at the end of the day, credit out towards how well it's been played from the two of them. Bartek, of course, winning out a couple of key clutches as well. But why don't we take a look at the scoreboard as well while we're at it? I do want to highlight some of the players out from the assigned to. Byakmin obviously out towards the first map was fantastic, a little bit less so coming out of here in the second. We do have an interview with 9, but unfortunately I don't speak Mongolian, and I don't think you guys do either. I'm gonna play this as a translation, live translation. Guys, trust me on this one. You just have to believe what I'm saying. Yes, we had a very good game. I think they played well. Dust2 was a little bit hard to start off with, but you know, it's the first map of the tournament. And yeah, I've got full faith in my team. This practice has been going good as well for us. The off time that we've had is good. Of course, we're a little bit disappointed about recent results, but we're hoping that here in Ulaanbaatar, we can make this work. Wow, what a translation. Oh, he's still talking. He also loves his family and his dog. And his cat. Man, this guy's got so many pets. Fantastic stuff, 9. Oh, and he's actually giving out a lot of love out to the fans as well for supporting them all the way through despite the difficulties that they've been having. Right, so at the end of the day, fantastic stuff coming out from the Huns. We're going to be able to get an actual translation for that one for you guys later on as well. I'll try and get it out from our producer. He can let me know, and then we'll have that going. For now, though, we are going to be sending it to a break before we're back with matchup number 2. This isn't over for the local side, though. We're going to be having Eruption coming up next, if I'm not wrong. Going up against, I'm just going to check this one real quick, SemperFi. The Australians made their debut in Ulaanbaatar. Let's find out how that fares after a quick break.
За ингээд одоо хамтдаа FengDa багийн тоглогчтой уулзцай тэмцээний талаар сэтгэлээ бидэнд хаваалцсан шүү дээ.
我觉得挺好的，这是我第一次打线下赛，然后这次比赛其实主办方我觉得也不像网上说的那样，就是都挺好的各方面。
ер нь оролцоодыг сайхан байлаа. Анх удаага Монгол ирж байгаа болохоор ер нь гоё хожигдсан ч гэсэндээ цаашдаа улам хичээнэ гэдэг чинь.
За баярлалаа, амжилт хүсье.
За ёо.
还有什么 ？Thank you.
Thank you. Өөрөстэй Blast Asia Rising-с үргэлжлэлсээр ингээд туудахгүй бид дараагийн тоглолтоор уулзах болно.
зогсолтгүй завгүй амьдралын хэм маяг. Танд зориулан загварчлан. Бусдаас 3 дахин илүү даатгах хурдтай цоошин дараа төлбөрт баяраар их багтсан. Хэрэглээндээ тохиолж хүссэн багцаа өөрөө бүтээв.
Buff. More focus.
Buff. More power. Buff. More speed.
Зогсолтгүй завгүй амьдралын хэм маяг. Танд зориулан загварчлан. Бусдаас 3 дахин илүү даатгах хурдтай цоошин дараа төлбөрт баяраар их багтсан. Хэрэглээндээ тохиолж хүссэн багцаа өөрөө бүтээв.
Buff. More focus.
Buff. More power. Buff. More speed.
Welcome back as we head over into the second match of the Blast Asia Rising 2025 season number 2. I'm T-Time and I'm going to be bringing you the second match before I'm replaced by Michael Yumi Cassidy before we unite for the rest of the tournament. If you guys are unfamiliar about what is going on right now, 8 of Asia's finest have collected in Mongolia, Ulaanbaatar, to be able to find out who will be the representative in the Blast Open. Right now, we've already seen the Huns come out victorious up against FengDa. It is single elimination, so FengDa is eliminated. Now we're going to be heading over to SemperFi, going up versus Eruption, the team that gets themselves a bit of a miracle entry into the tournament. Pardon me, but Eruption, of course, was actually not the team that won the Open qualifier from the Mongol region. That was Chinggis Warriors, but because Tyloo ended up withdrawing, Chinggis Warriors got the automatic VRS invite. So by virtue of doing so, Eruption was also able to qualify through the Open qualifiers in the second place position. So they'll be looking to see whether they can take it further ahead. In front of them comes out SemperFi, the Australian mixed team with the Latvian prospects coming in with them as well. And we can't forget SemperFi also do feature one of my favorite players of late. I wouldn't necessarily say always because of his record, but a lot of it also comes down to who he has been as a person. Alistair, the most successful member of a recent Australian Counter-Strike team on FlyQuest last year, was able to help them peak at, I believe, 16 in the world after a bit of a resurgence in the last 3 months or so of 2024, including an ESL Challenger Atlanta win, Australia's first tournament victory in a very long time. Now, that being said, Alistair has not been able to find that form from late last year into SemperFi, not quite yet at the very least, but going into domestic opposition, he's always been very good. He'll have a chance to be able to reunite with his teammates on the opposite side of the server if he makes it through this one up against FlyQuest, likely to be featuring later on. FlyQuest, of course, also are not guaranteed to be going forward. They'll be facing up against Bintet's AlterEgo as Southeast Asia once again looks to put together a team that can compete with the best of the best. Still, right now we're going to be focusing down onto SemperFi versus Eruption. Eruption also features you with them a couple of players that you guys should be familiar with. Looking out towards their lineup, they've got Magnums, Fury 5K, Side Effect, Noise, and Zenization, funnily enough, who I have never heard of before. So I am looking forward to seeing it. It's very rare to me that there's a new Mongolian player who I actually know basically nothing about. So I am curious to see how this one will be shaping out. Noise is also a player that I've always been a big fan of. I think he's been underrated within the scene, and as we continue to see more from him, I'm always left feeling like, hey, I'm kind of impressed. Rooks, a player who has been always known for some of his mid-round entry potential, especially in 4 versus 4s and 3 versus 3 situations. Also known to sometimes step up in the clutch moment. So SemperFi on the other side, who will be relying on a good performance coming up between Alistair and Shadi, are going to be hard-pressed to make this one work as far as firepower is concerned. Of course, they themselves do have a couple of star riflers as well. Savage would be the player who's headlining this team. A player who, very frankly, I have a lot of friends in the Asian region who I'm talking to pretty much day in and day out about, hey, what's going on? Who's the new kid on the block? And Savage was considered that guy about 1.5 to 2 years ago. Unfortunately, that reputation hasn't really been something he's been able to match up with in terms of performance. He's struggled a little bit, and despite being one of the primary reasons why the SemperFi project has even been created, he hasn't been able to recently put up the numbers to elevate them to an international appearance, which is what, of course, they've been hoping for, be it through the major or through something like this. But a big LAN in Ulaanbaatar is certainly going to be giving them the opportunity to try and make something happen. So we're hoping to see Savage come through and pop off in that LAN environment. When it comes to head-to-heads, though, I'm very interested to see exactly how this one ends up going between the Oppas, in between Eruption and SemperFi. I think that's going to be a big deciding factor. But before we can go into the matchups, I do think we might have the vetoes with us. I'm just going to check that one. No, not quite yet. So when we do, we're going to be shifting out towards those in a bit. Stay tuned, guys. We're going to be back after a short break. Right into things we go on Inferno as SemperFi will be entering into their own map pick on the T side. Noise and Side Effect already taking a fair bit of damage. Side Effect is down and out. Magnums and Xenization will be answering back with some quick frags. And as Noise is going to be still left alone in the apartments, it is his CTs on Banana who are left to try and deal with Shady, the star player of the SemperFi side, who has been really putting up numbers recently as they look to make their way back onto LAN and into the international stage in many ways. Xenization will take down Valiance as well. SemperFi off to a hot start. Well, rather actually, Eruption is off to a hot start, while SemperFi is somewhat left behind. Bomb will be planted though from SemperFi. Shadi and Savage will be able to get it down and into position. Shadi hoping to find the early duel versus the library players. Xenization, however, stays alive. A Molotov to the back is certainly going to help extend, but the problem is still going to be that apartments player. Shadi, good for one. Can he make it two? As there's going to be Savage collecting on the second. Noise and Xenization trying to close the gap, but they're instead just being closed down completely. The double S brigade from SemperFi looking seriously good in that post plant. Of course, to anyone tuning in right now, SemperFi is on the T side, not on the CT side. Eruption and SemperFi have had their logos reversed on top. We're going to get that fixed as fast as we possibly can. Fury with the scout is taking a quick peek down middle. This is a man who has made his name in many ways on Inferno. Always been a player to keep an eye out for it. You have to go back to 2023 initially when he was on that Eruption side. The only player who's left behind in the transition to Atox from Dobu and the gang. Maybe for the best given recent affairs when you think about it. Has turned out to be better for him. But for now, Eruption are going to continue to try and defend versus a supercharged SemperFi after that T-side start. Went so well at the 2 versus 4, but again, it's Shadi to be able to find the initial opening frag. Fantastic stuff to come through, and Xenization will be left without too much support from Magnums. Magnums doesn't have any utility, would have to throw himself through the smoke, and when the UMP doesn't find itself any real kills, the boosting play of Side Effect is going to be left to do basically nothing. Valiance also picking up 2 quick frags, and SemperFi are off to a very hot start. One of the cool things to have about SemperFi on LAN is the fact that you've got a veteran like Alistair back into it, right? Alistair has been in Mongolia before. He's been able to qualify for majors from Mongolia before. He's been a player who's no secret to the Ulaanbaatar crowd as well. He's got a serious fan base out there, and understandably so. He's one of the most celebrated Australian players of recent history at the very least. Even if he's not necessarily always celebrated internationally, he has been a demon in the region at times gone by. This tournament, however, seems to be the story of Shadi and Savage being told so far. To be frank, Shadi and Alistair have been spearheading the task force and certainly were helped out by their performance at defrag, don't get me wrong, which is one of the reasons why they have been ranking up in the VRS points category as well. Valiance from the back 10 waits for aggression to come over his ways, but Savage is going to be able to cut off Side Effect's head, immediately followed up by Valiance finding another pick. So despite Fury getting a kill with the Deagle, it still is going to be Eruption who are left pretty high and dry as far as the kills that they're getting are concerned. Now, of course, with this being SemperFi's map pick, we are expecting them to get off to a good start. I managed to get a comment from Viridian, funnily enough, on his stream. He is co-streaming as well. Shout out to him, always supporting the Australian scene. Good man that he is. Viridian was talking about how this is a team that is a comeback team that's going to be getting the land buffs, and if nothing else, they've got very good mental because of Alistair, who's always been a bit of a talismanic player for whichever team he's in, even if he's not playing particularly well at times. He's always been one to shout about and make sure that his teammates are getting riled up. It's been one of his big strengths and has been seemingly missing from some of the Oceanic teams that are currently existing still. SemperFi are now up to 3 rounds, and maybe they won't need that corralling together. If they are playing like this, it is going to be a dangerous prospect. Deep HEs and nades being exchanged from either side out towards Banana. The double Molotov into Sandbag certainly isn't going to help, but Shadi makes up for it with a very important kill. Keen will be able to refrag Zenization as well. Forces rotations back over to this B bomb site, but those rotations are limited in number. Only Fury will be the one to find his way back to B. It's A, where things can still be interesting. Magnum's a player with some serious veteran presence, is going to be assisting side effects and trying to hold down this A bomb site, but although he's providing good cover fire onto the apartments players who are trying to move their way forward, those apps players are going to be quick to disengage. They've got the rotation back from Fury 5k, but remember there's a minute left on the clock, so SemperFi could be overcooking this. If they're not willing to hard commit to a B bomb site play soon, this will be problematic. Fury, immediately decapitated, but Alistair's got the bomb, and he's gone back and lost it in the process. Magnums could even find the kill through the smoke. That is not what the doctor ordered. SemperFi had full access to the bomb site. Alistair goes back for a kill that he's able to find, but I don't know if he even registered that he had the bomb. There's no other reason why he would ever go back in a position like that. This kill from Shady, by the way, dirty. But at the end of the day, Eruption's still able to get themselves off that first round with 2 players still kept alive. SemperFi are not going to be happy about how that went, but maybe they can put it behind them and just move on out quickly as can be. Alistair, scope out in the middle, is going to be unable to punish on the jiggles of Magnum's. Noise is the one getting aggressive, though in the meanwhile it's nades from the T side that are receiving that aggression. Very well done with a flashbang, but Noise still allowed space to recover. Shadi doesn't cover both sides of that logs and broom combination out in Banana, and as a result of that he will lose his life. SemperFi in the meanwhile have got Savage positioned nicely into arches, or rather the brackets. Fury has made this a 4-man stack on the A-bomb site. But Noise having this much utility, it's not a very risky play to go for. At least that's what they're feeling like. Alistair misses his opportunity on the jump spotting player, as he will not be able to punish Noise, who continues to remain aggressive, spamming away as well. Fury fully clears out bracket, re-peeking into middle is a mistake, though Savage will punish it immediately. And with Magnum still left behind, the Molotov will be able to clear out things from middle for a while longer, but the aggression coming out is in the hands of Keen. He makes his way forward through Boiler, he's being washed out for, but with the Molotov to push side effect back, Keen is lucky to still be alive. 1 HP is all he's left with. He's still putting out the pressure, but 25 seconds left, and Noise, this Molotov could be the unraveling of SemperFi should they not have a smoke remaining to actually extinguish it. This is going to be a smoke going out towards Coffin and CT. Molly out from the CTs, and it is the T-side Molly, so they've got plenty of time wasted off because of it. Noise ends up flashing himself. It's a misplay, but it still buys time. And with the MP7 spamming away, Noise only had to stay alive. Alistair gets a critical kill that'll let the bomb be planted, and SemperFi are somehow back in control of this round. Ali getting aggressive there, and it's Savage doing the same, but Maxim and Zenization will be bringing the round back into contendable territory. Keen is on 1 HP, so this is going to be a game for Valiance to win out. He has to bait Keen, and Keen knows where Magnums is coming in from. He still just gets the kill. Fantastic stuff, and it's all allowed by the veteran Opper from the SemperFi side. Gotta look at the skill from Alistair again. The fact that he gets aggressive so fast. He sees that his teammates are lost in the flashbang. Great recovery as well, and he's willing to take matters into his own hands. This is exactly what you see from Alistair coming out in a regional affair. Unhindered by inhibition, it is a man unleashed. And certainly assisted by the form that Shady and Savage have been showing off. Noise pushing in with a 5-7. Damage is good, but not the kill found. Shady's able to move back. 4 on 5 for Eruption as Fury spotted out the AWP of Shady as he was pulling it out. The switch visible to anyone who's watching. Synchronization. So it's jiggling the corner, and he will be asking for rotations to come through. Eruption have chosen the basket that they will fill up with their eggs. Now the question is it going to be cracked and rotten eggs, or is this going to be a nice juicy omelette to munch down on? SemperFi are posturing back to the B bomb site with side effect, getting this much map control out aggressively into apartments and feeling comfortable in saying that he has the A bomb site under control. This is all going to be a game of timing. Xenization, smoke is really well placed. It's going to be there until about that 12 seconds mark or so. So for SemperFi, who are running up, they execute early on. They'll be wrapping back into the A side. They think they've found out that there's no one over here, but with side effect using his smoke, he'll be caught off guard. Keen circles back, is able to flank it out and take care of the solitary CT defender in that A side. SemperFi again in the late round will be able to reclaim their positions. Nice kill from Xenization right now. They're only looking for those extra bits and bobs of money to be able to take back into the next round. Magnums is, however, not going to find anything. Only the single kill, $50 across the boat for Eruption, is not going to be too helpful at all going into the next round. I don't think they've got enough money to be able to buy up the AWP. The start from SemperFi is certainly reassuring. It's exactly what you want to see coming out on Inferno. Of course, for those of you who haven't seen the bracket just quite yet on HL TV, you can also just listen to me about it instead. SemperFi will be going up against the winner of FlyQuest versus AlterEgo should they take this series. But Eruption are hoping that it won't come to that. Oh, great! Pop open off the smoke. Alistair peeks out, is able to punish Noise for the aggression that he's been going for time and time again. Does jump into a grenade, which isn't helpful, especially when Fury's spamming away from behind the smoke. But these flashes are just going to be making it hellishly difficult to hold on to this B bomb site. Fury even tries to peek in from behind that Molotov. Keen will shut him down. This aggression from the lurk back from the A site into B instead. Keen will be taken apart. 3-on-3 is found as Keen didn't have any players nearby to be able to assist him in that B side take, but the aggressive lurk shows that once again he will be the reason for the bomb plant to come through. If Savage can just get a smoke out on the moto, this is going to be an easy enough bomb plant. All posted up for Alistair as he's waiting for the rotations to come through. Even the Molotov will force side effect forward. They haven't heard him coming back in, and he almost picks up the bomb as well. Valiant has to be careful to not fall by the wayside the way Alistair did in their one-round loss. Eruption, that gap in the smoke will have made it more difficult for any potential recession back to pit, but Savage was already playing from graveyard, so he can reposition there whenever he wants, as long as he deals with his flanking player from apartment. Side effect brought down low, but both players might be low. They're not dead yet. Valiant's hunting for this last deal. Xenization from the side, trying to isolate him as well. Will not be able to find this kill fast enough. Xenization does not have the kit. It'll be barely in time to be able to stick the defuse. Fantastic stuff coming through on the retake over there, but again, it's a little bit of a misplay as they don't hear the audibles of the fire and the footsteps. That will happen on LAN. Don't be surprised about it. A 1v1 for Eruption being the way they win the round is not the best though. You remember what I said going into this one? They didn't have perfect money. There wasn't going to be an AWP, and losing all but one over here means that although you will be able to afford the op, you're still making sacrifices around the rest of your buy. A little bit of a pause coming through. And you heard that call. They have no utility. That is Alistair in the background that we've heard. The discussions are accurate. The utility should not be fantastic on the Eruption camp, but with the assisted kills that they have found in that last round, the extra $200, as well as all the extra 300s from the kills themselves that you are picking up, will mean that utility isn't as bad as you might think it is. So if you try and go for a call like a faster banana take or something like it, that could be a problem. Notes being taken in the background as well by the SemperFi coach. That would be Kingfisher. Long-time coach for quite a few different teams across the Australian circuit. Eruption themselves, I gotta say, Noise being shut down this hard is a little bit of a concern to me. He's obviously a player I highlighted a lot going into this one, but Magnums and his AWP are going to be the star of the show for this round. Fast call out towards the brackets, pop. It'll be it. Magnums will be isolated if they're able to find the one kill. Magnums refaces back in. Savage's double entry is going to be assisting them in getting control of Library and Archers, though, as Zenization will go for the slower rotate. He's cut off by the smoke that's been thrown out on Divider. Magnums misses his chance to get the kill. Maybe the grenade can chase Alistair down, but as the smoke is breached, Valiance will have his brains breached as well.
Magnums refaces back in.
I hear myself.
Double entry is going to be assisting them in getting control of
Okay, I no longer hear myself. I also don't hear anything else, which might be for the best when we think about it. Shady trying to go back out towards that B-bomb side, and as he does do so, Alistair will be flanked from behind. Zenization able to find the bomb and shut it down. That's going to be the end of this round. Shady's death, courtesy of Noise, certainly helpful in that process. You can see what they're thinking on the SemperFi camp, right? They're expecting this to be a slightly worse buy. They are hoping that they can just go up for a faster pop flash in, but unfortunately, the fact that Fury is able to find that kill with the MP9 on the initial point of contact just makes it so much easier to trade 2 for true, despite Savage's excellent entries into middle. Excellent pickoff down towards middle as Magnums will take down Keen. It is SemperFi who are, of course, on the significantly worse buy. Eruption. This is their time to be able to build up some cash, and that's exactly what they look to do. Fury, dry peaks are dangerous, but if they pay off, they feel so damn good. Magnum's getting a little bit of the same. Fury keeps on peeking through. Shady's going to be dealt with as well. Eruption, find 4. I'm obviously SemperFi camp, because one of the things that I think a lot of Australian talent that I've talked to, as well as sort of Michael Umikasidi, another keen observer who you will get to see for the Asian region later on in the next series onwards, is that some of the Australian teams we've seen do have a problem of starting very hot but also cooling down fast. So when Viridian tells us that, hey, you should expect SemperFi to be a strong mental team, I'm really excited about that. But even the strongest mentals can crumble when you're out and about in an international land. You're slightly jet lagged up. It's a long flight from Australia to Mongolia. Hell, to be honest, it's a long flight from Australia to anywhere. So let's hope that they will not be bogged down by that same curse, while Eruption is hoping for the opposite to be the case. Eruption, a team that has been on the journeyman position a little bit too long on the Asian side of things. These players are too good to drop down, but it doesn't feel like they're good enough to be able to break through the ceiling. A tournament like this will always be what you look to try and make their debut. That's what we saw from Mongols, IC, Chinggis Warriors all those many times. Fury, though, that is a big whiff. A critical kill that's missed means that Valiance can turn around and shut him down. It's only one player left on the bomb side. Side Effect fully blinded. Look at how good these flashes are. And Side Effect, sure, he picks up one, but it'll never be the second kill. And you still have consolation, rather insurance in Shady. He was playing next to the smoke in case someone was going to get aggressive around and through that. And while Magnums is forced back, he'll just be looking to save this up. Xenization will do the same to his AK. Eruption cannot defend. Fury missing that kill is going to be absolutely critical. Credit out to SemperFi though. Fantastic call from them, from Spawn, and also just the flashes going out to keep the back of the A side blind the way they did. Side Effect didn't have a chance. The fact that he even gets one kill, he's more than done his job. Looking good on SemperFi. Valiance now up to 10 kills as well. Not a player that I've talked too much about, and honestly I think for good reason. He's not been a player that there has been all that many murmurs around in general. He's obviously been a solid piece for the team, but the idea that this could be another factor that can level up going into the international scene is certainly a welcome addition to the narratives that keep on racking up for SemperFi. Flashes galore. Noise is waiting for another peak on another opportunity to go forward. The HEs are good, but the flashes aren't there to accompany, and the spam through the smoke is going to be completely avoided. SemperFi still have quite an aggressive position. I don't know if Eruption realize it. But Eruption themselves are not going to be giving up their spots either, not until they get Molotoved away from Car, which seems to be the call. Alistair holding on to that molly for dear life, while Keen will be pushing forward. This will not be an access point that is easily breached, so Noise is already backed off, but now he refaces with the help of a flashbang that pops too late. None of them is blind, and Keen's aggressive entries will continue to be pushing forward. Unization, back of the pillar, peeks out a bit too early. SemperFi again just continue having fantastic flashbangs, but Alistair's lost the bomb. It's dropped inside the smoke, and if there's anyone to spam it, that could be a problem. The good thing is there's only an AWP, and while Fury's been neglected at the back of the bomb site, Magnums will be able to tag team it up to bring it back to a 3-on-2, and Side Effect comes in from behind. There's the bomb dropped yet again. 11 seconds on the clock. Shady's got to do it all, and he's only able to find one more kill. Fantastic stuff for Eruption to be able to bring it back up to 5 and still be in contention for a 6th round over here. But SemperFi really losing out on the 5 versus 4. They're able to create for themselves. Xenization sells the fact that he's alone on this B bomb site, so effectively they completely neglect the idea of Fury being available and ready. great stuff. Absolutely phenomenal. For SemperFi, they will be able to walk into this round with their head held relatively high. 6-5, but not without a chance to make it 7. Guns are good. 3 AKs, a Galil on a Tech 9. That is certainly enough to be able to get a play to work. The problem is they've got very few HEs, only Shady having the single HE available to him. And as they do set up the lurk smoke for themselves out on Banana, deeply so, it is going to be Shady over here to try and take advantage of for the HE used earlier on. Not the most damage found, as Eruption are largely healthy across the board. Noise pushing forward. Shady is expecting it, slow peeking in on land. Always a tough prospect, even more so when Shady's on the other side of that crosshair. Eruption rotating back to the B-bomb side quite early on, but the bomb is still positioned outside of A. Side effect has been left alone. Back in mini pit. Xenization? What's going on over there? I don't know if he pressed tab or something like it, but he completely misses his opportunity. That window is gone, but they're expecting this to be a B-sided stack, and they're right about it. Can they break into A without losing too many members? Side effect, here's a player coming over his way. He knows he has to get at least a double kill in a position like this, but he won't find even the one. Keen's able to take him down, and with the CTs now being trapped in 2 versus 5, they'll be forced to push through the smoke. Fury's got no targets though, and with that, Magnums is left alone with an AWP. A quick scope will deliver the single kill, but it's only statistics on a scoreboard that won't be swinging the round in any way. Eruption find 5 at the turn of the half. Sure, that's good, but it's still an advantage to the way of SemperFi off the back of some fantastic entries. We're gonna have to wait to see if they can continue it on after this break. Seven to 5 for the Australians, but Eruption still come in with a chance to make it happen on home soil. Ulaanbaatar welcomes them into her open arms, but can they still progress forward within that nurturing grasp of the motherland? Keed, 2 leads at the ready. Flashbang will be doing nothing. Savage will just move back and hope that Keen will be able to reface back in. Once Eruption have started to aggress, this is a very tough timing to hit, and Keen realizes it as well. He's called it off. The smoke that he has in his pockets is going to be the primary stopping power, and with the flashbang behind it, it's not bad in the slightest. Keen is pushing forward through the smoke is what he wants to do. Noise is already past it though, and he will be able to get the backstab, maybe even go through the smoke himself if he wants to. Keen's head chopped cleanly off, and the rotations are called back towards the B bomb set, but they're not completely heated. Alistair sticking to A. This is the perfect call to come through for SemperFi. They're going to have their defenders in the right position, but can Eruption evade it entirely by going archers? It's a game of cat and mouse, but with Savage being dinked up, you do start to see the temptation to still go A. And indeed, that's where they will end up. The well-fortified position of the map. Shady misses out on side effects position, and a side effects double will give Eruption the A site. It'll also give them the round. Up to 6 now, as Eruption will take away that pistol round. Noise being a major part of that. I'm very surprised to see that Keen and Savage play out towards the banana side of things. To be honest, the flashbang through the smoke is obviously, it's a common enough occurrence, but this late into the round, this little information to be gained over there, it is slightly surprising. They just felt like it was the only way they'd be able to find out where the T's are going, but right now as Noise will be moving forward, shoulder spotted, and Savage will just overrun. The aggression comes through. You heard the call. Go, 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 as they're trying to face down these Mac 10s and get the better off them, but the problem is they're backed off and backed up by the Galil of Zenization. Rotating back over towards the A bomb site will not be giving them a free plant at all. Valiant and Alistair are both going to be waiting over here. Valiant's managed to make his way back over towards the bomb site. This is getting more and more dangerous for Eruption. They've got flashes but no Molotovs to actually displace these players. And the late smoke coming out towards apartments is even more troubling. Shady, all he has to do is make sure that there can't be a flank to come out through Moto, but he even does more than that. Gets information about the bomb. He spots it out in Fury's hands. That's where you can try and just double down in this position, only leaving Savage behind on the B-bomb site, but Keen will be the one to aggress through. The MP9's combination will be able to get information, but Magnums gets a collateral. Fantastic job, as Keen will be the first to fall. Savage left alone to try and fend off versus the two aggressing factors of SemperFi, and they are still undecided about where to go. This UMP could still be hidden away. Zenization doesn't get the chance to spot out Savage first, but he still gets a chance to turn things around on him. And in this 3 versus 1 now, you have to wonder if Savage had only been able to finish off Zenization, he would have had a serious chance to make this round go awry for the SemperFi side. It's a solid attempt. Good push coming out to give them the 5-on-4 initially, but when Magnums gets a shot like that where they're both lined up, it's just a little bit of fate helping out the Mongolian side of things. Even Zenization staying alive like that, yeah, that's not too fun. Big quad kill from Magnums to guarantee that round. To their feet, and Noise with a double. Eruption is right back in the fray, and the lead, and they have been struggling to find throughout this entire game, will finally be actualized. As long as they can close this out, it will be a ridiculous blunder, a mistake of epic proportions should they end up losing over here. Aggression for the CTs as they hope to find at least one more kill. Side effect does get brought down a little bit lower, but like we said, there aren't really the most chances for SemperFi to do much over here, and without getting a single kill, their money's still fine. But you are wondering what the call is going to be. Alistair, to afford up the AWP, it's going to be potentially making some attempts on an early aggressive peek with it. He's certainly the kind of player that you would expect that from. Single kit available for SemperFi, but beyond that and Alistair missing some utility, it is largely a pretty good buy. Alistair's not going for anything too fancy. Actually, the boost is going to find the first kill. There isn't anyone ready and available to actually punish in through the apartments. They went for a slower attempt of getting bedrooms control because they didn't want to be making noise. Alistair, however, will be able to make his way back to that A-bomb site, inside the site, as he's looking to be pulling out some combat. Oh, big close range, the head pulled right off, and Alistair's got another one. 3 in total, as he's done all he needed to, or all that could be asked of him, and more. Eruption still with a chance. Side effect has picked up that orb that was dropped over. He will not be able to put it to any use. Shots missed and Savage punishes. Leaves Xenization alone. 11 kills on the man. Needs to make it 14. First one is good. Second chance is given up. But Keen's position a little bit too strong. This round still comes off the back of a fantastic showing from Alistair. 3 critical kills. The first one to open up the round. And the following double on the bomb site while they are aggressing. Eight to 8, SemperFi right back into it, and Alistair maintains that AWP, which is going to be also important in keeping the aggressive face that SemperFi like to put on. Coming in. A deep grenade could do so much right now for Keen and company. Alistair right behind, has to be careful. This smoke will start to dissipate soon enough, and with the boost being set up, he's ready for it. Alistair is reading them like a book. And one with pictures, if I'm being honest. Grenades are good as well. Magnum's not feeling like he's got anything to offer, and with Alistair going for a second peek, it's his second frag found. Shady's position expected. Fury will at least get an answer. 3 rotations coming back in from the B-bomb side. SemperFi are hard committing to this A-bomb set, and they're right to do so. Eruption have all of their members ready and waiting. Valiant's only job is to be able to buy a little bit more time. There is a Molotov available should Magnums want to deploy it, but no, he can't do it before Valiant's finding the kill on the side effect. Even Keen just overruns Fury. Magnum's left alone, shot baited out, and he might be best off trying to save this up going into that next round. There's certainly very few possibilities of him actually getting away with a round win. And with 30 seconds left, you can already see him start to move back. He's going to be looking to that next round. And they're right. That is some fantastic work on Banana coming up from Alistair.
Counter-terrorists win.
Now it comes through. Get to see those replays from Alistair's perspective as well. First kill was great. Second one, maybe even better. Magnus is feeling afraid to be able to fight back, and despite the fact that he's had a pretty good game overall, especially when you consider that CT side, and the quad kill that he was able to find earlier on versus the Force Spy, Magnus hasn't been able to do all of that with the AWP, and when you're bringing that into a head-to-head versus, one of Australia's more decorated oppers of the last 4 or 5 years or so, it won't be the easiest time. Back towards the base of Banana as Alistair misses the chance, but it's a chance he will go for again and again. This is the nice thing as well about the Australian Opera that you have to love, which is that he is certainly a momentum-based player when he is hitting the shots. He doesn't stop going for early picks pretty much ever. He's never worried about, hey, oh, what if they bleed into me? What if this happens? What if that happens? No, none of that nonsense. A little bit more of an exchange out towards Banana as far as the snap is concerned. But again, it's Alistair who you're expecting to be able to put up the numbers. Fury takes him down. The Deagle, fantastic shot being hit. The grenade that's good from Shady. But Shady is going to have to really pump up the numbers. Valiance, in fact, was the one who threw the grenade. And Shady unable to capitalize on the damage that it's dealt. SemperFi will be losing out on a big round over here. Alistair sure could have hit that shot earlier on versus the Eagle, but more than that, it did feel like the chances being missed back into short in the attempt to re-aggress. The Eruption just gets a great timing. It's a really good call for them to go when they do after the initial kill on the Opper. They've recognized how fast SemperFi have been rotating, so it becomes very much about either getting the right call and dodging the wrong bomb site, or just getting the right call and getting the right timing.
Terrorists win.
I wonder what that timer is behind them. Who knows? SemperFi are going to be in a tricky position now. They will be without utility on two of their players, and they also need to win this round. Should Eruption take this one home, you can really see them walking their way to the bank on Inferno, and should that be SemperFi losing their own map pick, that will be a real problem. Keen peeks on and on, only to have his head immediately chopped off. The guillotine of Eruption will take a pause and a breather as they try and figure out, okay, we've got actually a really important entry out towards the B bomb site. Savage should technically still be there, but also we don't know where Alistair is so far either. How do we make this work for us? They will have to walk through the CT smoke to get to that B bomb site. Incendiary goes quite deep. Savage just wants to pick up another one. Flashbang dodge as well. And all of these follow-up utility pieces that Savage is throwing is all to delay, but no one's going to be rotating in. The rest of SemperFi have really committed out towards a saving gamble, and if Savage gets aggressive over here, he won't be given a chance to join his teammates. But Savage gets a kill through the smoke. Make that two. That's big. He will get traded at the end of the day, but it's still a 3 versus 3. Eruption's only advantage is going to be how long it takes for SemperFi to rotate, and apparently that advantage is enough. SemperFi not having the kid over here don't feel like they can rotate back into a 3 versus 3 where they're only going to have 25 seconds to actually position themselves and fight for that side. You feel for Savage in a position like that. Doing so much to defend the bomb site, even if some of those earlier incendiaries aren't used quite to perfection. But he'll be fortunate enough to be able to have a gun dropped over to him pretty soon. Will not be an M4, but hey, beggars can't really be choosers at this point if they want to buy in from behind that round loss. Good on Noise as well. He's had a slightly snooze fest of a game, especially in that first half where he kept on getting punished for the aggression that he was going for deep into Banana. But that same aggression is not going to stop. He keeps it as a feature of his performance, even if he's going to be maybe dying more often than not in the earlier stages of the game. He's still going to be able to play his role out to perfection. No early banana trades will be coming out. SemperFi have Alistair out exploring into apartments. He could have even been a real estate dealer, if we being very honest. Big market in Australia. If the FlyQuest exit hadn't done too much for him, but we would have lost a big man in the Asian region. Right now, we might be losing him from the tournament if Xenization keeps on playing like this. 15 and 12. Valiance out in the apartments is going to be able to find one, make it two. Valiance is really right back into it. Savage as well, but the Farmers is able to put up a show, and Shady will have plenty of time to rotate back in. With the CT smoke that's there, if he can spam them through the smoke, that would be massive. He misses out on his chance to do any damage, so Eruption will have a pretty good 2 versus 3 setup, but with Alistair coming in from behind, just watching out for what he expects to be aggression from Xenization to be inevitable. It will come down to what Valiant wants to get done. Xenization goes down, incendiaries go back, and Magnums reveals his position. A smoke onto the back of the bomb site means that Magnums is going to be consistently gray screen. They're expecting him to have rotated away, and Valiance will find him just still plotted down a sitting duck. SemperFi will bring it back to a 10-all score. I mean, this is the double kill that really just makes this round so possible. Fury and Side Effect had to be able to punish Valiance in a position like that. Oh, but they're ready. One more time, Alistair. Getting aggressive in the middle. One of the good things about him consistently being allowed to save the AWP is that he has never let go or let down his teammates in his attempts to go for early aggression points. It'll be a very interesting matchup to see against Regardie should both the Australian teams proceed forwards. But before that, SemperFi still have a very tough opponent to beat. Eruption has been neck to neck with them, 10 and 10 right now. Noise will be the first one to fall, but Xenization trades that one. You also have to keep an eye out for Side Effect and what his plans are over here on this A-bomb site. Oh no, that's another quick kill found. Savage taken down before the smoke could actually bloom up, and Side Effect is going to continue forward. Is there another one? No, Valiance is going to be the immovable pillar of this A-bomb site, and as he repositions back over for Mini Pit, the AWP will have to be the one that's actually trying to chase him down. Shady will come in from behind as well, repositions, and Magnums misses his chance. SemperFi up to 11 will absolutely break the Eruption economy as well. This is likely going to be a 12-10 start on their own map pick. Wow, I mean, I can't believe Alistair gets that kill over there. Noise looked like he had every advantage with the first spot and everything. Great job between Alistair and Valiance on the CT side. We've seen so many critical rounds coming through from them. This one will be no different. And no, Noise is going in for the force spy. Eruption want to fully commit into what is going to be their last hurrah. If you lose over here, remember $2,400 loss bonus is a terrible place to be. The Molotov as Alistair's feet are saying it is still going to be a very good kill that he takes back with him. SemperFi will leave Alistair behind on the B bomb site. We'll put 4 players over here on A. And look, that's a good place to be. especially considering that Eruption has largely been avoiding trying to actually go for late round rotations. They've had a lot of good late round calls and late round commitments which come through with good entries onto a bomb site. That doesn't mean that they're the most comfortable with having this waited out the way that it has so far. Savage and Keen. A flashbang would go such a long way, but Keen is just going through that smoke. The flashbang now comes in. Keen is in behind. He's good for 1. Damage out of the second. Savage and Shady will be able to finish them off as well. SemperFi on 12 as Eruption are left with $2,500 to try and fight back. Facing down map point, Eruption are in trouble on Inferno. What a retake coming out onto brackets. A great little gap that Keen's able to find for himself, moving through the smoke, getting the perfect timing to enable Savage and Shady to activate as well. 12 to 10 Eruption with a single Galil, and a lot of Tech9s will hope and pray to whatever god they want to. But hey, please let us get through, and these grenades are certainly a good way to start. Keen's taking heavy damage, but Alistair reminds them that grenades might get damage, ops get kills. Eruption, much of their utility use will now look back to the A-bomb set, which they tried to breach without a flashbang and with a red-hot Alistair on the other side. And I'm not just talking about his golden locks, I'm talking about his absolute hammer hands right now, which are just pounding away at Eruption. Eruption smoke now down and out for the waterfall. Zenization will not be traded. Alistair's P250 is unable to find any kills either, and you're right back to a 3-on-4 as SemperFi, who were unable to defend this A-bomb site, have made an absolute blunder of it, a complete mess up, and they're forced back into a save. They've got okay money for the next round. Alistair will be able to afford up and buy as well, but the problem is Savage and Keen, they really don't feel healthy enough to go for this contest, especially with Noise having picked up an AWP. So getting back onto the site will prove to be incredibly difficult, but maybe SemperFi can still throw themselves at the problem and actually make this a good anti-save round as well. A couple more kills would go a long way. Keen is just waiting in from the back line. Side effect being played with completely contained in towards the A-bomb site, will end up falling with Noise as well to hit the deck. Damage is good, of course it is, but again, the problem is that the T-side money will generally be pretty chill about things like this. It's forgiving. After the round that you just won, taking forward a couple of rifles as well, this will be the full buy, even with the AWP of Magnums being featured. Last time out used from SemperFi. They have a decision to make. Is it going to be more of the same? Is it going to be more aggression from Alistair? Is it going to be more of this rock performance from Valiance? Or are they going to allow Eruption to be the ones to take control, try and take the early fights and fight for the late rounds? Both come with their own risks. Both come with a chance to let Eruption get to that overtime. Valiance backs off. You still have Shady trying to keep control over brackets with the help of Keen, not too far off in arches. Alistair did not go for that early aggression. And if he wants to go for anything in the mid-round, it'll have to be after Shady already makes first contact. Flash is good, Flash is great. And Shady, blinded out, will be eliminated, but Valiant fights back. There's that rock performance that we've been relying on so consistently. The smoke will not be able to extinguish the Molotov. Valiant still picks up another one. USB at the ready as he's running out of ammo, but the jumping side effect will take him down. Noise to find that last frag. SemperFi now left in the 2 versus 3 Eruption. Just a little bit too good at taking control of these bomb sites over on A. If they don't lose a man early on, deep nades and the like all coming through. Side effect taking serious damage but not killed. And without that kill, Noise will always have a player to play off of. Savage closing the distance, closing the gap. The flashbang present. Magnums gets one. Alistair alone. 1 versus 3. Attempting the second shot. Will miss it out completely. Eruption bring it to OT. The calls are coming out. More activity required, and that was how SemperFi won more of their rounds and not. But Shady being caught out like that in the open, double flashed up, no chance of proceeding. Valiance's double kill doesn't even matter. And now comes out OT. Difficulties in deciding how to play out the initial phases of this overtime. Eruption. I do wonder if they will be trying to get Magnums to also go for a defensive line to try and prevent any faster plays from Alistair, who is once again going to be going back over towards the B-bomb site. SemperFi will be fighting for brackets though, as their first port of call. Team damage on the nades is kind of high, if I'm being frank. Noise down to 45 HP. Doesn't feel very good. Keen. Smoked off in that first port of call that was supposed to be brackets is now already pushed back. Eruption are successfully going to be able to go out into brackets, but not out of the smoke. Fury taken away by Keen. Alistair's just been knocked out though. Beautiful shot from Noise as the pre-fire will work wonders. Savage immediately smokes off Newbox to give himself more time and space, but it is once again going to be an A-sided finish, which is where the bomb is making its way to. Noise made from Valiance as he drops back down into the mini pit. Eruption now going to be facing up versus 3 players here, as long as Keen is ready to stay committed to that A-bomb site. Instead, Valiance and Shady, the calls are out. They're expecting this to be A, but Valiance is caught out in the open. He has to fight, and he fights, but doesn't win it. Keen taken down next, as Magnum will be able to come through from the side. Shady left alone. A one-on-one, that's the one that matters. It's versus Side Effect, but Side Effect peeks out, wins it. 8 seconds on the clock. Bomb is planted. Savage left, full HP. A flash overhead that's dodged by Side Effect, and quickly the second kill to deliver death. Eruption will be the first team to make 13. Some seriously good stuff for SemperFi to put them where they're able to find that big lead, those multiple map points in a row, but Eruption has been so quick to respond and keep control over things. Deep grenades, a lot of damage. And Eruption are the ones to receive most of it. Is this going to be a peek down middle from Alistair in the late round? That's the only way you get information here. Keen is going to be committed to this boost for pretty much forever. If there isn't a Molotov out towards New Box, and Keen can still do a lot, but if there is and his teammate is forced to deploy the smoke, that becomes problematic. Good flashbang timing over here, though. In fact, might have been a self-flash, as Xenization will be kill 1 of 2 that Keen finds. Fury is his second victim, but now the boost has been dismantled and replaced. Savage, with the help of a flash, was maybe even hoping to re-navigate back over to Pillar. Damage is good. Noise is forced back down into Hobbit, and this extra safety that they're trying to find by going back to the A-bomb set is going to mean nothing to them. You see how aggressive Alistair is into mid. The HE grenade will be missing out just narrowly, and as Magnums makes his way back out over, it's his knife that's pulled out. There's only one player inside the bomb set itself that he needs to deal with, but Valiant has always been good at trying to just keep himself alive at the back of it. SemperFi finally get 13. Eruption. Their chance of ahead is still bring it all the way up to 14, and especially if they can find the early kill onto Alistair. They've had some blinders of shots. I mean, Fury's Deagle and Noise's AK have both been able to take him out multiple times, but this is a full creep crawl through. Magnums is back out towards long, and while Noise has found Keen and empty to be bombs, these rotations are all going to be heard. Fury peeks out for the double kill. The smoke is late though, so Savage is still fighting back. There's a player on the bomb set. It's Valiant, of course it is. Always alive in the late rounds, but he's worried about this bomb, rightfully so, coming in through long, but that bomb is now destined back for B. Valiant, if he just finds this one kill on a side effect, maybe this round's still possible, but side effect will back off with a second kill of his own. Valiant's alone. 1 versus 3. So much to do. So little to do it with. As he pushes out of that smoke, the flashes are all dodged, and Noise is going to be able to find yet another frag. I've got to say, that's some great positioning from Fury coming through to be able to find that double kill on long the way that he did. It starts off with the punishment of Keen, and look, that's fantastic and all, but Noise is just had a very poor game overall, but the second half onwards, he's been able to get these critical single kills at difficult moments, be it a, kill onto Keen in a position where he's able to force out rotations back to A, or be it a kill onto someone like an Alistair when he's on that D side and going in for aggressive peaks versus the AWP. A pause at the turn of the half to try and figure things out. SemperFi are experiencing more troubles than maybe they thought that they would. Eruption on the favored side with Magnums on the EWP. Foot head armor purchased up from Eruptions. They could end up having some monetary problems later on, but not if Xenization is getting these opening frags and just giving them full access over the map basically for free. There will not be any trades, and Eruption are fast to rotate. You can see this minimap with side effect this deep into second middle. They know they're comfortable with sending him off and letting him be alone forever.
4 players on Eruption. Wait for the push coming into them. Noise is good for the one, but Alistair and Shady able to find a kill apiece, and it's Fury to be the next to fall. Alistair through the smoke. Eruption plant their feet at the right point, but it's their bodies that are no longer connected to them. Destroyed, absolutely demolished, as SemperFi continue to rack up their audio boxes and their momentum. Their vocal boxes, rather, will be fried after this with the way they're yelling. That's what you love about the Australian Counter-Strike scene. Be it the crowds or the players, they all know how to have a good time when they're winning. 14-14 is hardly winning though, but Magnums being without an AWP is. Should Eruption lose here, they would be left without money to be able to afford up a serious buy. Very nice deep grenade is going to be such a boon. 66 HP on Valiant, 70 on Alistair, 80 on Keen. All of these guys are well within a 1 ding territory for the M4A1. Slowing things down is SemperFi, as they will still be going back over towards the B bomb site. Alistair finding Noise is a big one. Ionization is alone. Keen's death doesn't really matter all that much as long as Alistair can stay alive. The Ionization can't do the same. Now you don't have access to middle. Now you have to retake back in through CT spawn. Alistair will be able to block off side effects, so it's basically a 2 versus 3 on the bomb set itself. It's not a terrible condition to be trying the retake for, but Eruption would really rather save. Side effect finds Savage taken down, and as Shady and Valence will fall as well. Alistair is left all alone. A 1-on-3 that he needs to make work, and he's incredibly low. The Molotov could spread to him and just finish him off. That's exactly what ends up happening. Timeout's running out now for Eruption, but they have found themselves on their first map point. Of course, remember, if you've forgotten, I wouldn't blame you. It's been a while since it started. SemperFi did pick Inferno for themselves, hoping to inaugurate it with a map win on the iconic Australian map. Just 2 coming up next will be from the hands of Eruption. It will not be the easiest space for SemperFi to perform, even if they individually have been able to more than keep up so far. Alistair and Valiant sitting on 23 a pop, are topping out the entire server, closely followed by Side Effect and Ionization, both of the more recent additions, the younger talent of Eruption of Mongolia. Eruption can just hope to close things out here and now. A lot of Molotovs used out on the B-bomb site. Eruption will start to rotate back over to A as a result of it. SemperFi getting ready for the execute. Flashes and galore will start to sail through, but as all of Eruption are still at the back of the bomb site, these will not be easily isolated duels. Fury as well, should he even be able to just get the spam out through the smoke, could find these players on their way back in, and the Molotov from SemperFi is supposed to address that, but I don't know if it will. I don't know if it's enough. 3 players inside the site. Eruption are creating an impenetrable fortress on A. And who do they have to thank for it? It's Noise all the way back on B, who's decided, hey, I'm fine with anchoring this, to be honest. I'm not expecting them to be able to take anything away from me. Ionization as well. Just ducked into a corner. and 20 seconds is where SemperFi start to commit in. Fury will be able to get some spam damage out as well, but Side Effect just takes the head clean off. Side Effect keeps on fighting. Fury taken down as he goes in through the smoke, but it's enough of a distraction for Side Effect to do his thing. Alistair alone, a 1-on-3, and SemperFi have lost an opportunity, a big one, to close out their own map when Inferno goes the way of Eruption. Can they close it out on Dust 2? Let's find out after a break. And we're back into things. It's Dust to Eruption's map pick as they hope to close things down in a quick 2-0. The question is, can the Australian side persevere forward? Will SemperFi be able to go in and look for a date with the semi-finals? We'll have to wait to see. It is tea time, bringing you all the action from Blast Asia Risings. The quarterfinals continue. If you are just joining us, SemperFi losing out on their own map pick of Inferno. Earlier on, we had the Huns dropping FengDa from the tournament, which was the result of the first match. And now, it is going to be Eruption. We've got full control over the middle of the map with the util set looking like it's going to be a B-sided finish. It's going to be a solitary lurker going forward, and Magnums is already dead. That's not a great start to things as the bomb's been dropped and spotted as well. The problem is Fury, who's playing in from behind. Side effect and noise as well. Come through and come alive. It's some good kills being found, but with these two defenders on this B-bomb site still being alive, SemperFi are fighting back valiantly. Valiant and Alistair, the two top fraggers of that last game as well, hoping to pull together a bit of a miracle. Defending the entire map, an assault on the B-bomb site from all sides, and having to get all 5 kills, that's not easy, not at all. And Xenization will remind them of that fact. Valiant's low, being dagged up, goosed down. Xenization will be able to finish him off. Fury and company will pick up the pistol round on their own map pick. This T side starts off just how they wanted it to. It's a sharp shot on the Magnums, I have to say, right to start things off, and it made me feel like, hey, maybe this can actually work for them. But the problem is Xenization and Fury out in middle just had this fantastic crossfire where even if Fury's not able to get a kill himself, he helps Xenization set up for so many frags. So you get to see Eruption looking incredibly powerful. SemperFi right now, all 5 players sent out towards the B-bomb side. The only purchase they've got is a Deagle in the hands of Keen. They are going to be able to pull out the naked op on Alistair should they want to do so. In that next round, $2,400 loss bonus, let's not forget. The extra kills that they did pick up, of course, assisting in that as well. We might end up seeing a lot more options of glass cannon ops being purchasable into third rounds if you go for a full eco. As the time goes on with the new CTA economy changes, that'll be interesting to keep track of. And right now, a few more kills would certainly be helpful. Keen's Deagle is hoping to be one of the few that can actually pick those frags up, but a side effect is receiving shots to the head. It is still Eruption who keeps every single member alive. Quite a comfortable start to their own map pick. Recent record for SemperFi has been dry as far as Dust 2 is concerned. They've not been able to play too many officials recently in general, but them taking down what is now Ground Zero, formerly House Pets, in CCD Season 3, and then FengDa, the eliminated team from the lower side of the bracket, earlier on Dust as well in the ESL Pro League qualifiers. Strong top Alistair, though, on their first gun round, he's going to be able to find himself that first kill right down the mid doors. Ali, ready and waiting. But it is going to be Eruption who are resetting back for a potential retake of long. At least that's what the bomb feels like it wants to do, but you're going to have to contend with Alistair there, who sure has been left to be the only player, but really taking that an op is incredibly difficult. There's no flashes used either. They're only hoping he'll have rotated away, or they can take the duel and win it out, and with side effect losing his head, SemperFi should be able to put a full end to this A side finish, be it through short or long. Alistair will be going back just in case there's another player where that one came from. It wasn't just a lurk, of course. The grenade is good. Savage can't do too much about it. The players ramping up through the A side, but it's Valiance who's going to be able to drop the bomb back in CT spawn. Leaves Noise alone. Noise now fights for damage rather than the round, and damage he will not find. Players all alive. 3 taken forward. SemperFi comfortable with how that round went. All courtesy to the man on the screen, Alistair. Excellent start to the op. Noise. Decent enough of them made it towards the end of things, but yeah. It's another exchange that starts off with long being the battleground. Xenization is tagged and backed off. Alistair, this aggression, you love to see it in the Oppa's playground. He's the one who's sitting on a swing. Back and forth he goes. When through the smoke, it's safety found with barely any HP. This is exactly what you want, but Magnums is not slow to punish either. Oh, what a shot from Valiance. On the reposition out from back plant, he casually delivers a headshot as well. In the midst of it all, brings the advantage back. 4 versus 3, but this A site is feeling incredibly lonely. Savage will hope to inaugurate the scoreboard. 0 and 3 so far, and he's got 3 where that came from. Xenization is low. 3 not doing too hot either, but a great entry from Xenization will be able to give them access to the A-bomb side. The problem is that Shady and his AWP are going to be smoked off, so if you really want to do anything, it has to be with that HE grenade, which will find not 1 kill. Contender back out on towards the bomb site, but Fury can just wait it out. The smoke will have plenty of time on it. SemperFi's only real point of contention is going to be in through Valiance. If Valiance finds a one-on-one versus the player inside pit, that would be big, but Magnum repositions back out over. Valiance taken down. SemperFi back to save. They know they'd rather take this up into the next round. Alistair, some great shenanigans in the early round, but the fact that he doesn't get away to safety, it might have actually costed SemperFi more than they're willing to admit. Savage 0 and 4 on that start, losing a chance to get a critical kill, even if he would have been traded regardless. Means that Eruption are right back up to 3.
Terrorists win.
Eruption will stay true to their 5 AKs as Alistair now looks to be more of a man setting up for his team rather than trying to go for the early picks for this round at the very least. It is going to be a hyper-aggressive focus from Keen as he takes control over long doors completely on his own. Backs off and leaves Savage here again. I'm surprised that Keen doesn't drop out a smoke for Savage to be able to reject that one if need be, but he's more concerned about what's going on over here on the A-bomb site. Alistair, no early nades will be finding him. None of that tricky shrapnel business. Shady misses the timing. Fury's coming in from behind. Perfectly positioned to collect on Shady's mistake. And as Valiance is tagged up through the smoke, he can't aggress forward either. He's afraid, rightfully so, but he's still prioritized his positions perfectly to get that 1 kill. It's all you can ask from him, but SemperFi know this retake is just impossible to go for unless you can take down side effect and make this into a 3 versus 3. But even then, I'd argue you probably don't want to go for this. It just feels like Eruption are continually finding the 1 critical kill they need to get the job done. Thanks all around. Eruption. Now up 4-1. SemperFi will be able to continue buying up, but this is still going to be an uphill battle for them if they're not able to get a few more rounds on the board, the CT side. As much as we might say dust to his T side, I really think we've gotten to a point where we actually have pretty good parity. It's much more about the team that's playing it rather than the side that's being played on. And if players like Alistair are going for aggressive picks and actually finding them, you're expecting that to be a real pathway to success. The problem is, outside of Alistair and Valiance, who've been the consistent pieces for SemperFi from map 1 to map 2 now, who's doing anything? It's Shadi on 1 kill, Keen and Savage on 0. By the way, a lot of love out to SemperFi and the local sponsor they have as well. I do appreciate teams that are trying everything they can. So I do believe it's San Pedro Coffee that's on their shoulders. I'm sure they sell a good coffee if they're helping out Counter-Strike as well in Australia. SemperFi trying to get aggressive this time over into the lower tunnels out towards the B side of the map. What is there to do? When they try and regress back into long, they will be faced with Xenization. It's a good position to be in, but Alistair's ready for it. 2 HP is all he has left. The wall protecting him. SemperFi, a big advantage, but Fury's been given space. This is a terrible smoke. He's going to be able to go through it. Keen's not ready. He just can't live over here. Savage trying desperately to back off, and Fury dodges the flash, dodges the shot. Alistair will refrag, but not before he's lost 2. Valiant's forced to push into the B tunnels. It's going to be only Alistair left alive. Molotov blooms, grenade blows him up. And a double smoke thrown for good measure, means SemperFi are back into a 2 versus 2. The T-side players decide to split up. Magnums will be able to go for a back plant in long. That's where SemperFi send both of those retaking monsters. Shadi and Valiance coming through. Valiance, maybe the majority of their firepower in this series so far. The swings are going to be punished from side effect. Magnum's left alone. 1 on 2. Takes that first heal, wins it out, knows the second is right back there where it came from, and Magnums refuses to stop. The triple kill found and collected. Sure. Go for it. And look, in a situation like this, we have to also just consider that, hey, SemperFi, they aren't getting these advantages consistently, right? Even some of those where you think, hey, maybe you don't deserve it. But it's these small mistakes like the one you just saw over there, the smoke actually dropping outside of the long doors, giving Fury the space to be able to lurk through. And when you're playing against a Mongolian team, you have to be ready for something like this. Mongolian players are fantastic at exploiting utility mistakes. It's one of the best things they've learned to do. And I think a lot of it comes out from a lifetime of... We apologize for the delay, a little bit of a power outage going on, but it's okay. Even if the power is out, that doesn't mean we are 6-1 for Eruption. Where we left things off, SemperFi was feeling a little bit glum. If we're being frank, their money is in the bin. And Eruption are hoping to put the rest of them there as well. Absolutely trashing them out on Dust 2 so far. This has been an incredible performance from Magnums. Spearheading the charge now with 10 kills and 2 deaths. 117 ADR across the beginning of this map. SemperFi are hoping to have corralled the troops a little bit in that time. They got off with the power blackout. Of course, not ideal for anyone, but if they can reset their mental as they head forward, hopefully they can get Keen, Savage, and Shady a little bit more involved. Shady managed to get 2 kills in that last round, but they weren't able to amount to too much. Shady, however, still isn't accompanied by 2 of those players in his new grounds gained on the scoreboard. Not quite the half buy from SemperFi, but it is going to be something akin to it. Decent damage dealt from Shady, taking away that AK-47 as he will look to save that into the next round in the hands of Alistair. Shady and Savage, however, will be going back over towards the A-long side of the map. If they can find side effect, that would be big. 2 AKs taken forward would certainly be the cornerstone of trying to make a difficult retake into a very good save opportunity. Resmoke back from Xenization. All he's hoping to do is make sure that they can't be funneling through short later on, but for SemperFi, priorities are clear. Save our AK-47s. Yeah, why not? Came into this round with barely anything left alive, and now it is going to be, in fact, even another kill found. Is this going to be Shady to recover? He does have a clear pathway to it. Picks up 3 AKs, so an incredibly successful round for SemperFi. If you're going to see any sort of victory coming out, if it's off the back of a round like this one, that would be big. Couple of things still broken, guys, like you might expect, but hey, again, day one, nothing too bad going on over here. Magnums, double scope down middle, no kill found. He will not be able to make this feel like an unfair beginning for SemperFi. Savage and Keen, both of the players who've been given control over long, will be unable to find much in the way of success there. Shady is taken down once again by Fury. There's been a couple of times we've seen that exploited. Valiance is unable to find even the single kill. A Molotov back to CT spawn means that SemperFi is out of here. You wanted to see a little bit more for them, I understand, but this is going to be now 1-8. Eruption showing now no signs of letting go of the accelerator in this drive forward. In fact, they might still be looking for a bit of a hunt over here. Side effect damage is decent, but not really anything beyond it. Flashes inwards as well as they keep on hoping the CTs will overcommit into a bad fight. They'll use all of their utility. They're happy to deploy pretty much every single player in this position. Even if Alistair finds a couple of kills, it doesn't matter all that much. Xenization is coming in from behind. The flashbang to keep him away from Alistair. Keen as well, finding a few kills, now puts himself on the board. So SemperFi, despite the fact that it is going to be a basically 5-on-3 where they choose to save, they ended up in a 3 versus 2, 3 versus 1 now. They take a lot of the lives of the T side away, and that's nice. You know, that's good for your form, but that's not going to be a significant difference maker to anything in this game. Eruption have more money than they can use, pretty much. And sure, if they lose a round with every single player dead twice in a row, then maybe that 4th round for SemperFi is going to be something where they find a little bit more ease, but that's a long ways away. A very long ways away. If SemperFi even get to 3 rounds at this point, they're going to feel like, hey, at least it's a recovery. Flashes out of the face of Savage. They will be able to answer with a few of their own. Aggression from Keen right down middle, but you have to be careful about what Noise is up to. Alistair takes care of side effect. Noise will fall to Shady. So now it's going to be Eruption on the back foot. 3 versus 5. And they've got a noose around their necks. They don't know it yet. SemperFi are circling them. Oxygen running out.
time with it. It's a slow trickle of both as the sand in the bottom half of the hourglass will continue to grow. Eruption are hoping to find some good entry pathways. Savage still cannot find success. Alistair in the middle of a Molotov will be the one to collect on another kill. That keeps things in their favor, but with that second smoke down from the CTs, that's only going to buy space for the Ts. Fury even finds one before going down. Xenization has been given a real chance in this 1 versus 2. The bomb far off, that's the problem. And as he's looking for the one player whose position he knows, Alistair will be taken down, but running out of bullets is Xenization. It's shady to miss his first shot. It's still going to be a good collection. The spray continues. The AWP recovered. SemperFi will find the second round. Alistair, what a performance from him. That second kill inside the flames is giving him time to stay alive. Even the first on a side effect cannot be understated. Deep nade. Decent enough damage, but Eruption now. I talked about how it was going to be SemperFi who will only really be able to punish some economy of the T side if they win 2 rounds in a row. That's a serious chance here. As they've managed to stay alive thus far, Keen and Shady will also be coming back together to try and keep a hold of middle. Fury and Xenization. A fast assembly of the Vanguard smokes comes through on the dust. A sight, but it is going to force out aggression that is met with very waiting arms. Noise side effect and Xenization will rip apart the SemperFi CT side, and they're not done yet. Fury even goes through the smoke, finds Savage on the reload, who continues to find nothing, absolutely nothing in this map. Alistair even goes down at the end, and sure, they can afford up and up again. Sure, they can afford up a buy again, but that can't feel good. Savage is now 0-8. Alistair, who's leading the entire server on 14-6, just can't win them these rounds, not on his own. Not on the CT side. Valiance. Looked like he might have been able to line up a couple of shots onto Magnums as well with Fury's early death, courtesy of Alistair. Valiant through the smoke. There's that lineup that they've been looking for and hoping for. Noise the only one to find a frag. SemperFi will find 3 at the very least. But it is labored, it is difficult, and it is not looking good as we wait for that second half. They'll have a break to cool down. Can they figure it out before round number 13 starts? Let's find out after a quick break.
93 for Eruption. They were hoping for 10, but my goodness, what a performance to actually put them over here from Magnums and Zenization. Both of these players have been fantastic. Fury's had a couple of really key exploitations as well. SemperFi have a shining light in Alistair, but how bright can it shine before it is inevitably snuffed out? His candle is burning from both ends, and someone else needs to step up to provide a bit more assistance. Can it be Keen with that early entry? He had a late entry to the scoreboard itself, was really struggling in the first part of that half, but it was between him and Savage to see who can step up, and unfortunately Savage doesn't even approach the podium, let alone think about getting on top of it. Side effect is going to be backstabbed over here as well. Still alive, can go for 2, will collect that first, cannot make it the second, but he's still bought enough time out over here for the rest of his teammates to be able to collect around that bomb. Time's being wasted, Eruption without a kit. It is going to be the end of it all. Zenization though still fighting back, good for 2, but he's forced to reload. Those 3 kills in total, and Eruption find are all courtesy of him, but it's just not enough. That is going to be SemperFi finding bare minimum, finding the absolute must-have pistol round win. Eruption will elect for a full save with the smoke and a flashbang as their only featured investments. They can go for an AWP buy in the hands of Zenization later on if they want to. Flashbang is good, but they only get 1 kill. Alistair is able to collect on 2. So now at this point onwards, Noise is just hoping he can maybe pick up 1 more, and he's not able to do so. Nice headshot will add to his ADR, but ADR doesn't matter for Jack Diddley squat in a situation like that. Five rounds out on the board for SemperFi. Zenization has a choice of being able to drop an AWP out for Magnums if he wants to go drier on utility. That's exactly what ends up happening. Magnums now needs to make something of this. We've already seen what Alistair can do with his own weapon. Magnums will hope to reflect some of that success right back at him. An MTB bomb site. It's going to be defended by Zenization, who is actually assisted by a nice deep nade. First kill and second is found. Fury. What a call from him. Even pushes forward to find kill number 3, and Side Effect is the only one who goes punished for his transgressions into the T-side property. 4 on 2 for Eruption. Magnums op wasn't even really fully needed, but why not put it to good use? He will be able to keep it alive as Savage is left 1 on 4. Bombs recoverable, I guess. Time's aplenty, I suppose. But the silver lining stopped pretty fast there. And with his knife out in the open, there's no silver lining in the world that can take you out of that round with a win. 10-5, Eruption will not waste any time in that first gun round. Keen. Slow creep forward. Position's not bad. He can do a lot of here. Ay, that's not good. Drops down and the sound cue given over. Even if it's not fully registered by Eruption, it would have been enough to make Keen second guess that idea of going all the way through. Eruption even put Magnums back onto that short angle. Fury with a grenade could just destroy this aggression from SemperFi, but he instead wants to receive it. Back out towards long doors. Incendiary timing is early from Magnums. No one from SemperFi was going to be trying to go up all too fast. And as Fury will find Valiance, that takes away one prong of assault. Magnums misses his shot, misses his chance, and with a player down below, Keen's able to punish him. That forward face finally pays off. Double kill, and on the reload he has to be careful. Fury reveals position. Keen is honed in, hyper focused as Fury will be taken down as his third victim. Keen's been the one to deliver everything in this round, and despite an early mistake in the movement, he still really makes that short angle work. But Zenization is still making a run of this. Noise trying to close the distance back to a 2 versus 3. HE from Noise is going to be good over here as well as the Molotov that comes in from behind. Noise gets 2 big frags, and Shady up above only has an AWP to work with. 60 HP is all that he's got. Deagle pulled out, and that's what saves the day for SemperFi. They're still in it. I mean, that round gets all too close for comfort. Noise finding those 2 big kills. Who would have thought it was even possible for the 2 versus 4 to be recovered to that extent? Timeout for Eruption used. They don't want to let this one get away from them. There is still a lot of room for SemperFi to try and come back into these things. The problem is, if you receive nades like that, I don't even blame Alistair for it. It's just a good call from Eruption. It's a good gamble on those nades. Noise does reveal himself with the gun barrels showing, so it's a 1-for-1. Nothing too bad. Coming through with it. All recovered. Zenization is hoping to be able to push back in and punish that recovery, but Savage is ready on that very play. Top of B is the only presence that Valiance will be showing off. It's seemingly cleared out from Eruption, and Valiance is given the call. Guys, come back. Let's see if we can break into the B-bomb side. If Keen had gone down over there, maybe it could have gotten tricky. There would have been 2 rifles on the top of mid to be collected, but instead it's just going to be Fury picking up the 1M4. If Fury can save this gun, it does add a little bit more utility going in their way, but largely speaking, Eruption was always going to have a full buy going into the next round. That's what we were always more interested in. SemperFi, good job to be able to recover that early death to Alistair. Keen is seriously stepping up in these past few rounds. His T-side has been really impressive. If we can get a similar glow up from Savage to come through on the aggressive side of things, SemperFi could slowly be sneaking back into a threatening position in the series. Of course, remember, last map in play will be Mirage if we get to it. And with the way these teams have been playing, I would be surprised if that is anything but a slogfest. That's exactly what we're hoping for over here. The Blast Rising Asia qualifiers. Alistair, once again, Zenization quickly dealt with. There's that early aggression, and it is answered back with an MP9 that is not long for the world. 2 for 1 across the board. SemperFi feeling good about this, and Noise feeling the pressure to aggress forward. Alistair knows that he's read it already. Noise backs off. Will not overcommit, but he will ask for rotations. Start coming back over to B. If they have no one in short, then we have to gamble. That's what he's saying. At least I imagine. That's what he's saying. The gamble will be funneled in through lower tunnels. So side effect, one of the players who's been slightly more absent from the scoreboard will have his opportunity to shine over here. SemperFi coming back down into the lower tunnels. It's going to be slow peaks to come forward. Shadi will go down first. Side effect can't double it up. Do they read into Noise's position, or does it even matter? They're not sure. Do they go to B? Do they reclaim back to A short? Noise is waiting. Noise will be able to pick up Savage as well. Alistair yet to move. This bomb is fully isolated, and Magnums can actually hold down the cross back over towards the B doors, but he won't do so. Noise has been given that responsibility instead. Valiance is incredibly low. And Alistair should find this kill for free, but the grenade, that grenade might be enough. It is! Magnums finishes off Valiance and they can just stick to defuse. They don't have the kit though. Alistair will be in hot pursuit. A flashbang to try and push out, but Magnums has already found his head. The USB dink is good. Noise takes himself off the defuse just to guarantee the round, and Eruption have done it. That is a spectacular 3 versus 4 recovery. Noise maintains mid-control for so long that Side Effect is able to get that single kill into the lower tunnels. And with SemperFi double guessing themselves repeatedly, you can see their mentality going into this one. They feel like they're being outplayed, and that's what they're trying to read into. But Eruption, just by sticking true to their guns, that is fantastic stuff. 11-7, and Alistair will still be featuring this AWP, and a shot that of course he lands it. 21 kills overall, by far the leader in the server. If there was a man who deserves to win right here, you'd be hard pressed to say it's anyone but Alistair, but unfortunately the rest of his team hasn't quite been able to keep up to this lightning fast pace that he has set. Eruption showing that this is not a game of a man winning, this is a game of a team taking it home. Magnum, Xenization, and Fury, all of whom have been so integral to the efforts on Dust 2. And Xenization will continue to be just that as he fades back from the Deagles that SemperFi have posted in the upper tunnels. SemperFi don't fully commit out though. They will allow Eruption to resettle back into their seats on the A site. Oh, timing is good. Xenization catches out Keen with a knife in his hand. Does he realize there's going to be another player? Does it matter? Fury's back in the site, and he's the one we have to keep an eye out on. Great spray down as he repositions. Magnums is waiting for the crossover. There isn't going to be a smoke. The shot's now baited out, and Alistair has the advantage. One that he's going to put to good use. Another shot's given over. Alistair fighting for it all. He's got 3 kills so far. Shaddy finishes it, and SemperFi keep themselves in it. They only need an AWP on the mustached maestro of Australia. A throwback performance, it has to be said. He is taking this Latvian Australian stack, kicking and screaming into relevance. And once again, it's a peek down middle. From Alistair, Eruption. You have to feel like they will start to sweat whenever there is a player tearing up the server the way that Alistair is. But if it's Deagles with which they can remind SemperFi of their capabilities, and they'll take it. Absolutely they will. Ascent up towards that A-bomb site. SemperFi. They are still open to a few of these deagle shots. Flashbangs are running low. Side effect misses out on a couple of opportunities though, and that should be the end of it all. Hard to be able to fight into this assault when you have such few weapons that are close by to this D side. Unless you overrun Alistair with a missed shot from him, this will be tough. But in fact, it's Savage who's still here to try and back them up. Guns to be recovered. Noise with the AWP. Can he find the player before he recedes? It's going to be Shaddy trying to find cover back inside and behind the smoke. Valiance taking down the long play means that Eruption will just be moving back to save. They know how valuable their own economy is going to be in the next round, and saving these weapons is certainly going to help. SemperFi are getting dangerously close to equalizing the scoreline. 9-11 in a position where Eruption will not have a proper buy in the next round should they lose here. SemperFi have fought their way back from 9-2 down, rather 2-9 down, to now being 9-11. An incredible performance coming out from Alistair. Before I was saying Alistair and Valiance. Right now he is head and shoulders above all. The closest player to him is Valiance on that scoreboard, but he's still 10 kills behind. You can see why it was so difficult to replace this man on FlyQuest, but still, I insist on reminding everyone that Eruption is a team and has continually found holes in SemperFi's defense, and has continually be able to find these individual outplays. As much as momentum might favor the Aussies, what is down under could be buried very quickly by the Mongolians. Eruption are low in utility. And what is going to be a B setup from SemperFi is going to be met with Noise and Xenization, two players who've been doing not too badly. Flashbang not deployed from Noise, that's a mistake. He's still able to make up for it with a quick kill. Xenization back to the bomb site. They might be lining up for him. No! Savage and Keen! The set of entries, but it's Fury who is right back into things. Has to go back to retrieve the bomb that was dropped earlier on, but side effect is so far gone. 1-on-2. I believe there is a kit on the bomb site, but if he can't find a timing, that should be it. What a fantastic set of entries coming out between Keen and Savage. It really felt like you'd set up Xenization to be just the Undertaker in that situation. Noise missing out on the flashbang, sure, that's a problem, but he does pick up a kill, and that feels like it's more than enough. If even Fury's fast rotation over becomes twice as effective if Xenization is only able to get that one kill from that position. SemperFi used their last time out at potentially the most critical moment of a hair. They have to figure out the money, and that's important because I saw an M4 being bought right at the tail end of things. Eruption want to purchase. The babyface coach of SemperFi, Kingfisher, a veteran is in his own right. Has been able to help his teammates keep their cool. Fury features a lone M4. And he thought about going aggressive. He really did. Into middle. He's understood that that is most likely the one place where you're not going to win the duel. He will instead look back to the upper part of the B tunnels.
But this is being read into by SemperFi. Fury taken down, loses that M4. Now the only real chance for Eruption to be able to reliably win a round is if they are able to get a very good stack on either side of the map. Noise's position has been given up, and Alistair collecting on Zenization is just going to be the cherry on top. He's trying to defend this M4. He will not be able to spot it being actually picked up. Noise at least has a fighting fair chance as the CTs will be looking to peek out through the short smoke. Noise good for one. Alistair down and low. Side effect picks up another one. Is this going all too horribly wrong? Noise, another kill found. It's back to a 2-on-2. Alistair is low. And the bomb in the hands of Savage makes its way back over towards that A bomb site. Guess what lies in wait? It's Noise with an AK-47 head armor and full HP. This is going to be as unfair of a duel as it comes, and Noise has even managed to stay in a very safe position. Magnum's trying to do the same, and Alistair, sure he'll get the kill, but Noise knows where the bomb is coming in from. If he wins this duel, this should be game over. Alistair is low. A jump shot might be required. He can't get the flick in time. Noise with 4 big frags. Even recovering the AWP might have just put a seal on the dreams of Australia. Fury died with that Hero M4. That should have been it. That should have been all. But look at this re-aggression in from short. The duel's just being straight up lost from SemperFi. They'll have no money. They'll have no AWP in the round where they need it the most. Alistair is relegated to a Tech 9, and the answer is clear for them. Go long. Fight it out. Flashes in their face are not going to help, and side effects, headshots aren't going to do it either. The early advantage might just be extended. Valiance is going to be caught with his pants down. And as SemperFi had found hope, it's been quickly grabbed right back by Eruption. Teed up for 13, teed up to eliminate the Australian-Latvian mix. And they do so in style. Alistair, the last remaining player, 27 and 16. You have to commend his performance, but you simply could not replicate it on any of the other players on the server. It was a one-man army, and eventually that wasn't going to be enough on the other side of things. Zenization, what a performance he shows off for himself. A young player, a new talent from Mongolia, and of course, it's a region that we've seen so much come out of. But it's going to be a very long flight back home. SemperFi feeling incredibly uncomfortable in that loss over there. And it is the brutality of a single elimination format. I hate to break it to you, ladies and gentlemen, but this is just how the cookie crumbles. You are in or you are out. And if you're out, it is with no decorum, it is with nothing gained. It is with a couple of days to explore Ulaanbaatar. Sure, that's all nice, lovely, and well. But SemperFi are not going to be feeling particularly good over here. I mean, you can see this. It was Eruption all the way through initially as well. It was 9-2 for Eruption before SemperFi managed to get out that last round. Just looking like it was going to be over after the first half. It's very well fought, right? SemperFi do actually put up a pretty good showing all in all. Alistair continues to be superpowered through. Valiance does drop off a little bit in his form, but you also do have some good stuff coming out from Savage, and he might be the MVP, but the Mustache Maestro will not be happy with that one at all. We've got an interview as well, but I think we might just be skipping that one out because I like to see my face instead. Sometimes. Oh, there you go. Okay. I can tell you what he was going to say. He was going to say, yes, it was a hard-fought game. We did have some slip-ups over there regardless, and he'd be right about it. Dust 2 did look like SemperFi would be able to bring it back, but my god, what a performance from Noise in that one eco round with a Hero M4 that's been stolen back from Fury's corpse. It is incredible to see. Credit out to Fury as well, by the way. He was
actually fragging with the best of them. A lot of the kills that he found onto Shady was why Shady was having such a hard time getting activated, and activation is the key. Shady, Keen, and Savage for the first 7 or 8 rounds were not going past 1 kill. Shady was on 1 kill, Savage was on 0 kills for the entirety of that first half, and Keen only got his first kills, I think, in the very end of that first half as well. So not what you want to see from SemperFi and their international show-off. It's obviously a case of the nerves as well. This is a very young team around some of these Australians, but unfortunately for them, it's a team that will not be able to do too much at all. Eruption will be going forward, and we will also be progressing forward over here with the Blast Asia Rising. We've got coming up next, it'll be FlyQuest versus AlterEgo, the premier Australian side going up against Southeast Asia's last hope. The question is, can they make it work? Let's find out after a break.
Played really well and they were shooting really freaking well.
So first, I want to talk about the map picks. They did not ban Inferno, and what do you want to say about that?
Yeah, I mean, look, they were probably practicing it. I'm sure they had some foundation on it and probably respected our nuke. They played the veto pretty well. We actually have a pretty good map pool, so I don't think I would have changed our pick, even though we lost. Like, I think we still actually played a pretty good Inferno. We just fumbled it in some high-pressure moments. But yeah, they played the veto well also.
So last question, what do you want to say about the hospitality and the organization, everything?
Everything's been pretty good. Yeah, Mongolia's been sick. It's nice coming here with good weather. Last time I was here was winter and freezing. So it's been sick being here now. And look, it sucks that we're out, but I think we're going to just have to use our time to explore the city and take it all in.
Good luck for the rest and have a good time in Mongolia.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Cheers.
Тэр үзэгчдээ бид тун удахгүй өнөөдрийн 3 дахь тоглолтоор эргөө уулзах болно.
Зогсолтгүй. Завгүй амьдралын хэм маяг. Танд зориулан загварчлав. Бусдаас 3 дахин илүү даатгах хурдтай цоошин дараа төлбөрт баяраар илүү багтсан. Хэрэглээндээ тохируулж хүссэн багцаа өөрөө бүтээв.
Buff. More focus.
Buff. More power. Buff. More speed.
Зогсолтгүй. Завгүй амьдралын хэм маяг. Танд зориулан загварчлав. Бусдаас 3 дахин илүү даатгах хурдтай цоошин дараа төлбөрт баяраар илүү багтсан. Хэрэглээндээ тохируулж хүссэн багцаа өөрөө бүтээв.
Buff. More focus.
Buff. More power. Buff. More speed.
Hi guys, welcome back. It was a bit of an extended break and I'm taking over from tea time. Usually we work together, but we're taking separate shifts this evening and it's eventually we will link up and actually talk to each other at some point or another. Of course, we are diving right back into the Blast Rising Asia Season 2. We have FlyQuest versus AlterEgo coming up as our next fixture. And both these teams are kind of interesting. You know, AlterEgo, definitely a brand that people will recognize from within the Asia region, mainly centered around Southeast Asian players, and recently reforming and building effectively a new roster around Bentet. You've got Tomiko and Bilal. They were playing with Finn earlier on in the season, and now have since swapped that out with, I think, Impression, who's making a return to the server, a Singaporean that took a few years away. I think his last official team was in 2022 and has been kind of plugging away very consistently from the start of this year, just kind of dabbling, dipping his toe in qualifiers and different tournaments as well. So they are an interesting roster, mainly I think because of the fact they've actually found a South Korean player that's young and new and kind of interesting in Kaito, who's a 17-year-old AWPer that's seemingly putting up decent numbers. Now, I won't pretend I've been able to catch much of AlterEgo, given that they've only played 2 games as this roster. But the prospect of the team seems quite high, especially when you've got players like Tomiko, Bilal, and Bentet, who are usually more the front-heavy firepower, and you've got a lot of potential ability to grow with players like Kaito on that AWP, and an experienced in-game leader and kind of be-all player, filling roles type career for someone like Impression. And I think they've even described themselves as Poland, reverse Poland, Poland with a moon, and Poland with a tree. I'm a little confused about the branding, but it does seem like there's a lot of familiarity between the logos at the very least. And they have a very big opponent to face off against in FlyQuest, who have a world of expectations put on their shoulders. You know, the best team within the Oceanic region, and has been for quite some time. This core has done quite well, but they've been shifting actively kind of away from the core of old, replacing players like Dexter, like Liaz, like Alistair, who we just saw get eliminated with SemperFi losing to Eruption. So it's kind of a strange place to be if you're FlyQuest, because they make this pretty bombshell signing in getting JKS, something that people have been asking for from the Oceanic region for quite some time. Bring him back, bring him home. And he's finally done it. And, the debut in Cologne maybe wasn't what they were expecting. They didn't finish last, but they didn't exactly finish very highly. And they end up losing to JKS's old team in Liquid to get eliminated from Cologne. So there's some questions to be answered. There's definitely room to grow for this FlyQuest roster, who have a lot of, I guess, role decisions to make. JKS so far has been putting up some pretty solid numbers, but in the traditional sense of what he does as a player is more in anchoring, in clutching, and, you're not expecting him to be the front-end firepower. He's supposed to be sort of the closer, the finisher, and that's actually something that FlyQuest have actually not really had issues with in the past. You look at eras with Alistair, you look at eras where Vexite is starting to look, or I say eras, small periods, I suppose, is more a better descriptor. But you look at those periods where, you've got Regali, you've got Vexite, you've got, even Dexter at times, and you've got Alistair, you've got Inns. All these guys are incredibly clutch players, and I think that's part of why the FlyQuest organization and the team that they build is quite compelling, is that they'll almost always bring teams close, regardless of whether or not it's a top 20 team or a top 10 team. I actually do believe on their best days they can actually go blow for blow with a lot of tier 1 teams. It just seems that they almost always require big clutches, big moments, and in the bigger stages sometimes that goes missing slightly. And I think that's the bigger question to answer, is whether or not they can find solutions to improve their middle game. Their end game looks great at times. Their early and mid game almost feel like they can deteriorate much quicker. But they're almost compensated You know, the good end game almost compensates for the fact that sometimes those other areas of their macro are sometimes lacking. So they are expecting big things, I'd imagine, with this JKS signing. You know, Cologne maybe isn't the stage for a debut, but they almost need to get more consistency out of Netic and Vexite as that sort of core firepower duo. Give room to Regali and JKS to clutch out late. But you also need to see the development of Ins as an in-game leader alongside that, because I think the real issue that FlyQuest has had in these past few iterations has actually been their T-sides can be a little flat, and there's maybe not a lot of initiative driving pieces. That's what we think Netic is supposed to be, and we see glimpses of that at times. We've seen even them sort of pivoting players like Vexite into some of those responsibilities at times. I think Ins now is trying to shoulder that burden and sort of be that sort of entry in-game leader type being, not too dissimilar to someone like Dexter. You know, try and create opportunities, create plays. Even though Ins' best periods in his career were almost always in the mid-round and be serving as sort of a counter reaction or a counterbalance, he is always also going to have to shift his game as well as figure out a way to get everything to pull together, because, you know, JKS and Regali do play a little bit more on the passive end, and, you know, you see great moments from Regali where once the game gets a little close, he does kick into another gear at times, but it almost shouldn't come to that, I think, is a part of the solutions that need to be found for this FlyQuest roster. Now, when we think about these two teams, it can be a little bit difficult to think about how the veto is going to shape out, even as far as FlyQuest are concerned. You know, how do they get the best out of JKS down the stretch? What do they even sort of angle for against an AlterEgo that have very limited playing experience with this 5? And you know, a lot of things would indicate, you know, lean into some of their traditional strengths. You know, obviously Dust 2 is a very solid map for FlyQuest and has been through many of the different versions of the roster. I think primarily as well because they can serve to be independent. You know, they're very good actually at understanding what they are supposed to be doing in sort of push-pull dynamics on CT sides. But there can be some problems that arise when things go wrong. You know, I think the times where FlyQuest look their weakest actually does come down to sometimes just not shooting as good as their opponent on that time or at that time, and they're almost a little reluctant sometimes to shift away. So I imagine this AlterEgo side will be a little bit more sporadic, maybe even a little bursty, because I think if I'm recalling Impression type calling, it is very much stage into executes into bursts, and he's someone that is actually very good at sort of making those last minute mid-round rotations as well. But he's also been kind of out of the game for long enough where I'm not entirely sure that is going to be the easiest thing to I guess pull together. I'm also seeing that I'm maybe stuttering a little bit, which is always great. But the big thing about Impression was always that he was actually very, I think, good at utilizing his pieces in the most efficient way possible. And I'm making the assumption that Impression will be leading this roster, given that Bentet always seemed like he was doing it a little, maybe not half-heartedly, that's not the right way to phrase it, but he kind of had to take that responsibility almost out of necessity. And Impression I've always felt was a better solution. It was always, I think, a bit of a disaster that we lost him to managerial / admin type roles, simply because I think he's got a great understanding of how to work with people, even if there's sometimes critiques to be made about his necessarily like the approaches that he'll implement into a game or his game planning. He's always been a very good people's person from my understanding, and he does actually get a lot more out of pieces than maybe some other in-game leaders that are out there. So even with limited running experience, you know, having players like Bilal and like Tomiko that can actually serve as being semi-independent pieces, Bentet always seemed like a fairly independent piece as well. It will, I think, come down to a battle of these two in-game leaders as they try and define how their new eras are going to end up sparking, whether that's ins in his T-side abilities, impression, and whether or not he can actually collect these more independently driven pieces together. Both of them have a lot of molding and a lot of building to do as time goes on. But it has been a little while, and I've not received any updates as to whether or not the game is getting ready to go. I don't think we even have a veto yet, so I think now is probably a good time to see what's going on, see if I can find out when and where when the game will get live. But I think for now we'll see if we can get that all underway rather, and we'll be back just after a short break. Well, we are finally ready to get this game underway. FlyQuest versus AlterEgo. Interestingly enough, Kaito sits in the middle. That's usually left to the leaders of the team. 17-year-old Korean AWPer. I'm not sure if he's got the leadership traits, but it's cool that they are putting a clear focus on him, giving him center stage. And he will maybe have to be against the FlyQuest, who are looking full serious. They know they've got a point to prove, and they should come in as major favorites into this series. T-side pistol here for AlterEgo, and immediately going for an A exec, but JKS, Vexite are combining for a couple of nice open-air kills. Made to blow open the smoke. Tomiko breaking into the bomb site, but dealt with by JKS, who plays with such restraint at the back of Triple. Finally hounded down by Bilal, but they jumped straight through and try to run down these players, emerging to the bomb site, and Regali will hound down for a couple kills. Even gets one while in mid-air as he re-emerged into that A site. But AlterEgo got completely stuffed, and it's majorly due to the stopping power of JKS and Vexite on that opening set of entries. Wow, okay, I didn't even realize that's what Regali did. Jumped up and shot the player behind default. A very, very smooth, I would say, retake attempt, but AlterEgo never even really took control of the bomb site because of JKS's restraint. Justin Savage doing a solid job of creating space for the rest of the squad. That's a little bit annoying there for Bilal. Tried to be aggressive past that smoke and takes a headshot for his troubles, down to 3 HP, and so he will ferry that deagle off to someone in healthier hands. Impression was the man, and he's now gone. Now Bentet's turn. Trying to make do with a lot. And they've only got a little nice HE there from Regali, and JKS in with 2 for the MP9. So that was looking like it was going to bleed very slowly the economy of FlyQuest via utility. Maybe even lose a life or two, but suddenly it came to a close very rapidly. And so they have no real issues dealing with those pistols. I'm most curious about the style of AlterEgo. I have this, I guess, predisposed impression, if I was to say it that way, of how they will play. But maybe I could be pleasantly surprised. Kaito already dealt with at the start of this round. JKS being aggressive, and Vexite off of short does so fairly independently. Finds one and then gets traded. Netic answering with another onto Impression, so they've lost all real control or prospects of going towards that A bomb site. Only way in is through that con smoke, and Bilal finds the perfect time to catch the fade. Bentet as well boosted in through window. Brings it back to a 2-on-2. Netic already being low health and identified as being one of those A-site defenders. But they may have confirmation on just how much damage has been done. They are slowly descending upon his bomb site. Inz is yet to really make a move or a mark the other way. Bentet does get caught off, but only loses half his health to finish off the job. And it puts Inz, the in-game leader, into a 1-on-2. Has a kit available, and HE as well that, if well placed, could finish off one of these kills. Yep, well, he spotted one. HE sends it a little high. Bilal able to dodge out on some of the damage as a result. And now just ducking himself away, trying to make himself a hard target. And you can see Inz has absolutely no idea where that secondary player is. Perfectly hitting. Good kill there from Inz, but Bentet the immediate trade. Ready to take the duel and take the fight. Didn't play it safe and give Inz those 2 1v1s he was so desperately hounding for. And this started off fairly well for FlyQuest. Got the opening kill into the A side of the map, dealt with Impression as well, so they only really had to focus on the vulnerabilities inside of middle. And it really did feel like that first kill that Bilal gets towards the top side of connector really did just create a lot of chaos and space. Even though it was a 3A setup, you can see how quickly it cascaded out of control. So AlterEgo will be very happy that that's how the round ends up playing out. Given that was their first real investment into rifles. For them to have lost opening duels and kind of lost their ability to threaten one of the extremities so quickly, to found a recovery so quick in response. Now, I don't think it's any surprises. FlyQuest are seen as favorites coming into this matchup, but being a favorite, and being a favorite that has, I guess through its iterations, encountered difficulties or struggles, not typically when it comes to facing other Asian opponents, not unless it's the Mongols, Tai Lu, Lin Vision. We're talking about the other teams within the Asia and Oceanic region. But being a favorite does come with its pressures as well. Especially now that JKS is on the team. JKS, for a while, there was dialogue on both sides about should he go back. The Oceanic region wanted him back, but would that be the best thing for him for his career? And, the opportunity obviously arises when he gets benched on Liquid, and it seems like there were some teams that were a little hesitant to see the value in JKS, where he's always maintained great value. Solid anchor player, gets his kills, can have these pop-off games as well. And now that he's finally taken that step back into the Oceanic region, results are expected. Could be any massive pressures coming into this game, but who's to say? AlterEgo have quite a lot of stopping power, and they're trying to make use of that over at B. A couple of kills in the early defense, but Tomiko and Kaido just answered back with a flurry of frags. An impression coming around the edge of the smoke on short finds his as well. Bomb is dropped inside of the apartment, so not exactly an easy recovery. And it could be a weird timing where JKS could catch them off guard, sees and identifies impression inside of the apartments, and knows he has one pinned. Expecting to find out where the other is coming from. You can see Tomiko very fleet-footed to provide some support, but now that they're in the 2v1 where they can effectively swing together, you can see they tried to time the swing, but they've now identified where JKS is, and they perfectly flush him out into the open. Back-to-back rounds being won by AlterEgo. And now that they're on these weapons, they are finding these trades, they're finding ways out rather rapidly. I think that the first two kills went the way of FlyQuest, only to just be met by a whole slew of frags in support of that AlterEgo attack. Push FlyQuest down onto pistols. They have a smoke and a flash, as well as that JKS P250. There's a lot of damage being done there by Ins. Hit the dink and puts Bilal down to 15 as a result of some follow-up body shots, but very hard to hit a target like Bilal just jumping around those corners. So already a little astounding that he did as much damage as he did. This shouldn't be a round with much consequence here for AlterEgo. You can see they ran an initial probe into this B bomb site, just trying to identify whether there was a stack or not. Now that they've realized that's not the case, they can move in for the plant. Now they will finish off the job onto Bilal, but that is the lowest value weapon that could have been attained, with some potential rewards. There's a gun round around the corner here for FlyQuest, so wouldn't be surprised if Netic tries to move in for an exit. Just get some additional money in his pocket, $600, nothing to scoff at. And Netic should be able to finish off the job. Yeah, Nade is gonna find the kill. JKS as well, getting kills on his exit, and has put Bentet into a very vulnerable position where he needs to get to the end of apps, otherwise he will die to that bomb, and lo and behold, there she blows. So I wasn't thinking that was going to be around with much consequence, but only one survivor here for AlterEgo. Exiting different ways and suffering as a result. Not enough respect being put onto FlyQuest on that low weaponry. You can see it's put AlterEgo's economy in a place where it can be broken quite quickly. Just FlyQuest answer here. Now it does seem we have a round restart being lined up. See, just based on the way that the players are acting. They don't ever do this for no reason. I will say this is my first exposure properly to the new animations and some of the sounds that come with it as well. There's definitely some, you know, I saw the initial outrage of things that were broken and wrong, and I've yet to really see it, I guess, break in my limited exposure to it now. And it probably was just an early iteration, and then, you know, things have been fixed, hotfixed, and what have you. But it is just another reminder. The things are, you know, when they come out, sometimes they can be a little broken. You do have to be a little patient at times. We are so allergic to change. Like we hate it. And the biggest question will always be, why fix what ain't broken? But what if the thing that you're fixing could end up being more in the future? And we definitely have some elements of the game that could and should see improvement. But we've also had many moments where things are initially everybody's very objective to. You know, I remember still in CS:GO when we changed all of the sounds, and everybody said, "Why? These sounds suck." But then you go back and you look at early clips from CS:GO with the old sounds, and you realize it was a good choice. But at the time, you don't see the forest for the trees. So yeah, it can just be. I saw the initial outrage. I was prepared to be similarly outraged. Maybe I wouldn't voice outrage to you, but I've yet to see anything that's really too bad. Yeah, it does seem like there's just a minor technical issue. It was decided very early on by the players that they were going to do that round restore, so there should be no problems. It will resume from 2-3. But it's nice. It's nice as well to see that we are able to have events in the current ecosystem where we can have LAN events that, you know, essentially serve as qualifying routes to tournaments. You know, how many have we seen over the years that have been fully designated as online? And, you know, there's definitely a very good opportunity to have that. But it's an easier opportunity rather to have that. But I also think, you know, especially for teams that are on the rise or, you know, are looking for experience, these types of moments are far more valuable. One, you get to, you know, exposure to the environment. You know, when you go to a Katowice or when you get to one of these big blast tournaments, you will be, you know, face to face with your opponent a fair amount, and especially now with the shift in the way that these these games are being produced, more frequently you're having to hear a little bit of smack talk and yelling your way. That's invaluable experience, but even just from an admin point of view, there have been moments where I've been to events where teams have qualified from a more obscure region, regions that don't necessarily always get those types of opportunities, like South Africa, for example, or the African continent. And players are, not showing up with auto execs, or they don't realize how they're supposed to set up their SSD, and it becomes this whole process. And if anybody's ever been in a high performance role or any role of responsibility where you're expected to perform live to other people and other people's expectations, then the last thing you want to be doing is thinking about all these other things that actually don't involve the thing you're solely employed to do. So, maybe your first LAN or your second LAN, you'll encounter those hiccups, but as it becomes more routine, the greater the performance actually can be. And for AlterEgo, one of those players is sat center stage in Kaito. 17 years old, not exactly got a lot of representation from the South Korean region. We had Zine, for the longest time. Before him, players like Solo. And, now it's kind of dry. So the idea that there's even a player from South Korea that has been found and identified was playing with East Russian players as well, prior to AlterEgo. Playing under the name The, and I think it is just The, which is definitely a choice. Yeah, it's just cool to see that there's still parts of the globe that Counter-Strike has yet to touch properly. We have full Kazakhstani teams, and I wouldn't say Kazakhstan has a massive history in the esports world, but you've obviously had major finalists that have come from that region. You have a major winning coach, and then you have even major winners from that region, but they're not necessarily one that has a lot of history within esports. Whereas, places like South Korea, Japan, and a lot of these Asian countries, we don't necessarily always have our claws into the hearts of those players in the region. But I think more and more we're seeing actually growth from those smaller Counter-Strike represented regions. And funnily enough, I think it has to do with the slow descent of a Counter-Strike competitor that's bringing people straight to the best FPS of all time. Yeah, the markets are shifting, and I think for me it's just nice to see that places that have a very intense sort of gaming culture, we're still finding players that are coming into the fold. It is quite interesting as well to have players like Tomiko come over, first real foray into international waters. A player that's played traditionally on Polish teams for, essentially his whole career, from my understanding. Did a lot of time in Los Cogutos, which, for a lot of people watching will think, Los Cogutos, who are they? But, that's the same brand, and I think Tomiko was on the team, if I'm not mistaken, of the open qualifier runs where Astralis didn't make it or lost to quote unquote the random Polish team. That was Los Kogutos. And so he went in and out from that. Had time on, Ego, who were another big Polish brand most people recognize. Permita for a while, 9. Even went down to their academy team for a little bit. And then spent a few months at Rebels, only to find himself 3 months later playing in Southeast Asia with AlterEgo. I find it curious that, for the end of his time in CSGO, Impression stayed with NKT and had essentially this band of mercenaries, players that weren't necessarily picked up by the best teams within their region. It was pulling players from Mongolia, from Indonesia, from... I'm trying to think. There's another country I'm missing. That's actually very important. Thailand, Korea in Zine. This NKT brand that was very much a band of mercenaries for the Southeast Asia region, and picked up some great pieces over time, and had many different iterations of that roster where they actually could have feasibly been, the second best, if not, depending on development, the best team in the region. At times I would have put them above the very, very early revisions of the Mongols in IHC. Impression-led teams. And now to think that 3 years later he's come back and, it's essentially the same formula. Indonesia, Poland, Korea, Lebanon. And it's not just Southeast Asia, to have Bilal, who's mainly been playing within MENA, and not someone that's necessarily always been the most active in the competitive circuit, but clearly has the ability. I've seen some... maybe that's biased, but I've seen great highlights from Bilal. And I don't imagine he would have ended up on the team if he didn't have great highlights, for example. But we're seeing more and more that, players that aren't necessarily seen as hot prospects or not necessarily seen as players that will make up an upgrade into a team that maybe sits 15 to 20 ranks above them, are moving to try and find opportunities abroad, and we've seen a lot of that have great success. You'll look at players like I'm trying to think. Oh, I have so many good examples, but I just cannot think of them right now. M8 is Alper. Slacks is a great example. Fozy is another great example, where you've just had these players from the European region actually kind of stretch their legs and in a way spread their wings in international waters, and in a way I think it's as genuinely improved them as players. I think those two are actually firm examples of how much you can improve just by almost weirdly gaining a bit of confidence, because they'll compete in the European region. Their team, for any number of reasons, will struggle to rise through the ranks. Maybe your individual performance suffers. But the way that the game is played is definitely a stronger one overall. Anyway, I guess we're going to take a break. So I'll see you guys in a bit.
Buff. More focus.
Зогсолтгүй. Завгүй амьдралын хэм маяг. Танд зориулан загварчлав. Бусдаас 3 дахин илүү даатгах хурдтай цоошин дараа төлбөрт баяраар илүү багтсан. Хэрэглээндээ тохиолж хүссэн багцаа өөрөө бүтээв.
Buff. More focus.
Buff. More power. Buff. More speed.
Зогсолтгүй. Завгүй амьдралын хэм маяг. Танд зориулан загварчлав. Бусдаас 3 дахин илүү даатгах хурдтай цоошин дараа төлбөрт баяраар илүү багтсан. Хэрэглээндээ тохиолж хүссэн багцаа өөрөө бүтээв.
Buff. More focus.
Buff. More power. Buff. More speed.
Зогсолтгүй. Завгүй амьдралын хэм маяг. Танд зориулан загварчлав. Бусдаас 3 дахин илүү даатгах хурдтай цоошин дараа төлбөрт баяраар илүү багтсан. Хэрэглээндээ тохиолж хүссэн багцаа өөрөө бүтээв.
Buff. More focus.
Buff. More power. More speed.
Зогсолт үе. Завгүй амьдралын хэм маяг. Танд зориулан загварчлав. Бусдаас 3 дахин илүү даатгах хурдтай цоошин дараа төлбөрт баяраар илүү багтсан. Хэрэглээндээ тохиолж хүссэн багцаа өөрөө бүтээв.
Buff. More focus.
Buff. More power. Buff. More speed.
Well, it does appear that everyone has their headsets back on. That's always a great sign for technical issues, that as soon as headphones are off, you know you're in for probably a longer haul. It did seem like there were some players having some issues with the server in some capacity, so you can see the technicians have gone to work in solving it. And hopefully, we're very soon ready to dive back into the action. We sat at 2-3. FlyQuest were on 2 rounds. AlterEgo on 3, unless I'm totally misremembering. It has been quite some time, actually, since the game was last active. But ever since the gun rounds, it does seem like AlterEgo have had a minor edge. And now we move back into a FlyQuest buy. You see that Netic was able to recover that AK. Last time we saw AlterEgo's money was put in a pretty bad spot, losing quite a lot to just the USPs and the P250 investment that the Oceanic squad ran in with. So now Teeter's AlterEgo on the edge of having their money broken should they not succeed or get a plant here. Of course, the changes to the CT economy as well do help to reinforce these types of buy attempts, going for all those extra kills on the exit. AlterEgo looking to see if they can burst into this B bomb site, but all while they're doing this, causing this distraction, there's this gap inside of middle that's serving to be exploited. They didn't go for an aggressive line towards top middle, they instead just plant Bentet inside of window, Tomiko sitting inside of connector, and AlterEgo may redivert their attentions back towards that A site, but given that it's come to a pause over at B, FlyQuest will be extremely nervous about this gap. The run back here for Bilal. JKS has already pushed so far forward, they have no idea that he's there. You can see Bilal had his head on a swivel. See if he can catch a player out. Kaito looking like he might get caught, but finds Vexite instead. Netic trying to get ahead of that Molotov and succeeds in getting the trade right back. Bomb drop towards the entrance to stairs. Bentat still hovering round in window and does find the kill in response. But JKS once again remaining to be elusive. Reroutes, finds himself inside of Palace and captures the head of Bentat. Tomiko planting the opposite side and finds JKS. Pulling Ins into the 1v1, and with that smoke that's down, Tomiko has so much room to reposition. He could be anywhere, but Ins walking into the idea of seeing him and has actually identified where Tomiko is repositioned to. Backside of triple, gun swapped out, and Tomiko trying to play around the cover as best he can, but Ins hits the instant headshot. And FlyQuest will answer with a third round themselves. Great effort from JKS to give them a fighting chance from start to finish. As soon as they recognize that pressure mounting on B, JKS pushing forward through ramp, through T-spawn, and severed off the exit. And got a step ahead of the play just by routing the way he did to Palace. It was, again, a good fight being put up by AlterEgo, but just see how quick the responses can be from this FlyQuest roster. Something that they've never really traditionally struggled with. You know, they have great reactionary pieces. JKS is showing exactly the value he could bring. Okay, good opening kill there for Regali. Bilal just trying to run interference topside middle, and while there is some mounting aggression over towards this A site, Netic and Regali do get into position to respond. This isn't a fully reinforced buy. You see impression with that tech and the Mac-10 of Bentat sailing towards top stairs. Gonna get so far. Ins and Regali reinforced towards CT. Vexite walking the smoke and goes toe-to-toe with Tomiko. But the bomb is dropped inside of default. Regali trying to get out ahead of the play and catches Tomiko completely off guard. The two European imports in that head-to-head, but another 1v1 that falls the way of FlyQuest. So many of these rounds have come so close. Even the rounds that AlterEgo were pulling together, the amount of survivors was 2 or 1 players. For FlyQuest in back-to-back rounds, it has come down to a sole survivor. But it does seem like now the money of AlterEgo should be properly shattered. What minimal they were able to bring forward on their reserves. You can see they were a little shortchanged for a full investment in that last round. And so now it should be a bit of a tap-in goal here for FlyQuest. Seems like it's another Gladiator Deagle investment. So Tomiko takes his attempt. That Deagle will be cycled in Kaito's hands. See if he has any better luck. Vlog trying to create some space. Kaito dealt with. Now Bilal's turn. And now it's no one's turn. No singular kill being found here by that Deagle. 4 for Netic, as they all serve to challenge him one by one. Courtesy of only having the one real pistol to play around. That is the type of thing you want to see from Netic more often. And yes, he's against pistols, so he's emboldened. But he does need to serve as a key piece. Has moments where you can see that potential. It's what he was doing prior to joining FlyQuest. But it's about his ability to scale that up against harder opposition. Can't do it against AlterEgo, or he can't do it against the best of them. Oh, wow. The timing there was awful for ENG. Really deep top connector smoke, and it's just a flurry of frags that fall the way of AlterEgo. You can see Regali trying to fight tooth and nail to find a way out, but ends up getting taken down by Bentet. The House of Cards fell so rapidly. Just by losing ENG, they lost all topside con control. You could see the positions for FlyQuest actually weren't massively conducive to addressing that. They were caught in a transitionary period between being aggressive close ramp and, you know, trying to secure that pathway via Regali's AWP as well from Ticket. But all while that's happened, Vexite did push through B and has found his way to Sandwich, so gets himself into a prime position, and that bomb does go down. 1-on-2. Not exactly fighting fit are these remaining AlterEgo members. With that smoke of the bomb, that will put some additional pressure, but they play high-low. They try to fight both aggressing from Con, and Bentet will floor them. I think a little frustrations for AlterEgo that it even gets as close as that, given they find themselves into a 4-on-1, and with all of that space being kind of rescinded, their lack of urgency in getting that plant in. The fact that bomb was dropped inside of television outside of B, you know, all of those hesitations allowed for Vexite to have an opportunity to potentially win that round back. Only control taken here for AlterEgo. FlyQuest were not in a fantastic position to challenge it, and so while they lose mid, they will try and fight for another position instead. Impression, feet spotted, identifies where JKS is at the minimum, does some decent damage and finishes off the job as well. Impression doing well to deal with that aggression, but there's Vexite breaking the edge of the smoke, just dancing around towards triple. Kaito missing his AWP shot, but Bentet has him covered. Back to 2-on-2. And that smoke inside of jungle forces the rotate of FlyQuest deep into spawn, Molotov and Flash that will keep them at bay and trapped behind the flames. But they don't have great positions. They cannot feel safe. The longer they wait, the more they should consider. Spawn, Regalia miss, but ENG is close by and can collect on both. Great job from the captain to alleviate that pressure immediately. You could see AlterEgo were far from comfortable. They knew they had to worry about stairs, the emergence of a player out from jungle, and spawn all at the same time. Even had to be concerned about the idea of potentially even a ramp flank. They just had no security. The only rounds we've had more than 2 survivors on the team that's won has actually come off of the back of mainly FlyQuest anti-ecos. Does provide them some safety in their economy. I think it shows how close all of these rounds have gotten. Good nade timing. JKS sat at triple, was here in the pistol round and was such a nuisance, played with such restraint. The flashes from Nedic are fantastic, but as Nedic tries to go through the smoke, he loses his life, falls empty-handed. Vexite, nice sharp shooting as well, and he'll collect on 3. Between him and JKS, they've got a full house. But that A-bomb site, the door's shut. A beautiful second kill there from Vexite. Catches Impression just as he's falling off of the balcony. The double headshot is a thing of beauty. Lined up that nade to break it open so that Netic could take the duel. Flash was actually primed there from AlterEgo, so didn't actually set themselves up in a great position to trade. And Netic gets his second and escapes. They Molotoved him out of position. And the fact he's been able to thrive and drive off has really thrown a spanner in the works of AlterEgo's early round setup. So 3-on-5 where they were already running on fumes. Came in with upgraded pistols, the Galil that's in Bilal's possession. They are in trouble. This is looking like an 8-4 half here for FlyQuest. And it would be a very solid run from this Oceanic squad. Start off at a 2-3 deficit as they contain AlterEgo to 4. It'll be a job well done. Backside taking some pressure on shore. But 20 seconds and AlterEgo just do not have a foothold in either side of the map. Finally, something is carved out. Bentet. Isolated kill onto Nedic. He was the low health member of the FlyQuest roster. 10 seconds. Finally punching in that plant, but it doesn't even go down. And just like that, it will be an 8-4 half in favor of FlyQuest. We'll see how things transpire in the second after a break. A pretty monster half from FlyQuest, all things considered. Couple of close rounds in there, some key clutches being won down the stretch, but AlterEgo were pretty fortunate the way that they were able to bail themselves out and pull through in some of those 2v2s as well. So the fact they've only got 4 rounds is a little bit of a heartbreaker, but they'll hope that they can rectify that moving into the second half. This is the pick of AlterEgo, something that I maybe failed to mention earlier. So they will hope for greener pastures. Lovely first kill there from Bilal. Perfect tracking. Finds JKS immediately. And just off of that, they can now move into retake mode. A smoke and a flash. An HE on Tomiko as well. Plant still yet to be secured here for FlyQuest. And you can see AlterEgo just run straight past that CT smoke. They are flooding in from one avenue. You can see FlyQuest fully locked into that idea. HE does wound up Netic, finally taken down and traded back. Netic does at least get his one, and Regali fighting around the edge of that smoke. Inns does his best as well to provide some support, but Regali's got his kill and gone out of there, but forced to reload and hounded down. Bilal with 4 kills in the end coming away from that pistol. The first shot was immaculate, but for the rest, he waited for backup. And AlterEgo get the critical round they need to start thinking about the prospect of a comeback. Definitely a valiant attempt there from FlyQuest, just to keep them away from the defuse, but there's often times that, you know, if FlyQuest had some extra utility, if they had realized just how good a call it was, actually, to break into that A play, you know, maybe they have an HE, a Molotov, you know, something that can completely siphon that retake attempt. That's all in hindsight, but just a point to note for... no one ever expects it to go as easily as it ends up being. Also, investment for FlyQuest does go 1 for 1. It does seem like a B burst that they get to actually implement the burst component. They do so a little staggered. JKS and Regali jumping out independently, and the ascent to Van is insane. It's actually a madman maneuver, but FlyQuest had no idea it was coming, and Kaito chops them down. A solid defense of B. And so that force buy from FlyQuest doesn't get very far. Yeah, that is incredibly surprising to see FlyQuest do the double window drop, but do so staggered and without players coming out from balcony as well. It didn't have the pace to catch AlterEgo off guard. And yet they still went for it. A very labored effort there from Tomiko, but Kaito does collect on the kill. He's already having a comparable CT side start to his whole T side half, so it's looking like a recovery is due. And Tomiko making up for lost time. Struggled on his first fight, but finds 3 more at the top of middle. I will say, vibe check wise, I think AlterEgo had much stronger. You know, they seem more just happy to be there. FlyQuest are all business, but they might get the business end of the stick. 3 rounds straight here for AlterEgo coming into the second half, and now that the full investment is out for FlyQuest, see if that tone shifts. You know, had a fantastic first half from Netic on the defense, but I think the problem, and it has been a problem for FlyQuest in many different rosters, has actually been their T-sides. And that's where a lot of that emphasis will come down to some of these star pieces, but also Ins and how he uses those tools. He's got a lot in the toolkit. I've yet to describe him as a handyman. Ah, that's not so handy. Edge of the smoke, gun barrel spotted. Vente gets a free one, and Vexite, though, on the entry does collect on the Archer and Bilal. Bented as well, traded inside of connector. Kaido just trying to dance around the smoke. And Tomiko has at least dealt with some of the pressure mounting inside of middle. FlyQuest have not got the security of the bomb site itself, and the wounded JKS just tucked away under balcony. Does get hounded down. Impression struggling in his duel. It's another 1v1 here for Regali. Timing seemed good. Nade doesn't go deep enough and bounces over the top of default. Regali will find the perfect time to strike. And that will be another clutch that he collects on. A key inflection point as well, likely, in this match. Given AlterEgo had already got those 3 rounds in succession. But if AlterEgo had suddenly slid their way into the lead, maybe problems would emerge. Not to be. See the money that was built up from the rounds gone by. Kaito onto that AWP. And FlyQuest actually not setting up for any real mid control. They throw 2 smokes, but there's a lot of pieces that are missing. There's no Molotovs, no flashes. There will be some precursors, some small indicators there for AlterEgo that they could have gotten ahead of this play, but understood that FlyQuest could have gone out contact. Bilal swinging high from triple. And Atomico tries his best to compensate for lost ground on that A play before anyone else is really in position to support. They play close to spawn. They're ready to fight for it. Regali and Vexite just deliver the knockout blow. Impression, tail tucked between his legs, trying to save this M4. As AlterEgo just get destroyed on this A play. And I love looking at rounds like this just to serve as comparison. You know, Bilal and the way that he played triple versus the way that JKS did, you know, there were no flashes coming for Bilal. There was essentially no help that seemed to be expressed towards him. Whereas you see what JKS did when he sat behind it, waiting for the perfect time to strike, waited for flashes to come out and disrupt the flow of the hit. They actually did. Oh, wait, sorry. There actually was a flash. But there was nothing else. You know, when JKS is sat behind triple and there are flashes coming over, Netic is also just sending it through the smoke as well. But also an astute play there from FlyQuest to have hesitated at Tetris. To counteract any of those shenanigans. Nice move there from Kaito. Deep into ladder room, finds a kill on the Zeus. Gets his hands on an AK, but that's far from ideal. The one saved weapon in Impression just completely flubbing his lines. Got the drop on Vexite as well, just could not collect. And now Kaito on that other weapon. All that hard work on the Zeus. Just an instant headshot from JKS. Tomiko also decided to glance at the floor just to get an idea of where that AK was. Nah, no problems. No significant speed bumps, no potholes here for FlyQuest to be grumbling about. Yeah, that should be a kill every day Impression. It's a sad one to lose. But now FlyQuest looking to punch in the final moments here on Mirage. Next up in the veto, we will have Dust 2 as FlyQuest's pick. No real surprises with that one. Then we'll have Ancient as the decider should we require it. But I gave you a vibe check earlier on with AlterEgo. They were all smiles. They all seem to be joking around with each other. And now not so much. Now they've gotten themselves into a position where, I mean, winning has been, it continues to be feasible. Maybe it's not just about the vibes. Great damage from JKS, putting a lot of pressure on an isolated Bilal, who, once again, is kind of not receiving support. Tomiko is that window player rotating towards the B-bomb site. Bentet focusing more on connector. And he now has at least received some reinforcements via Kaito. Good play there from Bentet. Gets the drop on Netic, but Bilal and Kaito fall like flies. both trying to get around the other end of triple. Well, Atomico does get the drop on ins. His A bomb site has been completely seeded. Load the smoke. JKS sits the other side of it. While Atomico emerges one side, Regali just continues collecting heads. The AWPer, Rifler, kind of everything guy off FlyQuest. Regali pulls through with some very big headshots. But once again, some solid entry work from Vexite. It's kind of staggering to see that that's become such a large part of his game as well. Wait, is Vexite really buying the P90? Is he really going to do it to them? This is the first time that JKS and Ben 10 have played against each other since 2020. And Vexite might be pulling out the P90. It's not a might anymore. He's doing it. He's committed. There's no chickening out of this one now. It's a P90 rush B. Okay, maybe not quite a rush. It's a P90 versus a UMP, and the UMP has won. FlyQuest trying to change the pace, change the tone. Atomico sat between fire, flames, shrapnel. Dealt with. Scout of Kaido into position. High sense aim adjustments and will not connect. Benta tries to get out ahead of it. And this is looking like all she wrote. Kaito does at least finish off the job onto JKS. And while Bilal tries to get some space back on short, he will succeed via the MP9, but yeah, trapped between two mines, can't collect the weapon. FlyQuest pull through and close on their opponent's map pick, 13-7. A very solid showing from FlyQuest all in all. Even if there were a couple of close calls, the caliber of players they have on this roster is always going to be difficult to beat. They showed some composure. You had great anchor work on both sides of the map, on that CT side. And you also just had the playmaking capacity from those extremities pieces. You know, if they ever lost control of middle, there was always a counteraction. They had ways out that they were creating those types of opportunities for themselves. And it was ultimately too much for AlterEgo to deal with. Even if they found some punch, there is still a lot to be desired moving into map 2 after the break.
Buff. More focus.
Buff. More power. Buff. More speed.
So, a very, very difficult first map for AlterEgo. They selected into Mirage, and they got off to a pretty good start, only for FlyQuest to answer back in a pretty substantial way, winning quite a few of their clutches, but also putting a stop and actually just kind of preventing any real damage from being done in those low-buy rounds that AlterEgo tried to pull together. Had they actually succeeded in doing some damage in those rounds, who's to say that some of those later 2-on-2s aren't affected by a lack of weaponry or a lack of equipment that could have potentially allowed for some more rounds? But I think it's kind of without a doubt, we understood FlyQuest were going to be the favorites in this matchup, and if there was going to be a way in, it would be if there was going to be an underperformance from pieces like Netic, like Regali, like Vexite, or JKS, but pretty much all of them showed up. So it's, I think it's always going to be an uphill climb when those pieces are delivering, especially with AlterEgo and the more sporadic style they seem to want to implement. This is obviously a fresher lineup and a fresher roster, and I think I was under the impression that Impression would be doing most of the calling, but based on the way that they're playing and the positions that Bentet seems to occupy, I wouldn't be surprised if he's actually sort of the main driving voice for a lot of these finishes. Maybe spawn calling would be Impression, but I think Bentet is probably dictating a lot more of what happens in the mid-rounds, considering he's kind of, I guess, planting himself in positions where he can best make those decisions. It's why you see, traditional sort of classic in-game leaders. Karrigan is not an extremities player, for example. Tabson is never an extremities player. They want to be within the pack to get the clearest defining picture as to how to orchestrate the rounds. And so that's probably what leads me to believe that. But I think we kind of understood coming into this that AlterEgo were kind of up against one of the stronger bosses or the stronger gyms they have to face. If you had to start Pokemon from the start and immediately get thrust into Viridian City, it would be a very trying battle. I'm sure there's a way that a speedrunner would be able to game it, but you'd have to do many, many iterations and many different pass-throughs on that play, and AlterEgo just simply don't have that. They're a team that have some players that have quite a lot of experience, but not necessarily experience as a core. You have players coming back in Impression. You have Bilal, who's mainly played in the MENA region. You have Tomiko, who's mainly played, in Polish rosters. There's a lot of different pieces that are being kind of forced to transition or redefine themselves for their roles and how this team is supposed to play out. And so we're kind of expecting some of those frustrations that I think we started to see on some of the faces of those AlterEgo members come to the forefront, mainly because they probably expect that they will be better, but they're maybe not there now, which is only to be expected. But the experience is definitely going to be something that they can value. Players like Kaito, who I did believe I should have expected more from him, but even towards the end there, just, we got a few glimpses at what he could do, but they were very far and few between, and that will only come with time, you imagine, as well. So there's a lot to answer for, and they move into a very tough map in Dust 2 up next, where this has been, through the many different versions of the FlyQuest roster, kind of FlyQuest's strongest map, and largely for the same reasons that drove them to success in Mirage. They've got great clutching pieces, as well as players that know how to react on those extremities very intuitively, and I don't imagine that will change moving into that map either. So, in a way, I am kind of hoping AlterEgo have come in prepared, understanding that Dust 2 is likely going to see play, if not as a pick, then as a decider most likely, and maybe identified a weakness. Sometimes I'll watch FlyQuest and their long control is sometimes not really up to scratch, and they lose a lot of territory at the start very quickly. But then again, like I've been saying already, there's good counter reactions elsewhere, usually, if that is the case. Or they try and plug that up with, 3, even sometimes 4 long starts, if they really see it as a problem position. So there is quite a lot that is at stake. Obviously, this is one of the bigger opportunities that AlterEgo will have access to. FlyQuest kind of live in a different realm, and I think there's quite a few teams within the Asia-Oceanic region that benefit from the way that the VRS is essentially being structured, you know, but this is the best opportunity for a more fringe team to actually punch up. You know, you have these teams that have been invited via VRS, but they're not all necessarily the top level teams. You don't have to deal with the Mongols. You don't have to deal with Tyloo. Lin Vision are also absent for I think a medical reason. You know, I think Zacker's arm is injured, and Tyloo couldn't secure their visas. If you were going to be a fringe team punching up, this is the time to do it. FlyQuest are basically the biggest fish to fry, but they're a big fish, and they do a fair bit of frying themselves. So certainly don't envy AlterEgo's position, but they have to also recognize that after, if they were to somehow beat FlyQuest, the rest of the road should theoretically be easier, because this is the toughest team within the bracket. Whether or not they can do that on Dust 2 kind of remains to be seen. I think if there is going to be a way, I need Kaito to be a presence. I genuinely... There needs to be one part of the game that they can sort of suitably rely on. The AWP is always a great place to start on something like Dust 2, which can just create so much space and opportunity. The amount of times you see teams stalled out on long by the blocking smokes, the HEs that blow it open, the flash plays that CTs do to disrupt it. You know, if Kaito can't sort of involve himself in those affairs, in those actions, then I'm not sure that there's going to be a feasible way for this team to win. You know, we're not seeing enough out of the rest of the roster. Tomiko had a pretty solid game. Bentet had a couple of moments as well, but the main forward pack seems to be struggling against, well, the very strong rifling core and AWPer that FlyQuest brings to the table. So I'm keen to see how AlterEgo decide to approach it, but we'll have to wait to see how their T side goes after the first half, as they start CT. See already Bilal taking a dink from very long range, 46 on the start. The Molotov does nothing to dissuade Bentet, who struggles for his fight. I mean, Regali was full blind. Backside as well, collecting on another kill. And just after they find a couple of these kills inside of middle, they reallocate their resources towards those lower tunnels. Kaito missing an opportunity as well. A lot of missed shots across the board here for AlterEgo. And JKS collecting on a double just as they were getting into position to contest from the B doors. Kaito's exit is even covered off, so not a single kill will fall the way of AlterEgo. A very strong pistoling start from FlyQuest. Oh. Oh, this could be another stop-start.
No smoke, no smoke. We need scout to play card. I'm speaking really
Oh. Can I hear comms? They're buying. If what I've just heard on some sort of comm to the players, I'm pretty sure AlterEgo are buying. I had a scout and a smoke. Oh, it does appear there's a minor technical issue again. Shouldn't be as big of a problem to solve, because the headsets are still on. It's just something that's being worked out amongst the players. Only Nedic, just restarting his game. For moments like that, I like that I can hear the players as intimately as I can. No, I'm not liking all these shifty eyes Nedic's given me. Oh, very strong start for FlyQuest. You can see that, you know, even in the moments where they're winning clutches or they're winning rounds, I've yet to see any sort of big reaction from them. I think they understand they cannot get ahead of themselves. It's actually a critique I've had of FlyQuest for some time, is that, you know, they will play tier 1 teams, or they'll play teams that are of, I'd say on average, a higher sort of expected level than FlyQuest, and they'll dominate them on a first map or a second map in a series, and then the rest kind of falls a little flat. So I think that's maybe a problem that they've had through the different versions of the roster. I wouldn't say getting ahead of themselves is really the way I'd frame it, but I'd say they sort of let their guard down on a fair few occasions. So kind of liking that there's no big reactions. They know AlterEgo are a team that they should beat. We'll see if they actually do. So yeah, AlterEgo did go with the buy. That little voice comm I received was accurate. Said they needed a smoke. Impression's the one that buys it. Okay, so an opportunity. Jump spot of ins does not go punished. They don't hover around in middle. Kaito doesn't continue challenging, spamming that smoke. Nothing of the sort. They know as well that because that scout has been invested into, it's likely a buy. So walking past that mid-door smoke, even if there's an absence of spam, is, you know, in their minds, a death sentence. And justifiably so. Well, a pretty strong setup here in this A-bomb site here for AlterEgo. Nate is good. Bentat was setting up some utility. The SMG of Vexite doesn't bridge its way into spawn. Bentat catches him just as he emerges out of the smoke. And there's a lot of stopping power here, but Bentat needs to take that first contact. Tomiko can swing alongside it. He's just trying to provide some support, but then it goes out hard swinging for Goose, and Tomiko will get his one, but does go traded. With the pressure being applied from those players out at long, even the reinforcements from spawn gets cut down. Bilal dropped. Kaito trying his best around the top side of the jump up, but only good for the one. 2 survivors here for FlyQuest. They move past the force. They do so while setting up the necessary precursors in the early round. They got their mid control. They set up on short. They did what they could to make those B rotators feel uncomfortable, and then collapsed on the A-bomb site. One being taken here by FlyQuest, while AlterEgo had some other plans with the limited investment they go in with. I will say, with the way that the economy has been restructured to allow some extra cash to go into CT hands, I do anticipate that this will be a buying line that we critique as we get further into it. You know, you have access to more money, but that doesn't mean you should probably spend more money in a second round when you're not buying. I think that, you know, especially if you're doing damage or getting the rounds close, I do wonder if that will become a major talking point for teams that fall too much into that tendency and have very limited hit rates. The limiters on how far you can spend your money, I think, are changing with the way that CTs can get extra cash for finding exits. Everybody's been in a team where you say buy to 2K and someone goes to 1800. Good opener there for Tomiko, but the quick ascent for ins on the Xbox. Kaito being forced away from short, and he gets caught on the retreat. Slow to react and get that smoke out of his hands. Tomiko tries to make up for lost ground, but Ins is on a tear. 3 kills immediately. The 4th found by Ins as well. And while Vexite cooks behind him, Ins has concocted a really quite brutal solution to this first gun round. And is on for the ace. Impression will hover, float around near spawn, but as that smoke fades, the more FlyQuest should consider it. Natic's still concerned about short. And it'll be Inns that will sideline him. A full ace for the captain in Inns. The entry to short, carved up a path, and chefs up this A site. What an absolute meal he's presented. If every round were as simple as that, FlyQuest would be the best team in the world. And that was always a thing about, you know, the transition to in-game leader for Inns. It kind of hit him at a time where he was maybe slumping slightly. Or actually probably the biggest slump he's had in his career, actually. But if he can regain his capacity to frag and call as well, there's a lot of stopping power. So a good opening gambit from AlterEgo. Aggression to lower tunnels, and they find a kill on the spam through the smoke on long as well. So they bring it to a 5-on-3. Flash does secure a little bit more room. FlyQuest to break into the bomb site. Around the edge of the smoke. Kaito playing with fire. And Natic will punish. In fact, finds himself into a double kill. Flash even catching Benta as they attempted to aggress with it past the CT smoke. And the attempts to build a boost, they were heard, but not acknowledged. Not until Regali flicks on over and finds a double kill himself. This started as a 5-on-3. The opening gambit worked. They got a freebie through the smoke. And they just kept extending. They kept trying to slide their fingers back into that A bomb site, only to end up getting bit. That is a pretty tragic ground to lose. That's the type you'd call a tactical timeout for, and I believe that's what's happened here. Timer's not moving. AlterEgo cannot get ahead of themselves. They got themselves into a winning position, and yet they almost fought too hard to prevent a plant, to prevent any access to that A site, when there really was no need to. But it's excusable for a team like AlterEgo. If I saw Linvision, Tyloo, Mongols, or FlyQuest doing that, it's one. By the way, it's nice that I have 4 teams within the Asia region that I can openly critique and say that you should and could do better. But if any of them were doing that, they'd be hell to pay. They'd receive one strongly worded email. But for AlterEgo, it's just... it's okay, it's a learning experience. Oh, he's actually a beautiful looking buy. Great flash. Timing is perfect. You can see the reactions for Bilal were so warranted in the way that he wanted to be aggressive. Even with the perfect setup there for FlyQuest, it still gets whittled down to a 2-on-2, so it's not exactly jobs done just yet. Tomiko getting his hands on an AWP as well as an AK. In fact, it'll be a pair of AKs coming back into this bomb site. An HE that can blow the smoke. They have a smoke themselves as well, but they don't have a kit. The longer they wait, the harder this becomes. Smoke down at the doors does create some opportunity to slide on by, but they're going to double up at the window, and Inns will take that first contact, and both him and JKS will deliver. An 11-0 start for Inns. The captain, the chief, the fragger. He's doing the Lord's work. 11-0. Now I think he's still slumping, but this is one of those anomalies where it does make you question it. We just got used to holding it to such a high standard. When you're consistent and good for so long, you can just see more of it. Well, just based on the fact they saw a shoulder over on short, calling the AWP on A. Bilal, nice play with the flash in long. It's again one of these opening gambits, these opening solutions that AlterEgo are trying to find an advantage from are netting them exactly what they're asking for. But they do need to pull it together and make it work. Impression does win his fight as well. Causes Inz's first death. The drop down to spawn for Vexite is successful. While Kaito catches JKS, the Open Regali will get hounded down on short as well. And they know about Vexite inside of spawn. This becomes an unwinnable affair. If they somehow give him fights enough that he can win it, I will be deeply upset. But Bilal able to overpower him. 4 survivors there for AlterEgo. They get their first round on the board. And they don't get caught. These crafty FlyQuest members. See, Money's not in a pristine position here for FlyQuest either. Moving with a Galil in the Tech 9. You know, they've been winning these rounds. And I'd say they've been in control for most of them. But they've suffered casualties in their successes. Last time he was good to force Tomiko away from long. The FlyQuest have already staked their claim. There will be a timing where they understand that pit could be accessed. So it will be a deep consideration, but they are reaggressing to short, so AlterEgo making a fairly standard response. Lose long, take short, maintain one of the major attack avenues into that A bomb site. But they've completely ceded all B control. In an attempt to do this, Impression pulled away more to middle, and no one has tried to make up for any ground on that B bomb site. Now they have a kit available. They have a couple, in fact. Impression does need to find some success here in the tunnels, though. Perfect timing. Catches Netic just as Inz is lining up a smoke into the B bomb site. But Impression sticks around. Bilal right behind him. 2 players, in fact, that come in towards lower. JKS still standing his ground. Kaito gets dealt with as well. And Regali served to try and run some interference on that A bomb site, but instead has found a completely vacant side of the map. In fact, will catch Tomiko emerging the edge of the smoke, and it will come down to minor moments, but JKS does have enough time to get into the site itself and plant that bomb. AlterEgo thought they had found exactly what FlyQuest were targeting, and they were right. But there was just enough wiggle room that they find an exit. Bentet round the corner, makes a step. Regali knows to expect it. And he will be the bailout to get a 7th round for FlyQuest. The aggression seemed nice. They got completely trumped. But that hesitation from Kaito. It's... I don't want to say sad. This is the first word that's coming to my mind, but I think it's evident in the way that Kaito is playing that there's a lot of doubt about his choices. Oh my god. Why? Oh my god. Why wouldn't you doubt yourself, actually? I have so much self-doubt. But when rounds develop this way, how are you ever supposed to feel confident? FlyQuest just barrel through long. Find 2 kills for free, and the 3rd one, I mean, at that point, I'm not even sure it was ultimately necessary. It was upsetting. Couple of kills on the exit there for Kaito. Serving as a bit of a perimeter maker. Okay, I don't know if that's gonna... Oh my god, it actually did land. Insane. Little jump left-right throw from JKS. After getting $150 for the rest of the gang. In fact, make it 200. It's kind of like that. Well, the AWP has aced. It wasn't always necessarily in the same hand, but the AWP has found all 5 kills. Their attempts to hunt, not particularly fruitful. But they were exercising a bit of force. Actually, you know, upon reflection, I don't like the decision to hunt this aggressively. Given that the money is not exactly set up properly for FlyQuest to feel like they can take that risk, but we are approaching the end of the half. So you can understand why they'd angle for it. And I think so far, you just have to expect that AlterEgo are going to continue to try and do these sort of targeted opening gambits on the CT side, just to get an advantage, because that's been successful. It's getting them to where they want to be. But it's the moments after that they seem to encounter these difficulties. They're obviously having to pool quite a lot of resources to facilitate those types of plays. And here's one developing now. Double push into the upper tunnels. Netic's already holding the line, but he's also the one that's likely to pull out util. Regali does find a trade right back. Kaito behind him does go 1 for 1. So it's a flurry of frags, and JKS just continuing to be a nuisance inside of middle. Cuts down Bentet, knife drawn. Double play off of short. Here's both of them, and JKS has tripled his presence just by getting that smoke down at the doors. They know it's impossible for them to bridge past it. There's a smoke in the tunnels too. Backside, nice off angle. They're anticipating this counter action, but the spam from Bilal is right on the money. JKS, they expect him at the doors. They expect him to be up close somehow, but he is completely in a different spot. Perfect repositioning. Great awareness of what his opponents are going to anticipate next. And he completely subverts them. When JKS has room to move, he is an absolute menace. Not a whole lot that AlterEgo could do there. Maybe wait the smoke, but they didn't necessarily have the time to play with. Bilal does get spotted, making his way into the lower tunnels, and he's still hovering around inside of mid. Has some backup out from short as well. This can be the problem. You know, the thing that works the most for you. FlyQuest are also going to identify that. Like, they're making these targeted plays. Don't get caught. If you're going to fight for position, be with 1 or 2 teammates. You can see Vexite giving a lot of ground over in the tunnels because he's isolated. Timing on the smoke is slightly late. Tomiko playing inside of it and trying to be a nuisance. They should, yeah, start spamming it soon. Because if he's not playing the edges of it, he's almost certainly somewhere he shouldn't be. They're just getting picked to pieces. Getting shot in the back, shot in the sides. Shot through smokes. It does not seem to matter. Vexite gets his couple of kills inside of mid, and Netic will combine for that full house. This is looking a little pedestrian. FlyQuest just running through the motions. And there've been a couple of moments of discomfort, but you just see how they're able to weasel their way out each and every time. I know that FlyQuest and the boys have been major proponents of hitting the gym. But they're muscling through AlterEgo right now. Look at this. Just free real estate. Inz has already identified it and finds a easy kill. Feet spotted first. Kaito didn't have a fighting chance. HE's late. Impressions XM. Here's the steps run by him, and so he gets netting for free, but shot in the back. They just have to run through the spawn smoke. Why wouldn't you? And just like that, it's an 11-1 half. FlyQuest dominating on their map pick. It looks easy. The vibes are good. They're laughing while AlterEgo are crying and maybe out of luck. Well, we are right back into it. 11-1. FlyQuest have dominated from pretty much start to finish. AlterEgo really need a solution. They need a pistol. I think that's clear. And they may just get it. Good long smoke. Nade is a little early. Does do decent damage onto Bilal, who was at the front of the pack, but he doesn't have to worry about getting shot by enemies. He's getting shot by teammates. A couple of kills in response, but it's all coming up FlyQuest so far. Impression with the dualies, does manage one, but now Bentet, tough angle, does get dealt with. They run him down. Inz is having a hell of a game, but it does feel like this just is not AlterEgo's day. Even on the best of days, this would have been a tough task for them, but this is a little brutal. They lost in sensational ways on that CT side, and I don't imagine they're going to have much time to play T. 11 straight is what's needed. Take it round by round, I suppose. They've got upgraded pistols and a couple MAC-10s. They are hoping that they can bridge their way into this B-bomb site, taking long-range duels at long, or trying to fight sight from short on A. Don't seem feasible, so this B-bomb site will be the best thing they've got. response there from Vexite, and Vexite's just gonna kill them all. Him and Netic combined to just shut down any hopes there for AlterEgo. It is an ultimately easy state of affairs there for FlyQuest. They move past the quarterfinals, they move past AlterEgo, and that time journeying to Mongolia comes to a close for what is a new-looking ragtag group of players from AlterEgo. Definitely a learning experience for them, but they had the biggest fish in the pond to deal with, and FlyQuest showed them the stuff. I mean, a fantastic showing from many of the different pieces you want. You know, we had a great map 1 from Netic. Regali was there with him. You know, you had the impact from players like Vexite, from INS, from JKS. It felt like everybody was having their moments here on this FlyQuest team. And when it came to Dust 2, it was just that calamity that AlterEgo could not deal with. There's, you know, we'll keep an eye out on this team in future tournaments, but not on this one. They're gone. So it's maybe a bit of a shame that they make the journey only to get trounced, but that is kind of the expected result when you draw FlyQuest first. But also a good display of force for this FlyQuest roster. They didn't struggle. There were certainly close moments at times, but they almost always had that class to them to deliver in those moments. They played off each other quite well.
So we are here with the INS from FlyQuest.
Issues that they've run into in the past. But let's hear from INS.
AlterEgo prepared some good tactics on the first map, and what you want to say about them?
I think they tried to anti-strat us, and they played good on Mirage, and they obviously had a plan picking it. So yeah, they played well in that situation. But I think we were pretty comfortable the whole game.
Second map, you dominated them, and what was your tactics?
I think Dust 2 is like our best map, or one of our better maps, so we kind of just played our own game, and just played like with full confidence, and that's the most important thing for us.
So we know that your coach is a Mongolian, and did he say anything about Mongolia?
No, I mean, I've been here before, and I enjoy Mongolia a lot. We've been eating a lot of nice food, so we're enjoying our time here, but we're focused on CS as well. But he's been our tour guide. He's been showing us around Mongolia, so we're enjoying it.
So thank you for the interview, and see you on the semi-finals.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks,
guys.
Yeah, so FlyQuest moved past AlterEgo. Good to see that they're trying to enjoy the city as much as they can with Urcast as their tour guide, but it is focused on the Counter-Strike, and there was nothing but that being displayed by FlyQuest today. They will move into the semifinals against Eruption, so they will have to face off against a full Mongolian team in Mongolia, and, you know, maybe for them it's to their advantage that they maybe don't have to deal with the crowd, because you know that the Mongolian crowds do show up when they get given the opportunity to, so yeah, there's definitely a lot riding on this qualification route for FlyQuest. Eruption are a team that have undergone a roster move themselves recently. They beat one of their ex-teammates in Alistair and SemperFi in that quarterfinals game, which was actually quite a close affair, but this Eruption team have a lot of soul-searching to do themselves in terms of where they're getting their star power from. You know, they've got eggs. I struggle with this one. Senization, they've got Fury, that, you know, they've recently, they've got, you know, Magnums that can sometimes be a bit hit or miss. There's definitely a lot of room to grow, but this FlyQuest team are going to be very confident given that they've faced a team that are in a similar position and they dealt with them so handily here as well. So that is our third quarterfinals game that we have concluded. We still have one more to go after this. We have Chinggis Warriors versus Ground Zero. This is another Oceanic team versus a Mongolian squad that have also done a little bit of replacing of the AWP role, but there should be about a 30-minute difference between what I'm saying now and that game going live, so be sure to stretch your legs, get some refreshments, and join us back here to find out who will be our last semi-finalist between Chinggis Warriors and Ground Zero after the break.
So we are here with an impression from AlterEgo, and it's your first tournament with a team, and what do you want to say about the game against FlyQuest?
I think played like kind of good CS, but these guys are, you know, in FlyQuest they're like top 30 in the world, so obviously they have like a better system and everything. We're still like you mentioned, it's the first tournament, and we only have like 2-3 weeks of practice together, so we're just adjusting, and we're just gonna take home this experience and try and, you know, be better at the next event, I hope.
Is it your first time in Mongolia?
No, it's actually my third time. I've been here for a couple of times, and right now I think in August, July, the weather is great, so I'm really happy to be here again.
So what you want to say about the hospitality and organization?
I mean, I've always loved Mongolian hospitality. It's really great. There's some stuff that could be better with setup, like it's super hot at the stage and stuff, but obviously it's not an excuse for us playing like that. But overall, I think it's like a really positive experience from our end.
Thank you, man. Enjoy your time in Mongolia.
All right, thank you.
Тэгэхээр үзэгчдээ бид туудахгүй Chinggis Voice-тэй хэрэг уулзгаална.
Зогсолтгүй завгүй амьдралын хэм маяг. Танд зориулан загварчлав. Бусдаас 3 дахин илүү даатгах хугацаатай цоошин дараа төлбөрт баяраар илүү багтсан. Хэрэглээндээ тохируулж хүссэн багцаа өөрөө бүтээв.
Buff. More focus.
Buff. More power. Buff. More speed.
Босолтгүй. Завгүй амьдралын хэм маяг. Танд зориулан загварчлав. Бусдаас 3 дахин илүү даатгах хурдтай цоошин дараа төлбөрт баяраар илүү багтсан. Хэрэглээндээ тохиолж хүссэн багцаа өөрөө бүтээв.
Buff. More focus.
Buff. More power. Buff. More speed.
Well, as you saw, the players are arriving, and some of them are admiring clothes, others are tripping over their own feet, it seems. Hopefully that doesn't actually happen in the server. Last quarterfinal of the day will be Chinggis Warriors versus Ground Zero. The Ground Zero guys coming from the Oceanic region, and signed with the Ground Zero organization, let me see, a total 5 days ago. So for them, this is going to be a rather fresh experience with new representation, even if it is going to be rather familiar from where they essentially built up a lot of their rapport with each other under house bets for most of this year. So there's definitely some growing pains that have been encountered for this roster. I think from what I remember watching, Apoc Dud in some of the many rosters that he's been a part of, PZ, Damio as pieces that I actually have been quite impressed with in the past. They are against quite a behemoth. It's another sort of David versus Goliath type situation. Even if the Chinggis Warriors don't exactly fill people with a lot of confidence at times, can be very strong one day and very poor another. You know, they're very much a feast or famine team that does seem to hinge a lot of its abilities on pieces like controllers, weirdly. You know, I think when the roster was first formed, people were really quite excited to see Ariukul or Efar perform. You know, Rooks was never really seen as like this hyper expressive piece on the roster, but even he will have these sort of shining moments. And so in a weird way, this team is sort of greater than the sum of its parts, even in the recent changes that they've made, where they've now moved away from Coolest, who was initially on loan to the roster, and they've brought in BKZ Cursed as a piece that they're hoping can sort of fulfill those roles. And almost in some veins, and I like to compare this move to, funnily enough, Na'Vi and Simple for Wonderful. You know, BKZ Cursed is far more of a controllable quantity, I think, versus the likes of someone like Coolest. And yes, I may be loosely comparing Coolest and Simple together, which, you know, is quite flattering for Coolest, I imagine. But the comparison is mainly just, you know, Coolest is a little bit of a loose cannon, can just win you games completely, but can also be a little bit difficult to control within a system. And I think essentially the move here is, one, they probably lost him on loan, but then two, because he cursed is, I think, a little bit more of a controllable entity that actually could make this team better in the long term in terms of like improving their macro, their greater game understanding, how they, you know, how importantly do they set up their riflers? How do they set up their AWPers to succeed as well? They'll have to go through those thought exercises far more frequently than when they would have had Coolest, who I think was a bit more able to run autonomously and, you know, he would sink or swim in certain scenarios. So this is it's a very strong rifling team on the Chinggis Warrior side, and I think they'll definitely have the benefit of time and being able to not only have the security of the organization that they've been with for, God, I can't even imagine how long now, but they've been able to put in the reps. They've been in experiences like this before as well. They had ACL, then they had a Mesa event as well, and they didn't necessarily do great in either of them, but they have been able to take those learning experiences. They obviously went to the major, which was a massive surprise for, I think, most people that were looking in on that situation, given that the Chinggis Warriors maybe weren't the next ones up that people would call. More would have maybe looked to the Huns, for example, as a Mongolian roster that was also punching above its weight. So there's definitely a lot riding on the Chinggis Warriors making this roster move and seeing if they can find a solution, or maybe they end up in negotiations or trades with, you know, other teams within the Mongolian region. Like Eruption have made some pretty astute acquisitions. I think, you know, the Huns are obviously another team that, you know, there's enough talent circulating in the Mongolian region that you can make 2 or 3 feasible teams underneath the Mongols. So kind of hoping that kind of sees fruition, but a lot of it will come down to this matchup. A lot of what today's matchup will come down to just the ability of pieces like controllers who have been way performing above their weight, in my opinion. Like, he's very proactive, his mechanics look sharp, and probably the sharpest I've ever really seen him throughout his career, which is, I guess, a promising sign for them in an era of sort of instability. You know, from when he was with not Eruption, they were a Raft, I think, at the time. He was not exactly the key piece to look at, but on the Chinggis Warriors, I think he is the backbone. So I'm kind of keen to see how well they're going to do against the Ground Zero, who, you know, as they were with House Bets, I think what's weird is that this House Bets team, I do think, has some pretty solid pieces on it, but then when I see them play at times, it doesn't look that well put together. And maybe that's just the games that I've watched, but it does seem a little disorganized. So I'm kind of hoping that they've also seen some improvements now that they're under a new organization. But I think we're still waiting to get the vetoes and get all the players situated properly. They walked into the building, but I don't think we're ready to jump into the server just yet. So gonna throw it to a break, and when we return, we should get ready to get this game underway. Last game of the day. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is the Blast Asia Rising Season 2, our final quarterfinal of the day. Chinggis Warriors versus Ground Zero. Our first map in the series is Dust 2, the selection of the Oceanic squad. And Chinggis Warriors will start CT and already be met with some early aggression towards the lower tunnels. Pistol round starting off very hectically. E5 even taking damage through the smoke. See in that top left of your screen, Dust 2 being the GZ selection, Chinggis Warriors opting for Nuke, and Inferno being our decider map. And as I outlined before, but some time ago, Chinggis Warriors are definitely going to be seen as favorites given the security that they've had in the roster, even if they're changing their AWP around. But also that they do serve themselves on home soil. You know, they drive down the road, and they're at the event. They've had much further to go. This pistol still a bit of aggression in through middle. Ground Zero hesitating and actually collecting on a number of frags. They do hear the drop of AlterEgo in towards middle. Controllers at the back of the bomb site on B, and he hits 2 impeccable shots. Able to get the reload off as well, as AlterEgo now finds himself trapped between a rock and a hard place, surrounded on all sides. Finally deals with controllers, but now getting swarmed. E-Fire and AlterEgo run him down, and the Chinggis Warriors will be able to collect after losing the numbers advantage for just a moment. It's that double kill from controllers that stops Ground Zero's attempt on B. Now, like I was saying before, there's definitely good pieces on this Ground Zero roster. You know, whether that's pieces like AlterEgo, PZ, Damio. Damio has been the one that has been performing in their recent outings. He will be a key piece to keep an eye out for as well. Rush to B on the force buy. Every bullet from AlterEgo's MP9 shooting blanks. Controllers trying to rectify it, and does come away with a couple of kills. In fact, looking to press the issue, make sure they can't get any security, but he flubs his lines, and AlterEgo comes away with 2 kills on the tech. Fresh smoke can land at those doors. A little bit of room where he might be able to recover these rifles, and that's what Chinggis Warriors will try their best to prevent. In fact, another smoke that blooms at the window, further allowing him extra space. They're grouping themselves up at the window, and they're collecting themselves for a swarm, and they will succeed in, once again, running down AlterEgo. Really good stuff so far from Controllers. I highlighted him coming into this game as the backbone of the Chinggis Warriors at the moment. And he started 6-2, which is, you know, great for me. It's very rewarding, but also very key for the Chinggis Warriors. If they set the precedent that that B bomb site is going to be an absolute nuisance, then Ground Zero may have to go into a secondary game plan. Seeming like it's a lot of early gravitating towards this B bomb site in the first 3 rounds. This time they're just on pistols, but it could be an early sign for some of the prep work that Ground Zero have put into this series. Got a lot of shots of the players. You know, the Chinggis Warriors seem to, you know, be getting up and out of their chairs and then sitting back down and almost doing, you know, squats or exercises by getting in and out of the chair. While Ground Zero had a dossier of preparation, and sure, it's probably only, you know, 1 or 2 pages a map. The Chinggis Warriors, I didn't see a single open page while they were sat at their PCs, if they were even sat at them. The differing expectations and the differing hunger of the teams. Good opener kill there for Drox, but AlterEgo does well to compensate. Not going to commit to the reload either. Wasn't sure if another one was coming his way, and he will find it on the USP. AlterEgo may have struggled in one of those prior rounds with the MP9, but this time it's no issue. Now, as I mentioned earlier, I have limited exposure to the new animations. That MP9 feels a little, you know, wild. The animations and obviously the changes that they've made to the spraying. That's a great opener there for Controllers. Not always the most common thing to see him on the orb, but... I don't know, something about the way he started this game. He really wanted it. Set himself up at back flat as well while Aryukel can play close. He's spamming the smoke, and so he's inviting them in, but Aryukel gets completely overwhelmed, and Controles is firing between players. Good double entry here for Drox as Ground Zero break ground into B. And Damio just hovering around this lurk smoke the other side of middle, and well, he will get dealt with. It is a 1-for-1 trade, and that man advantage for Ground Zero gets extended further. Rook's identified in the tunnels, and after taking his damage, likely to save, and will do so. So he pulls the plug. Ground Zero once again finishing towards this B bomb site, trying to apply that pressure, even with controllers finding that opening kill top middle. That Ground Zero execution on B, just capitalizing on there's a bit of a weakness in the setup. The controllers did everything possible to try and distract and set up for Aryukel, and I mean, the whiff from Aryukel is not good. That's really not good. Spams the smoke, thinking that they're gonna jump out right side, and they just run right past him, and Drox does a quick 180. Effectively, Aryukel was, and controllers, weirdly on that B setup, were decoys. Shots on target were pretty absent. So Ground Zero will be pleased, not only the fact that this target on the B bomb site is already a little exploited, but that ultimately getting into the site and taking it over ended up being quite pedestrian. Wow, good tracking. Catches Aryukel on the cross to B. And now the open, the more expected hands in BKZ Cursed. Not revealing too much, or the Chinggis Warriors playing fairly defensive setups. Curse gets pushed back, and Rooks will still maintain that headshot angle. He's waiting to make the leap up. Lurk smokes are down here for GZ, and they will attempt to just run some interference. The drop to spawn is good here for Damio. As Chinggis Warrior scaled up, Damio can even cut down Rooks as he makes his descent. Aryukel trapped at the back of the bomb site, smoke in the tunnels faded, and while Vision does struggle on a couple of those opening shots, does eventually wrangle that back plat player. And it's now BKZ Curse thrust into a 1-on-2. Rifles that can be recovered on the outside of the doors, but opting to continue with the big green, and actually identifies where both players are. Knows there's one nearby. The no-scope connects, and they fight out in the open. They try and chase him down, and BKZ Cursed will punish a 1-on-2 for the AWPer of the Chinggis Warriors. And not a bead of sweat off the brow. That is such a mistake. They knew they could have dealt with that better. They recognized he came out of that window late, and they effectively tried to make up for lost ground and only served themselves up on a silver platter. Gonna feel like a bad round to lose. It was a momentary 3-on-1. but a proper 1-on-2. Good punishment. Some early aggression being offered up here by the Chinggis Warriors, not only to fight on the long corner, but as well on the other extreme in the upper tunnels. Catching both avenues or early attack lines. So it gives them a lot of room to operate in this mid-round. They can still set up in the same, staging grounds, throw interference middle, mid-B fakes, short presence. And the Chinggis Warriors, unless they make a gamble or try and run for some kind of info-gathering play, will essentially be flying blind. Oh, that felt almost unnecessary. Drox caught vision on 1 on short, and his responsibility, his role is essentially to distract, get information on numbers. But it's not something that will cascade into anything more. Basically I'm saying I don't think Drox needed to die. Even if it is inconsequential to the outcome of the round. Good decision making. 2 early picks, and once again, this does feel like something this thread that it continuously is getting pulled by GZ so far is these finishes on B. That's a little bit sad there for E-Fire. Almost had timing to catch a kill on the exit. But it would have been after the bomb went off, so his teammates would not have benefited from the extra $50. So far, with the exception of that round just gone by, these plays have been very defensive on the Chinggis Warriors. They're doing nothing to disrupt or shift up pacing. And that will be... This honestly is very good for Ground Zero, that the slower staging and their solutions are getting them into winnable positions. They've not necessarily always converted, but they're putting themselves into winning fights. Head spotted, trying to jump up inside of the smoke, and Rooks will punish. Smoke was going to fade in a moment as well. Flash, and the play. Oh god, this is awkward. Drox finally getting the kill. The follow-up flash caught him just as hard as well. Because he's still holding the line over towards Carr, and they're expecting him to have fallen back. I don't know that PZ spotted the secondary player close, but they're evacuating. They don't want anything to do with the long control anymore. And that's because Vision has a way out. They run to the lower tunnels. Vision still hovering inside of middle, trying to catch a timing. The unstoppable force of the immovable object, and, well, one of them is actually immovable. And that's Ariukul, back at the bomb site, just tucked away and waiting for the reinforcements of Controles. Fantastic work by Controles once again. Another multi-kill where he is proving to be the real main stopping power in that sort of middle and B sector. I wonder if they would have felt more confident to continue pursuing long if they didn't hit Drox with 2 team flashes. It does make you think. He still got his kill, but it felt like the oomph or the punch behind the control that they were going for just wasn't there any longer. And especially once they knew the AWP was there, I think they'd kind of exhausted most of their flashes. And they are consulting their coach, and not the sheets of paper. I'm seeing... This is me being now a little nosy. Seeing a table, so I'm assuming it's positions. Not actually seen anything too tailored. More so, I think their understanding of how the Chinggis Warriors are going to likely adapt on the CT side is what they're extrapolating from previous games. And so far, I can't say they've been wrong. Three flashes, Efar goes swinging, and Rooks goes and dies with him. Neither of them able to do significant damage. The flick as well on the AWP will not connect. And while AlterEgo clears B, the siege on A is still continuing. Controller's in the right spot to succeed again. 2 kills out from Controller's, and he just makes it 3. This man is a multi-killing machine. Anywhere he is, they'd fall. And Controllers continues to have a stormer on the CT side. I thought just not going B was the solution, but Controllers is everywhere they want to be. And he's picked himself back up the AWP. He's been having a fantastic game on rifles. And he's shifted to the AWP. Maybe it's just to allow BKZ Curse to make this play out to long. Secure some space. Controllers actually hits his opener on that AWP. And in fact, he can multi-kill with all of the weapons. A double kill here for Controllers. Damien will answer back at the very least, but once again, the bite out of that B hit has been dealt with. Controllers caught by the flash. But still hovering around in middle. He is the sole defender of this portion of the map. Giving a lot of responsibilities to him, but he's been delivering on the difficult tasks he's been given. Now it creeps along here for ground zero. And it'll be a net zero gain for them. They take space, but they lose a player. Molotov is good. The flash timing better, and they actually don't go out swinging with it. Felt like a good opportunity to equalize the affair, but now they have to take their chances. Flash from the CTs is perfectly placed. Apoc Dud hit by it. Damio couldn't dodge it either, but the entry is immaculate. Rook's dealt with, and now it's 2 AWPs for the retake here on the Chinggis Warriors. But look at the reposition out from Controllers. It's a long-winded affair, but given where he was last seen, for him to be on that flank so quick is devastating. Damio missing shots on this AWP and tagged through the boxes down to 26 and out of bullets. Controllers runs him down. Who else but Controllers? 4 kills from him, and he will be the sole survivor, the sole supplier of the Chinggis Warriors. He just can't, he's just not doing anything wrong. Hitting the shots he needs to. Being a nuisance. And bailing his team out. Does feel like they're kind of running out of solutions. This time it's a half buy from ground zero that is met by Rooks and a triple kill. Ooh, that's not pretty.
Counter-terrorists win.
But it's one of the few rounds where Controllers doesn't get a multi-kill. Instead, another teammate does. Did strike me as though they had this, you know, initial game plan to be, and they threatened and felt like they'd exhausted a lot of the plays they wanted to make that side of the map, and they just have not been able to get a decent enough success rate at it. They're now going to have to explore other solutions. Like, don't get me wrong, Controllers is having a great game, but them losing that 1v2 to BKZ Cursed, I mean, borderline 1v3, that felt like a real turning point. Oh my god, just look at what Controllers is up to. I've never seen this man so confident, and he's immediately been humbled, so, yep, rightfully so. He'll be lucky, I mean, he's lucky to have gone out with his life. APOC Dud throwing Molotovs at nothing, but it's all worked out. Controllers caught behind the back of the smoke. Attack through the wall, this time through an object. It's hardly fair if you can't see them. Aggression, Flash is good, does get his one, but AlterEgo trying to run interference around the back of the smoke that they themselves have thrown to get space towards B. They line up for him as well. AlterEgo darting inside of the smoke, and the damage is devastating. B is off limits. It's a death sentence. The bomb dropped on the B ramp. And they know that Drox is near the window. Tries to descend quietly, but makes noise in doing so. They know to expect him. They know to greet him. And as much as people will say things about hospitality, it is pure hostility by AlterEgo. Even if they deal with Controllers, there are other pieces that are multi-fragging hard. Ground Zero think they have some room to breathe, only to get choked from behind. Quick attempt there from Peasy over at long. But already 9 rounds here on the CT side for the Chinggis Warriors. They are feeling good. Vibes cannot be higher. Got 3 players on the Chinggis Warriors sitting at double digits. Controllers nearing 20. While Ground Zero have yet to break into, or break past single digits. Not always a great indicator, but a sign of the times. Counter flash lined up there by Controllers, just sitting around the top of the smoke is AlterEgo, so as one takes contact, the other can deal with the player that encroaches. Controllers, a 3-piece. Alper, Rifler, it doesn't matter. Controllers secures a 10-2 lead for that first half. The Chinggis Warriors in firm control. Well, we dive straight in to the second half. Usually the players want a break to discuss things, but they decide that the game moves on. Pistol round here for the Chinggis Warriors would be a certainty that they closed us to, I'm happy to say. But Ground Zero are hoping that it can be anything but that. Just some early presence out towards long, because he already down to 2 health, courtesy of distance duels. USP is not always a one-shot kill, but FengDa does find his kill in through mid. It's a big player to find as well. Oh, the Chinggis Warriors kind of have nowhere to go. They went long, didn't like what they saw, and they've now just been freshly smoked off Beeb, so they're just going to try and run through it, and they do not clear for Drox, but he misses every shot. Ariuko deals with him. E-Fire the trade out from the doors, but they need to punch in that plant, and they need to do it now, but they are late to the endeavor. PZ still hovers around in middle, and while that bomb goes down, it's just in the nick of time. I didn't think they had the time to cross and get that punched in, and so now PZ put in a 1v3. 2 players on extremely low health. That nade should finish off the job on 1. And should he deal with this player close, then he could have had a chance, but E-Fire secures it. I am flabbergasted. I do not know how Ground Zero lose this round. 13 seconds, they're running through a smoke. You've got 3 on the B slope. That is tragic. Man advantage situation against them. I was saying I didn't know where the Chinggis Warriors go from there. It's a bad round to lose, and it was probably their best way back into the game. But hey, maybe a force buy. Maybe that'll help. Okay, because he cursed just didn't fancy firing. More concerned about a player breaking into the lower tunnels, which there will be no attempts by Ground Zero to do. Slow approach to short. They're kind of both just jiggling the angle. One's playing anti-flash, the other willing to fight, and damage is good. FengDa even trying to push the effort further. PZ fighting at the headshot angle, comes away with 2. So significant work being put in by these 5-7s, but now losing the player at the doors. Drox identified in the tunnels, and while one runs, the other fights. An extremely hectic round. You see the coach of the Chinggis Warriors stood behind him, smiling through the pain. But smiling nonetheless. Might be a little goofy, but they are still winning these rounds. Because he will take a swing at the fight to mid. Scout of PZ trying to duel with him and hoping he gets a kill through the doors, making use of that speed the scout provides. Oh, well, that's a little unfortunate there for Damio. Gets Molotov, but even if he eats the flash, finds his kill, still not enough to secure an exit. He's trapped in on both sides. Upper tunnels was covered, and Rook spams him. Drox will try and get ahead of it. Oh, control as the positioning is flawless. Stood outside of the tunnels when he thought someone was lower, and then inserts himself just as they're about to aggress into the upper tunnels. Beautiful stuff. Now, full access to this B bomb site has been secured. And they hear the rotate on the B slope. This round is looking pretty done and dusted. BKZ Curse just needs to wait for his teammate. Drooks already on the backstab, and will secure both kills at the end. The Chinggis Warriors make it look effortless. I mean, a very, very strong Dust 2. And it seems like domination on Dust 2 just seems to be the name of the game when it comes to these final best of threes of the day. The Chinggis Warriors have made a statement. Let's see if Ground Zero can answer back in Chinggis Warriors map pick. Coming up next, it should be Nuke. Yeah, Nuke. Yeah, we have Nuke coming up next. I forgot for a moment, but hopefully Ground Zero will remember how to play that map after the break.
Зогсолтгүй. Завгүй амьдралын хэв маяг. Танд зориулан загварчлав. Бусдаас 3 дахин илүү даатгах хурдтай цоошин дараа төлбөрт баяраар идэх багц. Хэрэглээндээ тохируулж хүссэн багцаа өөрөө бүтээв.
Buff. More focus.
Buff. More power. Buff. More speed.
Well, welcome back. A very extremely strong start from the Chinggis Warriors in the opening map of the series. Really good to see that they set a display of force already coming into this matchup. You know, Ground Zero are definitely a team that we have, I guess, more limited expectations of, but the Chinggis Warriors, you know, being a team that attended at the major and maybe weren't the strongest team competing at it, you know, looking to make some roster moves coming into this season and change their approach and the way that they play. You know, it does feel like a lot of it is centered around Controllers, and boy did he deliver. You know, that guy was coming away with multi-kills in almost every single one of the rounds where Ground Zero felt like they had even the slightest bit of ground to gain. Suddenly there was Controllers, and he was essentially a Reaper that they could not, I guess, quell. Plus 16 throughout the map. Unsurprising given the amount of multi-fragging that he had, but it also kind of showed some of the issues that Ground Zero, I guess, have coming into this tournament. And, you know, maybe I'm less sympathetic because all teams are put in the same position, but it is true, you know, for these teams that travel over to Mongolia to play this qualifier, it's a super great opportunity for them, but it is also they get a chance, and if they mess up that chance, they're gone. They go home. So there is a part of me that does sympathize, I suppose, with Ground Zero from that front, but they just simply weren't as good as the Chinggis Warriors. And I wouldn't say that the way that the Chinggis Warriors played was flawless either. You know, there were definitely points of weakness. There were moments where mechanically they fell behind in, you know, shots that they shouldn't miss or probably, you know, if in normal circumstances would hit. But even still, there wasn't enough sort of punching power there for Ground Zero. So we move into a nuke, which is the selection of the Chinggis Warriors coming into this series. It has been, I mean, for a while, a fairly strong map for them. I do think once again, key piece will still be Controllers, but I think you get to see more from players like E-Fire on this map in particular. And I'm kind of expecting to see more from Damio as well on this team, given, or rather on Ground Zero as an opposite point, just simply because he kind of has great stats playing against other Australian teams, and not too long ago really did push SemperFi as well, who also have been eliminated from the tournament. But in terms of expectations for the rosters, I'd say SemperFi, there's a higher expectation. There's I'd say bigger names in general, just in terms of what they can offer in terms of international competition. So there's a lot to answer for. I didn't get much of anything from Ground Zero. A 13-2 scoreline, it's hard to offer up much aside from solid game planning. And for them going into this veto, whether or not they anticipated nuke as a selection or whether they expected to see it in the map veto process, they should have anticipated it to be played probably as a decider in some capacity, if not a selection. So I would be very surprised if they don't have a similar kind of game plan coming into this. I think it would be less fixated, though. On that Dust 2, it felt like they were always going B, and then when they realized they couldn't do that, they tried venturing elsewhere, and you almost never want to be put in that position where your opening gambits are just not as good as you thought they were going to be, and then trying to find more crafty and clever solutions. And some in-game leaders, some teams are just better at doing that than others. I didn't see a lot of success for Ground Zero, as is indicative of the scoreline. So it was nice that Controllers had a good game, but alongside him, it did seem like he raised a few of the ships along with him. He was the rising tide. And Ariukul, BKZ Curse, just all these players felt like they had more freedom, almost to make mistakes or push the boundaries, push the limits a little bit. But when Controllers is having as good a game as that, it actually provides a far greater safety net for those types of things to happen. And in some instances, it really did work for them. So, yeah, it's a tall hill to climb for Ground Zero, and I can only use this as the same sort of point in that for them this is a key experience that they'll have, being in a different environment, managing the setups, working with admins. All of them is invaluable down the stretch. The Chinggis Warriors have been far more exposed to those types of experiences in the past, so only acceptable that they do well here. Now straight to the pistol, and it's a very quick one here from the Chinggis Warriors. Molotov to heaven, they get the entries they need on the top side. And Ground Zero kind of gets stuffed. A very quick opening execute from the Chinggis Warriors attack, and lovely shots from Controllers. Just the one in this instance, but I've seen what he's been doing. There's another one coming. No, or not. APOC dud. Clean shooter. But yeah, just can't get the ground that he needs to make this one possible. So the Chinggis Warriors will step away with the opening T-side pistol. The Blast Rising Asia Season 2 sees its conclusion to the quarterfinals with this series. We already have 3 teams waiting in the semis. Eruption and FlyQuest destined to play up against each other. And Chinggis Warriors and the Huns looking like they could be on a collision course, unless Ground Zero push us into a third map. That's when you can get your hopes up. Long range spray there with the MAC-10. They decimated the MP9. But the MAC-10 stays. Not even going to push for that weapon. 5-7 has the opportunity to collect on it, but they also won't be able to hover around in trophy. If they do that, they die. So they will have to escape to ramp, and there will be no attempts to pursue one casualty on either side. A force buy that doesn't get too much going for it, but still another chance at it in the following round. We've got a lot of Blast Open London slots on the line. It's not just Asia. We have America, EU, South America. All having slots that can be attained. So we don't have full security of knowing exactly who you're going to be up against, but it's still early days. There's a lot of qualifying action to witness over the next couple of days, though. Nice damage mitigation. And good kills to find on the Mac-10. So, extra money into the pocket of Chinggis Warriors. Once again, 4 survivors. As we move into Ground Zero's first gun round. I mean, just see stuff like that. And it is very relatable. To see a kill that you feel like you should get and just don't. But it's still painful to watch. Let's hope that doesn't continue. Let's hope Ground Zero can get more than 1 kill a round. Apoc Dud starts well with the nade, and the Mac-10s do cause some interference over at ramp. PZ not feeling brazen enough to take the fights himself. Vision has created a fallback path for himself inside of B. But they know they have a man advantage that they can operate around. Even if they cede control of ramp, they can still serve to contain the Chinggis Warriors. The choice is good to start. Vision even playing with fire, but doing some great damage. Finds an opening kill. Dinks up Rooks as well. And as there's further commitment towards this lower side, Vision does get Molotov'd away, but there is an opportunity now created for Apoc Dud. Rooks should be expecting the angle to be deeper, but they're actually looking to fight, I think, around the double doors. Once that smoke fades, they may collapse on it. Apoc Dud does secure the kill onto Rooks. They need to fight for a position. Right now, they're in no man's land for the post plant, and they will be swarmed on all sides. Ground Zero, great control of the situation. Understood what they had. Man advantage to start. Played in defensible positions, and no one overcommitted. All waiting for the next prong of the retake to strike. You just saw how deeply uncomfortable the Chinggis Warriors were in the after plant. And that's courtesy of Ground Zero basically giving nothing away. What are they playing Dota 2 for? There's games to watch. Good wall of smokes. Controllers finds his kill towards the top side. Dark Sketch drops. Controllers re-navigating. Aggressed from Hutton is now looking to threaten ramp, but it's actually a gap in the defense right now for Ground Zero as they try and throw some presence towards outside. Loud about his reapproach. Vision does win his fight, though. Down to 15 health. Him and PZ getting 1 a pop. Molly towards lower. Vision remaining elusive. I mean, it sits on this low health, but has yet to be captured. And now setting up on this retake, there could be some difficulties. Look, that's thrown at the windows. That does block off some of the after plants. Great opening of the door there from BKZ. It just destroys Ground Zero. That first domino to fall, and everyone was trying to play catch up, only to get swung from a different angle. That is the effect one kill can have. You just saw the immediate crosshair placement change for Ground Zero. Hounding for that next kill. Great kills on the exit, though, here for APOC Dud. Make sure that no one survives. It will be a healthy reinvestment here for the Chinggis Warriors, but they do still collect on another round. I think he got one kill before the bomb went off. That's what, extra 150? He gets this kill before the bomb goes off. Bomb goes. Oh wait, no, you got two. So that's an extra 200, I think. That is the one thing about the new economy changes to that CT side, is it can be a little bit more tedious to track. But I enjoy it, at least. Adds a bit of spice, a bit of flavor. And of course, the extra money only matters if you actually start to win rounds. Maybe that can continue here for Ground Zero. They win on one gun round, they lose another. And they lose PZ outside. Oh dear. Oh, that's not good. Damio really just tried to contain them, but because Curse just kept on pushing ahead of the wall of smokes before they were built. It starts them off in a two-man deficit. The space taken here by APOC, though, is significant. I mean, he has a chance to flank out these players outside, drop the bomb as well, but needs to get more than one from this spot. Has two dead to rights, so long as the players don't move, but he missed! Hits the dink and thought he'd finish the job, only to drop the ball, and while Drox gets his two, APOC Dud was set up for such success. Put himself in a great position. Oh, that's heartbreaking. I am deeply saddened, and my day is ruined. Alright, I hope this is not a tilt timeout. But they will need to find something that they can do. Challenged outside late on the AWP. Then got caught off early before the smokes. Yeah, their engagement protocol just did not align with the pace that the Chinggis Warriors were putting forward in that round. APOC Dud, really good move. I mean, they should have no idea he's here. I mean, Damio as well, especially running interference. Oh my, they were going to hard clear it. Both players, both Rooks and eFire were both going to hard clear it, and eFire never lost sight of the prize. Maybe they did hear him. Maybe they did know. I wasn't so certain. But they sure as hell were. But just look at the patience. And look how it's not rewarded. Impeccable stuff, really. Third kill for eFire. Knows that there's a play around the smoke. PZ, good reposition. Making use of all that chaos. Now, where does the bomb actually go? This could end up being a 1 round here for ground zero. PZ dropping out from heaven, though, and looking to take some ground back. He moves inside of hut, and waiting with open arms is BKZ Cursed. Look at the patience and how it's rewarded this time. Controllers as well, finding the finishing frag. Didn't lose their composure. Good damage from ground zero, but they're going to need more than that down the stretch. Oh dear. I mean, Damio just caught out. FengDa tries his best as well. They are getting rattled and rolled. Rooks dealt with by PZ's descent through the vents. And while Drox gets his one, he pulls Util, but Controllers actually doesn't hound him down. Made the steps and maybe recognized he lacked the angle to pursue much further. But they are losing players around the map. PZ's been dealt with. He was that player that served to be a nuisance at the start in the pursuit to lower. Vision's position is very strong. But they've cleared out double. They've cleared out control. So they should be conscious that decon is one avenue they have not fully secured. And yeah, they plant open to decon, or open to double. AlterEgo didn't even focus on punching in the plant. Went for the trade and Drox on his 74 HP. I mean, he has an HE that he can actually try and flush a player out with, but didn't want to get caught as well with Util in hand. Flash lined up. Controllers will just swing alongside it. Full control. Another moment where the Chinggis Warriors, you could just see Controllers had that plan from the start. It gets a little dicey, but once they identify where the player is, there's just... they commit to an idea, and they stick to it. No hesitation. Not even sure the Chinggis Warriors know how to hesitate. Not with the way that they're playing so far. Controller is just running it down straight through door. PC finds his opener, and FengDa, a little slow on the pickup, but does come away with his. AlterEgo will swarm him from the other side. He comes away with a double. That's all that's really necessary to break into this top site. And a fresh smoke that blooms at the feet of Damio. Spam will not connect. And another Molotov into the heavens that will further delay any ground zero retake attempt. Now, they don't have kits, so they will have to make their move soon. HE does a decent amount to chip away. Smoke's missed. And while the HE hits the mark, the smoke is useless. Players focus on the heavens, one at the door, and just too many angles to fight forward from. They wanted to limit hut as an angle they had to look at, but once they saw where that smoke landed, how could you not? They are getting decimated and destroyed. And some of it is largely to do with, you know, constantly fighting back from man and disadvantages, but that's not to say they haven't been able to bring it close when they have just lost, you know, opening kills that feel like they've effectively been given away for free. It's a great way to change the tone, though. Aggression towards red. A trade back there from APOC, who got ahead past the main smoke. And so they find themselves with a man advantage. Deep control util inside of lobby as well. So the Chinggis Warriors will know that that is occupied. They are going to get flanked from the A site itself, though. E-Fire, a freebie. But will they expect another? Vision's looking to hope to make up for that ground, but he may get a little distracted. Player up close and personal. Ariukal dealt with. That's the bomb dropped on the floor and at the feet of Vision. E-Fire still being nefarious. A little cheeky. Sat at the CT vent. But now a 1-on-2 where they know where he's coming from. They know that bomb is still dropped inside of the vent or inside of the hut rather as well. And while he tries to isolate the duel, Apoc Dud will secure it. A bit of aggression. A bit of territory gained. Ground Zero had a lot to work off of in the opening 30 seconds based on how willing to fight they were. And plays like this, especially when you've been getting brutalized in the more defensive setups, can sometimes come across a little desperate in a way. But it's only desperate if it doesn't work. You have to kind of take a shot in the dark, take a bit of a Hail Mary at times, and it could provide Ground Zero with some extra wiggle room. Or they could just wiggle their way into another 10-2 half. Great entry there for the Chinggis Warriors. They crept into ramp, and they just keep on finding heads. Just as Ground Zero thought they could wiggle, they're getting swatted away. To the Aussie fans, I'm sorry, but this ain't it. Yeah, they just can't hack it. Vibes seem good. Not a page in sight. The Chinggis Warriors are confident and playing with incredible accuracy. You know, we had controllers pop off on that last map, and I came in saying I like Nuke because it's an E-Fire map, but him and Ariukal are both punching well. Controllers is hardly a factor anymore. Simple kill there for Vision. Spam through the smoke based on the audio. PZ, good kill on the scout, but takes a lot of damage. But all while that's happening, Controllers is down towards Secret. He's, again, another one of these equal, both sides have taken damage type of mid-rounds that Ground Zero have very infrequently managed their way out of. I mean, it can be so hard to fight back when you're in this type of numbers position. You feel like you have to position yourself for control of something, but that's actually what's gotten Ground Zero into some trouble in some of these prior rounds. So you can see they're kind of frozen in position. I mean, they've got this bit of control via Damio into lobby, but as they reposition the main, all players are identified. And so now it can be a descent towards the lower side of the map. BKZ Curse just throws some util, and E-Fire gets a Molotov down. They have been bamboozled and hoodwinked, all just based off of one flash thrown by BKZ Curse, who now sits in heaven and cuts off the rotate from Secret. Flash up. E-Fire eats it wholeheartedly and doesn't commit to the reload. Has the tech drawn and will just run down Drox. It is another 10-2 half. The Chinggis Warriors, they mean business. Another dominating display from the Chinggis Warriors. 10-2 halves on both maps, and Ground Zero have a lot of ground to make up. I think it's fair to say, pistol required. I mean, just be good for their confidence, really. At this point, just forget about the round count. Just win every round ahead of you. There'll be a plan built up. Smoke to main, flash as well, deep garage. They want to take control and threaten towards lockers. But they're getting hit by counter flashes themselves. BKZ Curse cannot hit anything. Vision does get the kill back and maintains that man advantage they started with in their early pursuit. But as they plant these players down, Damio up from the heavens, able to get a couple of kills right back. Spot on the feet and shooting at him. AlterEgo down to very low health. Damio will complete a hat trick of frags and bring a pistol into a very needed Ground Zero camp. They were starving for rounds, and he's given them a platter. Let's see if they can actually fix the root of the issues, though. What those are, I couldn't tell you, but hopefully they have a better idea than I do. Waterfall smoke is timely because he's cursed, held the line, but now obscured by multiple sets of util, whether it's the flashes or the smokes. Tag is decent. I mean, they're really harassing Drox at Lonely Box. Or Ice Cube. Or Blue. And so they know that there's some ground that has been ceded towards Outer. Damio's still hovering around inside of Big Garage. See, it's being considered. But now linking up with all of these sort of lurking pieces can be a little troublesome. Vision spotting a player towards back lobby. Scout and Deagle combo are able to flush out Damio, so the extra hesitation, the little back and forth has been a little awkward, but after Vision got the security of knowing a player had pulled through from the back of lobby, and the two players were spotted outside, the gap on A is identified, and a plant is secured. 3-on-3, one in which the Chinggis Warriors will give a good old swing. Smoke from E-Fire is very well placed. BKZ cursed, Cork not looking the right way. And the spams won't connect. The Deagle of Ariukal will find one head, and Apoc Dud knows not to mess around with positions like this. PZ, a little drive-by, and another round added to the tally. Not everything falls the Chinggis Warriors' way. Force buy, it's a dud. $5-7 and a smoke. What's E-Fire plan to do with that? Oh! Okay. Damn, we got the drop on him, but Controllers is sharp. Great opening kill on the Deagle. And that's actually very bad for Ground Zero. They just wanted an outside player to run interference and serve as a late lurk, perhaps, but now they have to consider that as a potential flanking opportunity as well for the CTs. So Apoc Dud actually turn around and just give that a quick old peep. So they'll have to accelerate their timing based on the fact that they kind of cannot have the security of knowing they never have to worry about that flank. You see PZ is kind of holding for it as he's sitting T-roof. There will be an attack towards ramp. It's completely open territory. AlterEgo does get down towards the lower side in time. But they attack ramp and don't pursue much further. Rook's got another kill on his Deeg. And suddenly this reroute from Ground Zero is being read into. Players ascending up from Secret. E-Fire just trying to hold onto Hut as best he can. Vision, oh my goodness, he doesn't fully cover him. And from that high ground, he loses sight of the prize. Bomb not planted. One has to make that descent and punch in those digits. As BKZ Curse dances with death outside, or on that top side. He's still trying to apply that pressure and make things uncomfortable. Vision at the back of the bomb site has the safety of a teammate inside of heaven. But they will not swing. They will not peek. And it's the pistol that runs him down. The Deagle of AlterEgo, all that remains. But he's swept out to that Galil, and he's punching in the defuse. He's fully committing to it. He has yet to come off of it. The fake nice. A call from one of the Chinggis Warriors teammates. Tries to get him to swing, and he obliges. But he does not flub his lines. That round took 7 different turns. Topside hit into ramp, into heaven. You saw the rotates were so quick. From the Chinggis Warriors, always trying to get that step ahead, and yet they were somehow still always trailing. A very close shave. But Ground Zero are still pulling through. Smokes outside, but no takers. Ground Zero just using it to serve as a distraction. And right now, the Chinggis Warriors are fairly convinced. They're committed Secret. They're trying to get some reinforcements back towards the top side. Root's timely incendiary. And combined with the damage from AlterEgo, gets himself his hands on a double kill. AlterEgo just continuing to swing as well on the USP. And now that he's got teammates right next to him, can commit to the reload, no problems. Him and Rooks just shutting down this A play. It's 3 kills for Rooks so far. Just inside of the smoke. Took a gander at it, but will not succeed past the 3. But 3 is more than enough. A great hold. Timely util from the Chinggis Warriors. Ground Zero just had so little room, so little space by the time they tried to get that execute going. that's awkward. So the lurk smoke. The nade blows open the smoke. And they see controllers descend the vent. So they know that they can't really make that play. They'll have to manage their way out from doors. Now Vision doesn't seem to have audio. Ariuko running right at him. Vision concerned about getting shot from behind. Might be able to see. But whether or not it was a flash that hit him or what, his vision, or not his vision, his hearing was impaired. Yeah, Ariuko was essentially running at him, but maybe because he knew his teammates were going to go through the door smoke, he just thought it was his teammates, and sure enough, that was not the case. The round just falls very flat. And it's looking like the hopes of doing anything more here at the Blast Rising Asia event is also coming to a close. The pipe dream of a Blast Open London spot. Last Rail swinging it, and they're doing it with pistols. 4 Tech 9s, a Deagle. 2 smokes and a whole lot of flashes, but they're exhausting some of those flashes just to threaten. You see the Chinggis Warriors are not interested in extending play. Or getting overzealous, not over-aggressing. They know the money's in a shoddy spot. Late building of a secondary wall of smokes. Damio actually does catch controllers trying to get ahead of that play. But E-Fire comes in for 2. This was supposed to be the distraction, but there's still 2 players that serve to defend Ramp. They see right through it, and BKZ will finish with a double himself. Ariuko actually gets the final frag, but a 13-5 scoreline. The Chinggis Warriors came in with another dominant display. A 13-2 on Dust 2, only to seed 3 more rounds on their map pick in the series. They were barely breaking a sweat. I mean, such class from Controles, Ariuko. I'd say Ariuko across the series was the more consistent one. You know, Controllers wasn't all too needed. We just had these great sort of step-up moments from a number of the Chinggis Warriors. And unfortunately, you just didn't have that same stopping power from Ground Zero. You didn't get the activation you'd maybe want from Damio. You know, Peasy put in a decent shift on that final map in the series. But ultimately, not enough. So they journey to Mongolia, and they are eliminated. So we've said goodbye to 4 teams today. You know, the idea of Ground Zero versus the Chinggis Warriors, especially, you know, in these opening round quarterfinals, there were going to be quite a few of these matchups where, yeah, you're kind of expecting that the higher ranked team is going to succeed, and sure enough, they did. The MVP, like I was saying, Ariuko, more consistent, but they do have Controles, at least giving an interview, but I do believe it's all going to be in Mongolian, which I, unfortunately, cannot translate. So, if anybody's out there, they want to listen to the Mongolian interview, they can on the other broadcast, because, yeah, I cannot extrapolate from this. Aside from that they had a good game, and they felt like they were in the flow, and everything went well, because that's what happened. But with that, we do have our 4 semi-finalist teams in the Blast Rising Asia event. We said goodbye to SemperFi, AlterEgo, FengDa, and now Ground Zero. We do have Eruption, FlyQuest, the Chinggis Warriors, and the Huns as our 4 teams competing in the semifinals. All these games are best of 3s, and you know, there is certainly an extended, sympathies to the teams that have gone all this way, traveled, and been unable to compete, especially considering the 4 teams that we lose today are actually all teams that come from overseas and have had to make that journey. But it was very, very good to see that the strong teams actually did demonstrate that strength. The teams that are high ranked aren't just there because they're high ranked, and maybe with the exception of SemperFi maybe, but they were a replacement invite and they did what they could. But I actually have received some subtext, some information. That Controller's interview, fortunately, the producer is a top boy and has basically just told me that Controllers was talking about how they learned how Ground Zero plays, that they were able to sort of take some key markers, and from that they're able to win the game. So some prep work actually seems to be alluded to there from the Chinggis Warriors, which I didn't necessarily think it came across that way, but they were very fast on their reactions. I just thought they were reacting quick because they thought it was going to be simple and easy and they were going to frag out, and because that's kind of what they did. So I'm glad I've got at least some extra insight because of my producer, so thank you, even though he can't say thank you back. But that's us done for our opening day. A bit of a longer day, 4 quarterfinals. You had, tea time earlier on in the day doing 2 of the best of 3s. I'm doing the other 2, but now from here on out, it's, the 2 semifinals tomorrow, then the day after, it'll be the grand finals to find out who actually makes it into the Blast Open London. There's 1 slot up for grabs. There's 1 really big fish left in this pond, but there's a few challengers, especially these the Mongolian candidates in the Chinggis Warriors and the Huns, that do have quite a lot of reason to, or actually just kind of on their day, can win those games as well. In Mongolia, funnily enough, we have 3 Mongolian teams that have continued to impress us, as the region just has a lot of talent, and it just seems everybody likes to play Counter-Strike there, which I love. So until tomorrow, we will have to find out who comes away from those semifinals and books themselves into that grand finals, and then the day after, who actually makes it to Blast Open London. But that's us completely done for the day. Thank you very much for watching. Mine's been Yumi. We had tea time on earlier on, but we'll be back and actually working together tomorrow. So be there and enjoy the action with us.
Overseas on his own as well. This is first time for Drox. It's his first international LAN. I mean, we're all still inexperienced, I would say, but it's not really much of an excuse at this point. I think that was definitely subpar for considering we can't use the newbie excuse anymore. But yeah, I mean, the event has been sick so far. It's a bit warm here at the moment, but that's all right. And our practice leading up to it was pretty good. I think we just really, to be frank, shit the bed a bit. So yeah.
Good luck for your future tournaments and enjoy your time in Mongolia.
Thanks, mate. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Зогсолтгүй. Завгүй амьдралын хэв маяг. Танд зориулан загварчлав. Бусдаас 3 дахин илүү даатгах хурдтай цоошин дараа төлбөрт баяраар илүү багтсан. Хэрэглээндээ тохиолж хүссэн багцаа өөрөө бүтээв.
Buff. More focus.
Buff. More power. Buff. More speed.